Eddie Mitchell put his arms around Gina and playfully shunted his groin up against her. "Stop it!" Gina exclaimed. "The kids might walk out here." "So, if you want to go to that 5-star resort in Puerto Banús, you ain't stopped banging on about. Best you up your game, Mrs. Mitchell." When Eddie handed her the confirmation of the holiday he'd booked for next June, Gina squealed with delight. She'd read about it in a magazine. It was popular with footballers and celebrities and looked incredible. There was also a wonderful kids' club that provided all sorts of activities and entertainment to keep her two happy. "I can't believe you went and booked it. You know you've got to definitely come now, don't you? No last-minute excuses," Gina said, hugging the man she adored. Trying to drag Eddie on holiday was like trying to drag an elephant around Lakeside Shopping Centre. Because he hated leaving others in charge, he never wanted to go far or book anything in advance as a rule. Eddie kissed his wife. "Told you I was a changed man, didn't I? All legal and above board now, so I can swan off without worrying. You're a lucky woman, Gina," he joked. "Grandad, Mum's on the phone," Brett shouted out. "She says it's urgent." Eddie darted out the kitchen and snatched at the phone. "What's up?" Gina's heart sank when she heard Eddie say, "Don't panic, I'll be straight over." Gina wasn't daft. She knew what she'd signed up for when she'd married him. But would the drama ever stop? Only Gina was finding it a bit tedious now, especially when it involved Frankie. Little Vinny could barely breathe. Such was the terror he felt inside. The only anxiety he could even compare it to was when the police had turned up on his doorstep to haul him in over Molly's murder. Somehow he'd managed to dig himself out of that hole, but being blindfolded was incredibly scary. He had no idea where he was being driven to and why. The only thing he could assume was he'd been taken hostage by the same men who'd beaten up his father. Jamie Preston was staring at the quivering scumbag that was unfortunately related to him. He'd wanted to tell little Vinny who he was, but Glenn had ordered him not to. "For all we know, he might go squealing to the pigs. If that were to happen, you're straight back inside. Not worth the risk. Plus, it'll be far scarier for him to be confronted over his sister's murder by two strapping strangers in balaclavas. He won't know if he's coming or going," Glenn had told Jamie. Taking deep breaths, little Vinny thought of his sons. They needed him, especially now they had no mum. "Who are you? Where are we going?" "Well, I'm certainly not Father Christmas, so we're not going to Lapland," Glenn Harper chuckled. Jamie Preston stood over the shitbag who he was 99% sure had something to do with ruining his life. He was gagging to mention Molly by name, but needed to see the look in little Vinny's eyes as he did so. Only then could he be 100% certain. "Not nice. Going on a journey when you've had no idea where you're being taken, is it?" Jamie taunted. Desperate not to antagonise his captors by ignoring them or saying the wrong thing, little Vinny mumbled, "No." The brutal kick that landed in his stomach was confirmation that he'd said the wrong thing anyway. Frankie Mitchell was by now in an inconsolable state. Something terrible had happened to little Vinny. There was no other explanation, and the thought of losing him so soon after Stuart was terrifying. He was the only true friend she really had these days, the only one she could rely on to be there for her, and her children, at the drop of a hat. "What are we going to do, Frankie?" Regan asked, desperately trying not to cry. He didn't want to show himself up in front of Georgie. Callum couldn't help but cry. His dad meant the world to him. "We got to call the police. They'll help us." "No gathers," Georgie and Harry said in unison. Gathers was a traveller word for police, and Nanny Alice had been petrified of them. She said they were evil and not to be trusted. The conversation was interrupted by Queenie Butler's arrival. Michael had told her the awful news and picked her up on the way over. "Nobody said anything to my Vinny yet, have they?" Vinny was still recovering in the private hospital in central London. Frankie shook her head. "Well, let's keep it that way for now, at least. Poor bastard. If he finds out about this, he'll discharge himself. That can't happen, I won't allow it." That boy needs to get himself better. As petrified as he was, little Vinny was trying to take in everything. His father had always drummed into him how important it was to remember details if a situation such as this were ever to occur, and little Vinny was sure he'd been driven along the A127, as they'd definitely turned on to a road, then driven at speed not far from his home. They hadn't stopped at any traffic lights either, which was another clue. Suddenly, the van swerved off the road and came to a standstill. Little Vinny was then grabbed by the arm and dragged along roughly on what felt like gravel beneath his feet. Losing his footing, he tumbled to the ground and was treated to a sharp kick in the face accompanied by the words, "Get up, wrong 'un!" He then heard some padlocks being undone and was led inside a freezing cold building with a stone floor. "What are you doing? I won't run off, I promise," he pleaded, as he was forced down onto some kind of wooden chair and his hands were tied to the back of it. "Stop! That hurts!" he gasped. "You'll know all about pain soon," Glenn Harper laughed, ripping the blindfold off his prey. Little Vinny took his first proper look at his captors and immediately feared the worst. Both men still had their balaclavas on, and they were dressed in navy tracksuits and black trainers. The pair of them were built like brick shithouses. He'd never seen a more menacing sight. "What's this about? Has my dad upset you?" he gabbled, trying desperately to hold it together. At least his hands being tied up had stopped them from shaking, but he could do nothing to control his trembling legs. Both men were of similar height, but one was more broad-shouldered than the other, and it was he who spoke. "This ain't got nothing to do with your dad. You're the one who's been a naughty boy, haven't you?" "I haven't done anything wrong, I swear. If this is to do with Frankie, we're not together, we're only friends," little Vinny pleaded. Glenn Harper got off on violence and intimidation. It gave him a buzz. Determined to torture little Vinny both mentally and physically, he grinned manically behind his balaclava. "Nope, nothing to do with Frankie Mitchell. If I were you, I'd cast me mind back further," he taunted, opening the bag of goodies. He pulled out some pliers and waved them at Jamie. "Do you think if we remove a couple of teeth it might help jog his memory?" The sight of the pliers was enough to make little Vinny's bladder do him an injustice. He was scared out of his wits. Jamie Preston took the machete out of the sports bag and placed the tip against the wet patch that had appeared around the crotch of little Vinny's faded jeans. He turned to Glenn. "Seems he has problems in this department. Do you reckon his memory will improve if we slice the tip of his cock off?" Reduced to a sobbing, quivering wreck, little Vinny begged for his life. "I've got 2 sons. They haven't got a mum. Please, don't do this to me. I've done nothing wrong. I don't know what I meant to have done. Honest, I don't," he pleaded. Grabbing little Vinny by the neck, Glenn Harper smashed him and the chair onto the concrete floor. He squeezed his throat as he kneeled down next to him. "Think back, scumbag. 'Cause me and my pal know exactly what you did, and we're determined to get justice." Alison Bloggs fleetingly popped into little Vinny's thoughts. Surely one of these men wasn't Ben's younger brother who'd got wind he'd done his mother in. But how could he get wind of that? Alison had been a junkie, and the police hadn't batted an eyelid when she'd been found dead. They'd just presumed she'd overdosed on heroin. And bar Michael and his father, nobody knew that little Vinny had knocked her out with temazepam and vodka, then injected her with a lethal dose. The woman had deserved to die. She'd been a terrible mother who'd led Ben a dog's life. The disgusting blowjob she'd given little Vinny when he was only 14 affected him so terribly he'd never let a woman give him a blowjob since, not even Sammy Lou. "I can't think of anything. Honest, I can't," little Vinny choked. The man was holding a massive hand against his windpipe, and he could barely breathe, let alone talk. Loosening his grasp, Glenn grabbed the machete from Jamie and placed the blade against little Vinny's neck. "I'll jog your memory, shall I? Think back to the summer of 1980. The realisation that the man was referring to Molly knocked little Vinny for 6. The colour drained from his face, and his silence, accompanied by a stunned expression, told Jamie Preston everything he needed to know. Stanley Smith hated drama of any kind, especially when it involved Eddie Mitchell or his gangster cronies. But he now found himself sitting in little Vinny's front room, thanks to Joyce insisting he should be there to support their granddaughter. "Well, say something then, Stanley. Sitting there like silly boy lemon isn't going to solve this." "Answer my question," Joyce ordered. Aware that Michael Butler was also looking his way, Stanley shuffled nervously in the armchair. Whatever he said was bound to be wrong. It always was with Joycey. "If it was our Raymond gone missing like that, I'd definitely involve the police." "No, you would not. Raymond works for Eddie, and Eddie isn't a fan of the police. Can't you think of anything more constructive to say other than the obvious?" "No, love. And that's probably because I've spent my working life driving buses. Not many of us down at the depot had the misfortune of being abducted." Clocking Michael wink at her stupid husband, Joyce was far from amused. "Now isn't the time for sarcasm, Stanley. Your granddaughter is very upset over this, and so is my dear friend Queenie. You should be ashamed of yourself." Eddie Mitchell entering the room saved Stanley from replying. "You're all right to stay here, Joyce, and look after Frankie while I shoot out. I'm going to make some inquiries. I won't be long." "Of course," Joyce replied, smiling fondly at the man who was responsible for the death of her daughter. Queenie chased Eddie down the hallway. "Vinny must not find out about this, Ed. Not yet, anyway." "I understand that, Queen," Eddie lied. He didn't want to break the news to Vinny over the phone, which was why he was heading up to the hospital. Ever since those dead creatures had been sent, apart from briefly wondering if the gypsies were involved, he was damn sure they were sod all to do with him. So if Vinny was hiding something, he would look him in the eyes, tell him his son had gone missing, and find out the truth, once and for all. Little Vinny was a bit of a poser. He and Sammy Lou had loved nothing more than going shopping for clothes together, and he was even more obsessive about his hair. Marcus, who owned a top salon uptown, had been his hairdresser for many years, and little Vinny loved his current style, which he spent ages gelling every morning. "No, not my hair! No! Leave it alone, please!" he shrieked, as one of the men took a razor to it. "Talk then, cunt! We know full well you know who killed Molly, so be a man and admit it. If you do as we say, you can see them lads of yours again, Callum and Regan. Nice names, handsome-looking lads and all. We've been watching 'em," Glenn Harper taunted. "Nah, he's the silent type. You shave his head while I do some dentistry," Jamie Preston added. He was enjoying every second of little Vinny's anguish, and why shouldn't he? Being locked up for a crime you did not commit wasn't much fun, especially when you got labelled as a child killer. Now, sobbing like a baby, little Vinny watched his precious hair fall to the floor. These men obviously knew something, and he needed to get out of this terrible situation alive for the sake of his sons. "I never killed Molly. It wasn't me, honest," he lied. "You have to believe me. She was my sister. I loved her." Remembering the broken bones, beatings, scars and burns Jamie had had the pleasure of receiving in prison, he picked up a hammer and ordered little Vinny to open his mouth wide. "Best if I loosen 'em first. Easier to take 'em out then." As the hammer connected with his mouth, little Vinny squealed like a pig. These men meant business, and he was desperate to see his sons again. "Stop!" he pleaded. "I didn't kill Molly. It was Ben Bloggs. He was my mate. Ben Bloggs killed my little sister. Okay?" After a taxing day of having to put on an act and be nice to Felicity, Vinny Butler was fast asleep and didn't hear the door open. "For fuck's sake, you scared the shit out of me then," he spat, when he was woken up by Eddie Mitchell prodding a finger in his arm. "What you doing here? What's the time?" Eddie pulled a chair up next to Vinny's bed and plonked himself on it. "It's time to tell the truth if you're hiding anything whatsoever, mate." What you on about? You know exactly what I'm on about. Don't do this to me, Ed. I'm your pal. I've had that lying slag up here today declaring her undying love, and guess what? She's up the bastard spout. I really ain't in the mood for playing games. I've already told you, I know nothing about what's been happening. I might be a lot of things, but a liar I am not. Eddie Mitchell stared intently into his pal's eyes. I'm not accusing you of anything, mate. But little Vinny's gone missing. Got snatched outside his gaff late afternoon. Your mum forbade me to tell you. But in my eyes, you've got every right to know. I'd want to be told if it was one of my sons. You fucking what? Vinny exclaimed. How'd you know he was taken? Did somebody see? Well, what happened? Explaining everything he'd managed to piece together while watching and listening to Vinny's reaction, Eddie Mitchell finally knew his pal was telling the truth. Vinny Butler was just as much in the dark over this madness as he was. Frankie Mitchell was in pieces, and all she could think about was how scared little Vinny must be, assuming he was still alive. I'm not sitting here doing nothing. It's been gone over 2 hours now. Where's my phone? I'm ringing the police. Joey grabbed hold of his twin. He'd driven to Emerson Park as soon as he'd heard the news. You will do nothing of the sort, Frankie. Hold your horses until Dad gets back. He'll know what to do for the best. You start involving the old Bill, you'll only make matters worse. How could they possibly be any worse? Frankie screamed, pummeling her fists against her brother's chest. Joey had changed of late, was far steelier and less compassionate than he'd once been. He wasn't even that camp now, and Frankie could always remember him being camp, even as a small child. I don't recognise you these days. You're not my twin anymore. You're a stranger to me. Upset and angry, Frankie wanted to take her hurt out on anyone and everyone. Acting like a drama queen isn't going to bring little Vinny back. Get a grip, Frankie. You're upsetting the kids. And don't drink no more bloody wine. If the police do get involved, they're bound to want to question you. And how's it going to look if you're pissed? When her brother finally softened and held her in his arms, Frankie sobbed on his shoulder, taking in the comforting smell of the Lacoste cologne she'd bought him for Christmas. Little Vinny wore the same, and the smell reminded her of him. I just want him back, Joey. I think I'm in love with him. For once, little Vinny didn't care what he looked like. His hair had been completely shaved, and the hammer had dislodged some of his teeth. A top front tooth seemed to be hanging by a thread, and his pale blue Ralph Lauren jumper was soaked in blood. But all he could think about was Callum and Regan and seeing them again. So what happened next, pretty boy? Jamie Preston asked, prodding the tip of the machete against little Vinny's right shoulder. The deceitful no-good piece of shit had sounded convincing enough as he'd given his account of falling out with his father and going along with Ben's idea of pretending to abduct Molly just to scare his dad. Oh, I weren't a nice lad back then. And Ben was even worse. He used to lead me astray and make me do stuff I didn't want to do, little Vinny lied. The truth was, it had been the other way around. Ben had always danced to his tune. We were sniffing glue that day, and we were stoned. I went for a piss, came back and Molly was lifeless in Ben's arms. He said he was playing with her and he hadn't meant to hurt her. I panicked. I was only young, and I was worried we'd both get put away. Little Vinny wept. So you buried your sister in a fucking hole and left her there to rot? Glenn Harper bellowed. Remembering the startled expression on poor Molly's face as he'd put his hands around her neck and throttled the life out of her, little Vinny could barely be understood due to his racking sobs. Oh, God, and I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. I should have spoken out at the time, told the police the truth. But I was a fucking idiot of a kid back then. When Jamie Preston suddenly went ballistic, threw little Vinny in the chair onto the floor and began kicking at his head like a football. It took a massive amount of strength for Glenn to pull his pal away. No, don't be so fucking daft. We've got a plan. Stick to it. Oh, my God. What you doing here? I told you not to tell him, didn't I? Queenie hissed, punching Eddie Mitchell in the arm. Look at the state of him. He's too ill to be here, she added, when Eddie ignored her and steered Vinny's wheelchair inside the house. Albie Butler decided to make a swift exit upstairs. He was so upset, adored his grandson, and had already guessed his abduction had something to do with the lad's horror of a father. Therefore, he couldn't be in the same room as him, nor Queenie for that matter. That old crow seemed more concerned over Golden Boy's welfare than that of little Vinny. "Let me know if there's any news, please. I'll be upstairs," Albie mumbled. Stanyard thought he would take Albie Butler on sight, but he hadn't. They'd had a man-to-man chat outside, and Stanley could tell Albie had been just as downtrodden throughout his married life as he had. Albie had also spoken openly about how he and Vinny didn't see eye to eye, and Stanley admired the man's morals. There was something evil about Vinny Butler's eyes, and Stanley didn't care for him one bit. "I'll sit upstairs with you, Albie." Watching her husband having the cheek to stand up, Joyce pushed him in the chest and he fell back on the sofa. "No, you will not! You sound like our Joey, wanting to go upstairs with another man. You'll stay there and support me and your granddaughter." "What do you mean, sounds like me?" Joey asked, glaring at his grandmother. Usually he ignored her silly homophobic references, but he seriously wasn't in the mood for them today. "Nothing, dear." Running into the lounge, Callum and Regan all but pounced on their grandfather. "Do you know where Dad is? Is he coming home?" Regan asked Vinny. "Has someone contacted you and asked for money in exchange for Dad? Harry said they would," Callum gabbled. "Get away from your granddad. He's got broken bones and you're hurting him," Queenie ordered. She turned to her son, who looked so unlike his normally strapping handsome self in that bloody awful wheelchair. "You didn't discharge yourself, did you? I take it you told the doctors you were leaving." "Can everybody shut up, please?" Eddie Mitchell bellowed. When the room fell silent, he said, "Vinny and I haven't got a clue who's taken little Vinny or why. So we're going to give it another couple of hours, and if we've not heard a dicky by then, we'll have to involve the old Bill. We've got no other choice. For once in our lives, we're baffled. Not even we can sort out what we know fuck all about." "Now repeat to me exactly what you're going to do next," Jamie Preston ordered, his face only inches away from the relation he'd never met until tonight. Little Vinny shivered as he stared at the bright green eyes that peered out of the black balaclava. At one point earlier, he'd wondered if that bastard DS Terry had set this up. He'd once threatened to get justice for Molly, but after spotting the piercing eyes, little Vinny was sure his broad-shouldered captor was none other than Jamie Preston. He remembered his father saying during the trial that Preston had inherited Albie's green eyes, like the rest of the males in the Butler clan. But no way was he going to ask him. It would be safer to act dumb. "I'm going to go to the police and tell them Ben killed Molly." "And what else you going to tell them?" Jamie hissed. "That I helped him bury her and was too scared to tell anybody what had happened, in case I got put away too." "He's got to get them teeth sorted first, mate. Mustn't have a mark on him when he signs his statement, or his brief is bound to go down the 'he was forced to confess under duress' road. We don't want that happening," Glenn Harper insisted. Lifting little Vinny's chin with the head of the hammer, Jamie Preston asked, "Did you hear what the man said? You low-life fucking degenerate." "Yeah, I heard," little Vinny stammered. If he didn't get out this freezing warehouse soon, he would end up with worse hypothermia than his father and die from that alone. "Can I please go home now? I promise I'll do everything you've told me. I just want to see my boys. I'm a good father, and I swear to you, I won't mess you about." Little Vinny screamed in agony as the hammer smashed across his left kneecap. The pain was excruciating. "Enough," Glenn barked. He could fully understand Jamie's ferocity, but they needed Butler to be able to walk into that police station, not crawl. Unable to control himself, Little Vinny began to cry again. Apart from Sammy Lou and Oliver dying, this was by far the worst day of his life, and he knew, deep down, it was all his own doing. If only he could turn back time. If only Molly was still alive. Reliving her death so vividly had been just as bad as the pain he'd endured. Whatever had possessed him to do such a terrible thing? He was a good person now. He loved children, even Frankie's. "He ain't looking too healthy. Let's get out of here now, mate," Glenn said to Jamie. Little Vinny looked close to passing out. "OK, but let me just get rid of that wobbly front tooth. It's going to have to come out anyway. Save him a dentist bill," Jamie smirked. Little Vinny's head flopped forward like a rag doll as his chin was let go. He'd been traumatised enough, and if they were going to kill him, he wished they'd just get on with it. His Uncle Michael would hopefully take care of his boys. He was a better father than his own, far more understanding. And would death be that bad? At least he would get to see Sammy Lou and Oliver again. Unless the rumours of hell were true. God would look him in the eyes and slam the pearly gates shut for what he'd done to Molly. Glenn Harper untied Little Vinny's hands and clamped one of his arms around his shoulder. "Put the blindfold back on and grab his other arm," he ordered Jamie. Jamie obeyed Glenn's orders and couldn't resist one sly last kick in the ankle. "That one's for Molly," he spat. Approximately half an hour later, Little Vinny's blindfold was taken off, and he was turfed out of the van a few streets from where he lived. "You know what you got to do? And if you haven't done it as soon as those injuries are healed, we'll be back to get your fucking kids," were the last words he heard before the van screeched away. Totally exhausted from his terrifying ordeal, Little Vinny tried to stand up, but tumbled back on the pavement. He couldn't think straight, but somehow knew, at that very moment, his life would never be the same again. His past had finally caught up with him. Part 3. Thus I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will also put an end to the arrogance of the proud, and abuse the haughtiness of the ruthless. Isaiah chapter 13, verse 11. Chapter 20. 2002. "Don't go out. Stay with me, please," Little Vinny urged, grabbing Frankie by the hand. "I've got to go out. I promised Joey and I can't let him down at such short notice. The offer's still there if you want to come with us. You can't stay indoors forever," Frankie replied. It had been over 4 weeks since Little Vinny's horrendous ordeal, and he'd refused to leave the house since. She'd temporarily moved in with him, but had started to go a bit stir-crazy this past week or so. Clutching his head, Little Vinny rocked to and fro. "Where's my tablets?" Frankie handed them to him. Little Vinny had been in a terrible state when a man had found him crawling along the pavement and dropped him home that day. Everybody had begged him to get checked out at a hospital, but he'd refused. Instead, his dad had called out a private doctor. He still hadn't been for the scans on his head and knee the doctor had recommended. Neither had he visited a dentist. Drinking alcohol like water and popping painkillers like Smarties was the way he'd coped ever since, and Frankie was concerned for his long-term health. His once chirpy personality had all but disappeared, and he was gaunt and depressed. He was also acting oddly, which concerned Frankie, but he'd made a promise not to tell anybody about his nightmares and bedwetting as he didn't want his family on his case. Little Vinny stared out the window, while frantically scratching at his arms. "I'll have a look on the internet while you're out. Lincolnshire's nice. Finn's parents live there. The kids will love it." Frankie sighed. All he kept on about since his ordeal was moving away, and she was reluctant to uproot the kids again. They had a new tutor now, were learning to read and write properly. Even Brett seemed to have settled in since the move to Emerson Park. He loved his new school. Jump in the shower and put on some of your nice clothes if your dad's coming round. He's worried about you, Vin. We all are.
So? Later we'll tell the kids then, yeah?
Tell 'em what?
About us. I feel safer when I'm with you, and I'm sure I'd sleep better if you were lying in bed next to me. I want us to be a proper couple now. Tell everyone we're an item.
Frankie chewed on her fingernails. They'd only had sex twice, and an awkward drunken fumble was the best way to describe both occasions. I don't think Callum and Regan will be too happy, Vin. This was their mum's bedroom, remember? I don't think we should say anything yet. It's very early days.
What's that supposed to mean? You told me you love me.
I do. But the kids don't need any more shocks at the moment. It isn't fair on 'em. Little Vinny stared at Frankie with a steely glint in his eyes.
I'm telling them, and that's that. Their mother's dead, you're alive, and they're just going to have to like it or lump it.
Vinny Butler had been waiting in the pub car park for over 40 minutes by the time his brother finally arrived.
What time do you call this? You having a laugh or what?
Sorry, Vin. Traffic was murder heading out of town.
Everything okay? Was a bit worried when I heard your message.
Vinny had stayed at their mother's bungalow while he was recuperating, and had only moved back to his apartment a couple of days ago.
Not really. I want to slit that lying snitch's throat every time I look at her. And knowing she has my child inside her makes it even fucking worse. We need to get rid of her.
Vinny still felt incredibly stupid for having feelings for Fliss, but his hurt had now turned to hate. He should have known better than to trust anything with a vagina between its legs. And to think he'd fallen out with his mother over her. Never again would he get close to a bird. That was it for him now. A bachelor he would remain for the rest of his days. Michael had been dreading having this conversation.
We can't kill her, bruv. But we can scare the living daylights out of her and get rid of her that way.
Vinny shook his head.
You know the rules, bruv. Got to put the safety of the family first. Dave Newton obviously has some serious backup and I can't get to him in Frankland.
Vinny had a lot of contacts in the local Category A prisons, but Frankland was in County Durham, and he didn't know a soul currently serving there.
Little Vinny said them geezers who kidnapped him were only interested in me, and no way am I putting my boy through that again. Anyway, fuck Newton. Fliss knows too much, end of. She's a police informer, she has to go.
Michael sighed. He was too old for dirty deeds such as this, and no matter what she might have done, he couldn't kill a woman. It wasn't in his nature.
Can't Eddie help you? Eddie's gone all saintly on me, so I'm going to ask the Kelly brothers for help. The sooner she's out the fucking equation, the better. What has Eddie said? That I should just end things with her and send her on her merry way? The old Bill are bound to start sniffing around, Vin. People must know you're a couple, Michael warned. So what? I'll just say we split up and she left. I've never met her family or any of her friends. The old Bill'll have a job on their hands to prove otherwise, won't they? The slag'll be nothing more than a pile of ashes by the time I've finished with her.
Michael winced. Vinny had always had the capability of turning his feelings off, like he was turning off a tap. He was a cold, brutal bastard at times, he really was. Little Vinny tossed and turned, his soul tortured by the visions in his head. She was smiling at him again.
"Where we going, Vinny?"
she asked, so trusting. Pink tracksuit and white trainers she was wearing. She had a cute voice. Everybody said so. Vinny grinned back at her.
"On an adventure." "Is Daddy coming too?"
she giggled excitedly.
"No, Daddy's busy mopping up the flood in the cellar,"
little Vinny replied.
Molly,
little Vinny mumbled in his sleep. He turned over, then found himself at the police station being interviewed by that bastard D.S. Terry.
I know you killed your sister, so why don't you just be a man and admit it? Ben Bloggs helped you, didn't he? That's why Ben killed himself.
I didn't do it.
I love Molly, little Vinny muttered. Then he saw her. He knew he'd seen her somewhere before. Felicity Carter Price was at the police station. She was in uniform, talking to Terry. Sweat pouring off him, little Vinny woke and sat bolt upright. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, put his head in his hands and cried. I'm so fucking sorry, Molly. But you've got to stop torturing me like this. Don't visit me when I'm sleeping anymore. You're driving me insane. Joey Mitchell was determined to get to the bottom of what was going on. He knew his twin better than anybody, and from the stilted phone conversations they'd had recently, knew something was amiss. That's why he'd insisted on taking her out for lunch today. How's it going at the casino, Joey? Dad been driving you up the wall, has he? I've been working from home quite a lot. I've set up a website to advertise the business. Considering it's January and everybody should be skint, the casino's been relatively busy. Not so much the piano bar, but I've come up with some ideas for that, and we'll give 'em a whirl in spring. So how things your end? Is little Vinny on the mend? Yeah, sort of. Everything's good. Topping his sister's glass up, Joey said, OK, now tell me the truth. He was close to his father, clashed far less with him these days than Frankie did. But if he ever had a problem, he would rather discuss it with his sister and vice versa. They'd been the same growing up, would always confide in one another. It was what twins did. Tears immediately sprung to Frankie's eyes. I do think the world of him, Joey, but he isn't the same man as before he was attacked. I'm just praying he will get better soon. He keeps talking about moving miles away, and I don't want to move again. Do you think I should consider it for his sake? No, I bloody well don't. Are you sleeping with him? Not really. We've had sex a couple of times. It happened when we were drunk and the kids were in bed. I couldn't stop thinking about Stuart, though. It didn't feel right, and I felt guilty the next day. Whereas little Vinny seems to have forgotten all about Sammy Lou since he was attacked. He tells me he loves me at least 10 times a day now. Joey raised his eyebrows. This sounded like a case of too much too soon, like Jed O'Hara all over again. What do you mean? He isn't the same man. I know he got badly beaten up, but aside from that, what else has changed? Everything. He was so bubbly before he was attacked. But all I see now is this forgetful, forlorn image of his former self. I think he might have taken a bad blow to the head, but he refuses to go for a scan. And he used to take such pride in himself. But now it's an effort to get him to take a shower. He never dresses up anymore. It's as though he's given up on himself. He manages to act normally in front of the kids or any visitors, but I see a different side to him when we're alone. He keeps having nightmares about his little sister's death. I heard him shouting Molly's name the other night and had to calm him down. He was drenched in sweat and thrashing his arms about. Didn't know where he was. Has his dad not been helping you out? Big Vinny's popping round today, but we haven't seen that much of him, to be honest. He's been ill himself, hasn't he? Vin's always asking if he can help, but for some strange reason little Vinny doesn't want him round the house. I think he's embarrassed because his head was shaved and he's lost a tooth. I know how much pride he used to take in his appearance. But old Joey, he's wet the bed a few times in the night too, and once while he was sat on the sofa. Joey held his sister's hands. I don't want to sound unfeeling, Frankie, but you have to put this relationship on hold, at least until he gets better. Little Vinny isn't your problem. Dad would go mad if he knew all this. Have you spoken to him about what's been going on? No, and I don't intend to. What I have told you is between the two of us. You're not going to say anything, are you? If I can't trust you, who can I trust? I would never betray you, Frankie, but you're making a rod for your own back yet again. You have your own house that Dad's paying good money for. You're not a bloody nurse, neither do you owe little Vinny anything. You're grieving, and even though you've been through a lot together, you've only known him 5 minutes. I can't force you to do anything, but my advice would be to run for the fucking hills. Seriously. How you doing? Vinny Butler asked, giving his son an awkward hug. Little Vinny had never been a touchy-feely lad, not even as a small child. Not bad. Getting there slowly but surely. Little Vinny told his family very little about how he was really feeling, as he didn't want them visiting. It was an effort for him to try to act normal, let alone jovial, when he knew one day soon those bastards who terrorised him would be back. Where's Frankie and the kids? Frankie's having lunch with Joey. Brett's at Eddie's gaff, and the other four are in Romford. They hang around down there a lot since that new shopping centre's opened. The brewery. Frankie being a good nursemaid, is she? Yeah. We're a proper couple now. Can't live in the past, can you? Getting a good idea made me realise some important things. Life's too short, and Sammy, Lou and Oliver are gone for good. Vinny Butler was surprised, to say the least. He knew his son and Frankie were close, but last time he'd hinted at them being more than friends, little Vinny had been furious and insisted it would be years before he could consider moving on from Sammy Lou. So when you say a proper couple, you mean... Interrupting his father, little Vinny blurted out, "We're shagging. I take it that's what you were going to ask?" Under normal circumstances, Vinny would have been overjoyed that his son and Eddie Mitchell's daughter were an item. But if anything, he was a bit startled. His son's hair had begun to grow back, but there was a vacant expression in his eyes, and an oddness about the lad's choice of words. Unlike himself, his son respected women, and had never bragged about shagging any bird in the past. "What are you looking at me like that for? I thought you'd be pleased me and Frankie have got it on." "Course I'm pleased. Frankie's a lovely girl. Listen, tomorrow I'm going to pick you up about 9:30. We'll go and get your scans done, and then I'll take you to the dentist to sort those gnashers out. Got to look your best for your new woman, eh?" Little Vinny put his hands on top of his head, then shook it vehemently. "I don't need no scans. I'm fine. And sob me teeth. Frankie ain't bothered about 'em, so why should you be?" "I'm not. But I am worried about you, and so is your nan. You took a hell of a battering, lad, and unlike me, you never got checked out properly. It's time you did. You're still limping badly. Nothing to be scared of. I'll be with you." "Who said I was scared? You a fucking doctor now, are you?" Little Vinny chucked his glass of Coke at the wall. "Leave me alone. I'm not a kid, I'm a man. And I make my own decisions. Sick of people interfering in my life, I am, which is why I'm moving away. Bollocks to the lot of you." When his son stomped out of the room, Vinny began clearing the glass up off the floor. He'd thought little Vinny had been doing okay until today, but now he knew different, and he hadn't a clue how to help him, unless the lad was willing to help himself. Could hardly put a gun to his head and force him to get his brain x-rayed, could he? Harry O'Hara had the hump. He wasn't daft. He'd been observing the smouldering glances between his tart of a sister and Regan for a while now, but today they'd been flirting even more than usual. Not only was Harry worried about losing his best mate to his sister, he was concerned Georgie would change her mind about leaving Essex. She once used to look at Ryan in the same way she now did Regan. "Let's go see if Emily and Mary are there," Harry said, grabbing his sister's arm. He was bored with wasting time walking around the shops when they could be looking for the lucky heather sellers they'd met back in December. The travellers had promised to get word to their family, and he was anxious for news. "We've already looked twice today, Harry. They ain't going to turn up now, are they? And we've looked for 'em at least 20 times since Christmas. Perhaps one of 'em's died or something." Harry leaned towards his sister's ear. "If you don't come with me, I'm going to tell Callum you're getting hold of his brother's Corey," he hissed. Georgie leapt up. "Harry wants to look for someone. We won't be long." "Don't you want to look for him as well? I wonder why ever not," Harry taunted, as they walked briskly from the brewery to the spot in South Street where they'd first seen the women. "There ain't nothing going on with me and Regan, you dinlow. You don't like it because me and him are friends. Want him all to yourself, don't you? I swear you're going to turn out gay like Joey. Nanny Alice will disown you, I'm telling you," Georgie mocked. She'd learned off her father that attack was the best form of defence. Furious over what Harry considered to be a terrible insult, he was still arguing with his sister as they turned the corner. "They're there, Harry, look!" Georgie exclaimed. Harry ran excitedly towards the two women. "Do you remember us? You said you could get a message to our family. We're Jed O'Hara's chavies." Mary and Emily shared a triumphant glance. Neither they nor their husbands were now in good health, and when word had got back to the O'Haras, they'd been promised £1,000 for reuniting those children with their family. In a lot of travellers' eyes, £1,000 was peanuts, but to Mary and Emily it was a small fortune. It was Mary who did the talking. "We got the message to your family. Can you meet us here tomorrow?" "Why?" Georgie asked suspiciously. "What did my dad say? Did you talk to him?" Harry asked. Georgie had said a couple of times that their father might be dead, but he didn't believe that. His dad was his hero, and heroes didn't die. "Just say a time, and we'll meet you here tomorrow. Come alone, though," Mary urged. She'd spoken personally on the phone to Mickey Maloney the other day, and he'd warned her, "If and when they do turn up, do not tell them we're in the area in case word gets back to the Mitchells. All you got to do is arrange a time for the following day and tell them you have some news. Don't mess this up, Mary. My Ryan has not been the same since Georgie went away. Wants to marry her on her 16th birthday, he do." "What's the big secret? Is my dad and Grandad dead? Is that why you won't tell us nothing?" Georgie spat. Harry punched his sister on the arm. "Course they're not dead, and stop being nasty. These ladies are helping us. Show some respect." Desperate for the £1,000, Emily trod on Mary's toes to shut her up. "We have messages from your family, but we didn't know if you would be here, so left them hidden in the trailer. We got phone numbers for you to call them. Can you meet us here at 9 in the morning tomorrow?" "Yeah," Harry said. He was absolutely elated. "No," Georgia replied. "Our mum, she got us this tutor to teach us to read and write. If we run off before he arrives, Mum'll know we're up to something. But if we do our lesson first, then meet you ladies here at, say, 3, our mum won't suspect anything." Mary and Emily nodded at one another before smiling at the children. "OK," Emily said. 3 o'clock it is." After being spoken to as if she were no more than some idiotic loved-up teenager, it was no wonder Frankie Mitchell arrived home in a temper. Having missed the only rock he felt he now had, little Vinny held Frankie close to his chest. "What's wrong?" "Just Joey being Joey. Sick of my family poking their noses in my life. It's been the same for as long as I can remember. I never seem to do anything right." "Same here. I told my old man where to go earlier. Please, let's move, Frankie. We can buy a nice gaff in the country, start afresh." "It's not as easy as that, Vin. What about your job?" "I've given it up." "What?" "I rang Finn earlier. After everything that's happened recently, I need a new beginning. I've got plenty of dosh and we can set up a business together when we move. It'd be a laugh, and the kids will love the fresh air of the countryside. We can even buy 'em a dog and keep chickens. Nothing tastes better than a newly laid egg." Frankie was cautious. "I dunno, Vin. It's a big decision, but I will think about it." "Best you think about it quickly, then. Only I rang an estate agent earlier and put a bid in for a property in Lincolnshire." "You did what?"
Can I stay here with Aaron and Rosie tonight, please, Grandad? I'll be a really good boy, I promise," said Brett Mitchell.
"No, you got to go to school tomorrow. Get your stuff together and I'll drop you off home on the way to the casino." Eddie hated crybabies, and when Brett started to blub, he tore him off a strip. Gina sent Rosie and Aaron into the lounge before she hugged the distraught child. "Tell your Grandad what you told me earlier, darling. He won't be angry with you once you tell him why you want to stay here." Brett stared at his shoes.
"No, don't want to."
"Tell me what?" Eddie hissed. He hated being kept in the dark about anything. "Tell him, Brett. Explain to Grandad why you're upset, love." Brett's lip wobbled.
Mummy was making funny noises when I came downstairs to get some orange juice the other night. So I looked in the lounge to see if she was okay. She had no clothes on, and little Vinny was on top of her. I think he was doing something bad to her. I don't like him no more, Grandad. I miss Stuart.
Go in the front room with Rosie and Darren, boy. You can have the day off school tomorrow. Red-faced with temper, Eddie waited until his grandson was out of sight, then booted the kitchen door shut. Didn't take her long to move on, did it? She's got a bed in her bedroom, hasn't she? Why didn't she use that? I'll fucking swing for her and little Vinny. Are they retarded or what? Oh, hang on. I think he might be doolally since he got his head caved in. Another great choice my daughter has made. I'm going round there to tell the pair of them exactly what I think. Gina put her arms around Eddie's neck. No, you're not. You're overreacting. It was obvious with Frankie and little Vinny spending so much time together, something like this was bound to happen. He seems a nice enough lad, and he's been great with Georgie and Harry, hasn't he? Frankie's had it tough, Eddie. She deserves to be happy. Well, she ain't going to be happy with him, is she? He's Vinny Butler's son, and even I've come to the conclusion that the Butlers are more ag than they're worth. Harry O'Hara's lip curled. He hated seeing his mother constantly topping her wine glass up. It made him despise her even more than he already did. You're disgusting, Frankie. You make me want to vomit. What have I done now? Frankie asked, perplexed. Shut up, Harry, Georgie ordered. Nah, why should I? Women ain't meant to get drunk. That's what the men do. In the travelling community, the men regularly rolled home inebriated from pubs or horse fairs, but it was very much frowned upon for their women to drink. On a special occasion, a travelling woman might be allowed one or two, like at Christmas or at a wedding, but getting drunk like his mother did on a regular basis was unheard of for a woman. Georgie glared at her brother. Go upstairs, Harry. You're getting on my nerves. Nanny Alice says only old gorgeous slags get drunk, Harry spat, before stomping out the kitchen. Callum and Regan had gone out for a meal with Sammy Lou's mum and sister, and he was peeved that he hadn't been invited. He'd wanted to spend as much time as possible with his mates before he left Essex. Frankie sat at the kitchen table, her eyes brimming with tears. I used to drink with your dad. He never took me out much after you were born, mind, but before I fell pregnant he did. Having said that, he stopped taking me out pretty much the minute I moved in with him. He'd leave me at home with Alice while he went out with Jimmy. Dad doesn't let Lola drink. Lola's the woman he's with now. That's if Dad's still alive. She's a traveller, though, so that's probably why. She's also got my little sister, Shelby, to take care of. I'm never going to let a man dictate to me, not even if I marry him. If I want a glass of wine when I'm older, then I will, Georgie said adamantly. She knew Harry got annoyed when she sipped alcohol now, which was why she was probably better off marrying a non-travelling lad like Regan. It was certainly a man's world in the travelling community. The life of Riley her granddad had, while her nan was at home cooking and cleaning, and most travelling men cheated on their women. She knew that because Ryan told her what the men on the site got up to when they were out in pubs. What the eye don't see, the heart don't grieve over, Georgie, but I'm loyal, me. I will never cheat on you, he'd sworn. Tell me about Lola. What's she like? Frankie inquired. Georgie was about to reply when little Vinny burst into the kitchen. I forgot to tell you. I know where I remember my dad's girlfriend from now. Dreamed about her and that's when it came to me. She was in the police station with D.S. Terry when they arrested me, little Vinny proclaimed, a manic expression in his eyes. Not having a clue what little Vinny was on about, Frankie told Georgie to pop upstairs and check on Harry. What are you rambling on about? You're not making any sense. Felicity Carter-Price. My dad's bit of skirt. She's undercover old Bill. Don't be daft, she can't be. Whatever makes you think that? His mind playing tricks with him, little Vinny genuinely believed that it was Felicity Carter-Price he had seen when arrested all those years ago. It was definitely her, I'm telling you. She gave me a cup of tea and chatted to me a bit. Then she brought me a sandwich in the cell. I remember her clearly because she chatted to me again. Frankie put a hand over her mouth. Have you told your dad this? Are you sure you haven't Only I'm afraid my boyfriend might walk in. He's waiting outside." The woman nodded, and as a cubicle became free, Georgie jumped the queue and darted inside. It was a godsend she'd memorised her mother's number in case anything untoward should ever happen. "Please answer, Mum. Please," she mumbled. When the phone rang for what seemed like ages before connecting to the answer phone, a deflated Georgie wanted to cry. "Mum, it's me. Me and Harry didn't run away. We wouldn't do that to you. We're up north somewhere with the O'Haras. They turned up in Romford. We're okay, so please don't worry. Just wanted you to know that I'll be back home soon. Tell Regan I miss him, but do it on the quiet. I got to go now, as some kind lady borrowed me her phone. Love you, Mum." Unaware that her beloved daughter had been in touch because little Vinny had switched all phones on silent mode, Frankie Mitchell was sitting at the kitchen table in a stunned silence. Little Vinny was in bits as he explained his version of events. He was sticking to the same story he told his captors, while trying to convince himself of this new story. "So when I saw Molly weren't breathing, I tried to revive her at first. I remember pumping her heart and giving her the kiss of life like I'd seen on the TV. Ben didn't mean to kill her, I know he didn't. He loved kids, looked after his brothers and sisters. His mother was an old whore and a junkie. She couldn't even look after herself," he spat bitterly. The fact that Ben's mother had once given him a blowjob when he'd been out of his nut as a young teenager was a secret little Vinny would take to his grave with him. He'd despised her for doing that, and truth be known, that was the main reason he'd drugged her with temazepam before shoving a lethal dose of heroin into her skinny, wrinkled arm. Alison Bloggs had blackmailed him afterwards, threatened to tell his dad, and would have continued to do so had he not killed her. "Say something, Frankie, please," little Vinny urged. "Nobody accidentally throttles a little girl to death. That's unheard of, you fucking idiot. Your mate was obviously a psycho child killer. Why didn't you tell your dad instead of burying her in a shallow grave? That's sick, that is. My dad told me it was a while before Molly was found, and that all the police were out searching for her for days on end. And you knew where she was the whole time? Why the hell didn't you say something?" Tears of guilt brimming his eyes, little Vinny tried to dig himself out of a bigger hole than he buried Molly in. "Because I was scared. I wasn't the person I am now. Back then I used to sniff glue and smoke weed. I'm not proud of what I did. It's haunted me every day of my life since. But Ben wasn't a psycho, honest. Molly's death was an accident, and that's why I never said anything. We'd have both been banged up for years, and neither of us deserved that. I panicked, but wish now I hadn't. I was only a bloody kid, and kids do stupid things. Look at Ma Regan stabbing his schoolteacher." Stabbing a schoolteacher in the arm with a screwdriver is so not on a par with strangling a poor defenceless 3-year-old child, Vin. Feel sick to the stomach, I do. Your mate Ben must have been pure evil. A monster. Ben wasn't like that. On Callum and Regan's lives, Ben wouldn't hurt a fly. That's why I never dobbed him in it. His brothers and sisters would never have survived without Ben living at home, and I felt so sorry for them too. I did what I thought was right at the time, Frankie. What more can I say? So how did these blokes find out what Ben did? Who are they? Little Vinny stood up and punched the door. How the fuck should I know? But they know everything. That's why we need to get away. Go somewhere they'll never find us. I had to admit the truth to them when they were torturing me. I swear they'd have killed me otherwise. I know I said they didn't do much to me, but I didn't want to worry anybody, especially you. They tortured me badly, Frankie. Never felt such pain in my life. That's why I haven't been myself lately, but I'll be fine once we move. No way are we moving. I'm not living the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. You don't fucking get it, do you? I'm a dead man walking if I stay round here, little Vinny shrieked. We need to get away. Change our names. Only then will we be safe. Fat lot of good changing our names will do. People will still be able to track us down if they really want to. Well, what are we going to do then? Little Vinny asked dejectedly. Frankie stared at him sternly. There is only one thing to do. You have to go to the police, Vin. You need to tell them the truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the bastard truth. Chapter 23. Don't lie to me, Frankie. I know you better than you know yourself at times. Just tell me what's wrong. I won't tell Dad or Dom, I promise, Joey Mitchell said.
There's nothing wrong, Frankie replied, playing Georgie's answer phone message again. It was almost a week now since little Vinny had spilled his guts to her, and she'd been in a quandary over what to do about his dreadful revelation ever since. He wouldn't go to the police even though she'd begged him to, and his alcohol consumption was on the increase. He'd get up, have some breakfast, then drink steadily until bedtime. He was also popping strong painkillers like sweets, and kept complaining about voices in his head. I know it's not Georgie and Harry, because every time I mention them you sound positive that they'll be home soon. So that leaves Brett and little Vinny. And seeing as Brett is as good as gold, that narrows it down to your new boyfriend. Are you not happy with him? Is he hitting you or something? Frankie sighed. She'd kind of guessed when Joey had insisted on cooking her lunch at his that he'd be asking plenty of questions. The trouble was, she had no answers to the latest pickle she'd got herself into. The option of moving back to the home her father had rented for her was no more. Sick of paying extortionate rent for an empty property, her dad let it out to another couple earlier this week. I can't tell you, Joey. I swore on the kids' lives I wouldn't tell anybody. Well, God's hardly going to strike all three down because you made some silly schoolgirl vow, is he? Just spit it out, for goodness sake. Twins are meant to be able to trust one another. Desperate to share the awful burden she'd been carrying around this past week, Frankie gabbled wildly. Slow down, I can't understand you. Start again, Joey ordered. I said it wasn't Jamie Preston who killed Molly Butler. It was a boy called Ben Bloggs. He was little Vinny's mate, and between them they buried Molly's body and covered up the murder. Joey was open-mouthed. You what? What are you grinning at? Felicity Carter-Price asked Vinny. Not a crime to smile at a woman I love, is it? Of course not. I was thinking, I must register with the local doctor sooner rather than later. I rang one yesterday, but they aren't taking on any more patients. Vinny's face clouded over. What did you do that for? I told you I'd sort you out with a private doctor. You know how superstitious I am. It's unlucky to be involving doctors just yet. What did you say to him? Oh, I never told them about the baby. Well, what did you tell them then? Only that I was new to the area. I was looking to register with a new doctor. Didn't they ask your name or address? Vinny asked. Here in Canary Wharf, people tended to keep themselves to themselves. He hadn't a clue who most of his neighbours were, and hoped they hadn't seen too much of Felicity coming and going. The less people who knew she was living at his, the better, and that included any nosy bastard GP sticking their oar in. No. The receptionist was quite abrupt, actually. Just said the doctor wasn't taking on any more patients. Come and sit here, Vinny said. I've got a bit of a confession to make. What? Vinny put an arm around her shoulders. Got a bit excited last night and blurted out about our sprog to the lads at work. Just sort of slipped out, you know how it is. Not pissed off with me, are you? Of course not. I still haven't told a soul. But seeing as you've told your friends, I'll ring mine on Monday after I've told my parents. Pinning Felicity to the bed, Vinny held her wrists together with one hand and tickled her with the other. Don't lie. I bet you've told loads of people already. Tell me the truth. Go on. He chuckled falsely. He hadn't told anyone bar Michael and Eddie, and needed to make sure she hadn't spilled her guts. I haven't told a soul, honestly, Felicity squealed. She despised being tickled. It's going to be a boy, I know it is. Swear on our Fred's life you haven't told anybody. On Fred's life, I haven't. I don't see anybody to bloody tell. Vinny stopped tickling her. I'm feeling too horny to go to work today. Go get Pandora's box. When Felicity happily did as asked, Vinny sighed. He might as well sow his oats while he could. From tomorrow the bitch would be unable to breathe, let alone fuck. Over at Joyce's, Queenie was desperately trying not to laugh as she was caught up in a heated marital dispute. You're a wicked hook-nosed old witch, that's what you are. Not got an ounce of compassion in your body, you, Stanley Smith bellowed. And you were born a dwarf, and should think yourself lucky any woman married you, let alone me.
What that old slapper Pat the pigeon ever saw in you, I will never know. But she's welcome to you now. Go on, pack your case and ask her if you can move in with her. And you can take them stinking bastard pigeons with you. Otherwise, I'll cook 'em in a pie, Joyce cackled. I'm going out for a pint with Jock, and I swear, if you lay one hand on those pigeons, I will call the police and have you arrested, Stanley threatened. As her husband slammed the front door, Joyce yelled, I'm cooking your cock first. With Stanley gone, Queenie finally allowed herself to burst out laughing. Oh, I thought Albie and me were bad, but yous two are far bleeding worse. Do you ever regret marrying Stanley? I do and I don't with Albie. Now, don't get me wrong, I despise the old bastard, but he was a good-looking man, and I always knew he'd give me handsome kids, which he did. Well, except for my Brenda, God rest her soul. Runt of the litter she was. I think I was always meant to only give birth to boys. Joyce sighed wistfully. For all Stanley's faults, he did give me 2 wonderful children. Raymond's away with the fairies now, thanks to that money-grabbing tart he married. But my Jessica, 1 in a million that girl was. Such a stunner, and with a beautiful heart. Had a look of Marilyn Monroe about her around the time she met Eddie, you know. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question, Queenie? Go ahead. Did you ever enjoy sex with your Albie? Goodness, no. Never really knew what to do, if I'm honest. My dear old mum told me and Vivian that sex was evil but necessary. We were never taught about the birds and the bees at school like kids are today. On the morning of me wedding, I remember me mum saying, Queenie, Albie's a looker, a character, and he has a kind face. He will never beat you like your father has me. Your dad knock her around, then? Joyce inquired. Queenie's eyes welled up. Terribly. Me and Vivy would huddle on the stairs as kids while he was beating Mum black and blue. Horrible bastard he was. 1 minute he'd be nice as pie. The next he'd turn into the devil. He hated women. Was a proper man's man, Queenie admitted, not realising the description also applied to her eldest son. Not wanting to upset Queenie, Joyce lightened the subject. Did you ever have one of them thingamybobs with your Albie? What do you mean? You know, an organism. I've seen women talk about 'em on TV. Never had one me. Just laid there and made me shopping list in my head while Stanley did what he had to do. An organism? Queenie burst out laughing. I think you mean an orgasm, Joycey. No, love, never had one of those. My Albie couldn't organise a piss-up in a brewery, let alone work magic with his dingle-dangle. My Stanley's dingle-dangle was that small it looked like a button mushroom, Joyce said seriously. Queenie very nearly wet herself laughing. Oh, you're a case, you are, Joycey Smith. My Vivy would have loved you. In the Bluebell restaurant in Chigwell, Eddie Mitchell was having lunch with his eldest son. Both were dressed in expensive black suits and crisp white shirts, accompanied by black ties, as they'd earlier been to a funeral of an old Jewish pal of Eddie's father. "Ah, you've pulled, Dad." "The blonde, 2 tables away to your right, can't take her eyes off you," Gary informed his father. Eddie smirked. "Can't help being a handsome bastard, can I? I took Gina and the kids out for a bite to eat last Friday and some little dolly bird followed me to the toilet, waited outside to hand me a phone number. She was only about 20, with false tits, the works." Eddie chuckled. "I didn't tell Gina until we got home in case she lumped her one." "What did Gina say?" Gary asked. He was tall and dark-haired like his father, but didn't quite have his old man's pulling power. His dad seemed to mesmerise women of all ages, and Gary had always found that funny. "You know Gina doesn't take a blind bit of notice. She just laughed and said if I didn't get someone in to decorate the front room soon, the dolly bird was welcome to me. Don't think my Nicole would be so easygoing if that were me. She'd probably drive back to the restaurant and scratch the bird's eyes out," Gary laughed. Eddie smiled. Considering the close bond they'd shared, Gary had dealt surprisingly well with his brother Ricky's death last year. Ricky was a casualty of his feud with the O'Haras,
had met his make on the evening they'd snatched Georgie and Harry. Truth be known, that was another reason Eddie couldn't take to his gypsy grandchildren. He'd lost a son because of them, and they weren't even grateful to be rescued. Many a time Eddie now wished he hadn't intervened. Ricky was worth 1,000 of Georgie and Harry.
"That's the woman who's got the hots for you, walking past us now,"
Gary said. Eddie looked up. The woman was reasonably attractive, in her late 30s he'd guess. But Pamela Anderson could try and cop off with him and he'd still knock her back. He loved the arse off his Gina. "How's the debt collecting going?" Eddie asked Gary. He had now stepped away from his loan shark business, but Gary and Raymond had wanted to continue it even though they both worked for him at the casino.
"OK. I had to give a couple of geezers a dig last week, but I was gentle with them. They've since coughed up, so all's well that ends well."
"Anyone I know?"
"Don't think so. The Singhs? Brothers they are, car dealers from Manor Park."
"Watch your back, son. You got a lot to look forward to now," Eddie warned. Nicole, Gary's thick bimbo of a wife, grated on Eddie immensely, but he was thoroughly chuffed she and his lad had their first nipper on the way.
"So, you got a due date yet?" "Beginning of June, they reckon. If it's a boy, I'm calling him Ricky."
Eddie put his knife and fork down. "That's a lovely touch, son. And Nicole's in agreement, is she?"
"Yeah, she gets it. She's chosen the name if we have a girl. India."
"How very patriotic," Eddie mumbled.
Gary chuckled. "She's a good girl, Nicole. Whatever makes her happy, eh?"
Eddie said no more. Rather than upset his boy, he tended to keep his thoughts about Nicole to himself. They'd had a tough life growing up, had Gary and Ricky. Their mother, his first wife, had been a beauty when he'd married her, but had later become a raging alcoholic. She was dead now. Gary and Ricky had broken into her house and discovered her rotting corpse, the poor bastards.
"How you getting on with Vinny now? It's hard to chat properly at the casino. Any more unwanted gifts turned up?"
"Nope, all quiet on that front. Vinny's been pulling his weight, so all's okay for now. I'm not happy about his son and Frankie, though. Not the full shilling, that lad, since he got a clump. And I bet poor Stuart's turning in his poxy grave."
"What you on about?
Little Vinny and Frankie, an hour an item?
Let her get on with it. Fallen over backwards to help her, I have.
Well, no more. Little Vinny can look after her now. Rented her gaff out to another couple the other day. Talk about taking the piss. 1,200 a month that was costing me, and she weren't even living there. Not shelling out on any more properties for her. She's made her own bed, so let her lie in it." Gary shook his head in dismay. Stuart had been a good guy.
"Does Vinny know they're an item?"
"Yeah. Happy as Larry about it, he seems.
Oh, well, what will be will be.
I'll always love her, but Frankie's a law unto herself. I'm done with her and those poxy kids." Joey Mitchell was astounded by what Frankie had told him, and he wasn't easily shocked. The search for Molly Butler and her subsequent death had been splashed all over the newspapers in 1980. She'd been an angelic-looking little girl, and it was one of those murders you didn't forget. "Remind me again who Jamie Preston is. How must he feel, being locked up for a crime he didn't commit? It's awful, Frankie. I can't quite get my head around it." "Jamie is Albie's son by a woman called Judy Preston. Albie had an affair with her while he was still with Queenie. And what am I going to do, Joey? I have Brett to think of, plus Georgie and Harry. They're bound to be home soon." "I think you're on the rebound from losing Stuart. Nobody moves on as quickly as you have. God forbid anything terrible ever happens to Dom, but if it did, it would be years before I could move on." "Oh, don't get all sanctimonious on me. I didn't plan any of this, it just happened. You have no idea how it feels to lose somebody you were planning on spending the rest of your life with. Neither do you know if you would jump into bed with the first man you met afterwards. Until you've been in that situation, you shouldn't judge." "OK, I'm sorry." "But Frankie, you cannot be with this bloke. He buried his own little sister, for Christ's sake, then stood by as the world searched for her.
That's pretty fucked up, even by our family standards. You need to tell Dad. No way! Dad'll go apeshit and tell Big Vinny. It'll cause mayhem. I'm going to convince little Vinny to go to the police himself. I will even go with him if need be. Are you in love with him? Frankie Mitchell shrugged. I thought I was, but now I'm not so sure. He's changed beyond recognition since he got beaten up. And this Molly thing has put me off. I mean, you and I would never have done such a thing as teenagers, would we? No, we wouldn't. Hate to be the one to break the news to you, but I told you so. Finn O'Mahony was shocked by his pal's gaunt appearance. Little Vinny had always been a follower of fashion. Would spend fortunes on clothes, but today, in a dirty Adidas tracksuit that was far too big for him, he looked dreadful. Come in, little Vinny urged, furtively glancing around to make sure his captors weren't lurking nearby. He was now positive one was in fact Jamie Preston. How you doing, mate? Finn asked jovially. I want some Charlie. Get us half ounce and I'll give you the dosh. Don't mention it to Frankie, though, or anybody else for that matter. The painkillers aren't working, and I need something to take the edge off. Finn was a bit taken aback. In all the years he'd known little Vinny, his pal had never taken drugs to his knowledge. If anything, he'd always been anti-drugs. Snorting coke isn't the answer to your problems, Vin. You're a brilliant dad. Don't spoil it by taking that shit around those boys of yours. They've lost their mum and brother. They rely on you now. Forget it. I'll ask somebody else. Finn sighed. Why don't you come back to work next week? We were a great team, weren't we? Little Vinny leapt up, pointed repeatedly at his face, and walked over to the mirror on the lounge wall. Look at the fucking state of me. How can I go anywhere, let alone deal with clients? Are you blind? He shrieked. One favour, I ask you, one poxy favour, and you can't even do that for me. Some mate you turned out to be. Ben Bloggs would have done anything for me, and I mean anything, he ranted. Vin, calm down, mate, Finn urged. His pal had turned red in the face. Little Vinny grabbed the mirror off the wall, threw it on the carpet and jumped up and down on it. Get out of my house! Go on, fuck off! Vinny Butler watched intently as Felicity prepared dinner. She was a crap cook, so he wouldn't miss her culinary skills. You're putting me off. Why do you keep staring at me? Felicity laughed. Vinny had told her earlier he had a surprise planned for her tomorrow, and she was hoping he was going to propose. He was dead excited about their baby just lately, so it would make perfect sense to get wed. She didn't even care if she waddled up the aisle ready to drop, as long as he was waiting at the altar for her. I'm just excited about tomorrow. Got a blinding day out planned, and I cannot wait to see the look on that beautiful face of yours. Oh, give me a clue, Felicity urged. He must be going to pop the question. What else could it be? Won't be a surprise then, Vinny grinned. He'd checked out his alibi earlier, and all was in place. The Kelly brothers were sound, and Carl was going to drive his car over to them, then drive it back the following morning, hitting a speed camera both ways in Kent. The Kellys had friends in high places. A bent ex-copper and judge would swear blind he'd been participating in an all-day poker session with them if need be. Not that they knew what he was up to. All he'd said was he needed an alibi, and even if the shit hit the fan, which it wouldn't, there'd be no questions asked. That was the way it worked in the circles he mixed in. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Like the three wise monkeys. You're smirking now. What are you thinking? Felicity asked excitedly. Vinny was a man of style, and she could not wait to lay eyes on the engagement ring. It was sure to be the rock of all rocks, and that would be guaranteed to shut her condescending parents up when she visited them for the first time in ages on Sunday. If it wasn't for Vinny insisting she should build bridges with them, she would not have even arranged the date. Just thinking. I don't know much about you. You told me about Craig, your first love at school, but you must have had a serious relationship since then, Fliss. Felicity thought carefully before replying. She'd been debating whether to come clean with Vinny about her ex for a while now, but had decided against the idea. Unlike Vinny, Dave Newton was a small-time gangster as well as an evil bastard.
There was also the issue of her collaborating with the police to send the monster down. He'd been involved in a heinous crime which he thoroughly deserved to be banged up for. But Felicity was not sure Vinny would understand her way of thinking. "Well, come on, spill the beans," Vinny chuckled. "I swear I won't be jealous." It was on the tip of Felicity's tongue to burst out everything. Unbeknown to Vinny, she wasn't a grass or a police informer. Dave Newton was a monster who had threatened to kill her on numerous occasions. He'd beaten her senseless throughout their relationship, and appalled when in an act of road rage he laid into a defenceless young man so ferociously that he killed him. Felicity had done what any decent human being would have. She told the truth. "Speak up then. I can't hear you," Vinny urged. Unfortunately for Felicity, she chose to keep stum. Had she come clean, the truth might just have saved her life. Chapter 24. Michael Butler hoisted his legs over the edge of the bed and put his weary head in his hands. Had he slept at all? 5 minutes, 10 at most. He didn't feel like he had. Bella D'Angelo switched the light on and got out of bed. Things weren't great between herself and Michael. "You've kept me awake all night, tossing and turning. Is there something on your mind? I have never known you to be so restless as of late." Michael stared at Bella's nakedness. She still had a good body for her age, but he didn't want to look at it in the cold light of day any more. Ever since he'd learned about her fling with Vinny, he'd always insisted on sex with the light switched off. The thought of his brother groping Bella's perfect tits and arse made him feel sick to the stomach. "Turn the light off and go back to sleep," he hissed. "No, not until you tell me what's bothering you. You barely said a word through dinner last night. Even Camilla asked me what was wrong with you." Michael made up some cock-and-bull story about Roxanne playing on his mind. He could hardly tell Bella the truth, could he? That he wasn't sleeping because later today he'd be helping to murder somebody. Suddenly feeling nauseous, Michael ran into the bathroom. He wasn't cut from the same cloth as Vinny. He could not go through with killing that poor girl. It just wasn't right. Ryan Maloney felt himself harden as he squeezed Georgie O'Hara's buttocks and nestled his groin against her lithe body. "Come with me and my dad. We can stop for lunch somewhere on the way back," Ryan urged. "No. Driving miles in a stinking horse box is not my idea of fun, Ryan. Can you give me some money, please? I need some more clothes." "You ain't going shopping on your own. I'll take you tomorrow." Georgie sighed. She truly despised him now, loathed his domineering ways. "Lola is coming with me. We're leaving Shelby with my nan. Please, Ryan. I only want to look nice for you." Rather reluctantly, Ryan pulled a wad of money out of his pocket and handed Georgie 3 £50 notes. "Make sure you're back here when I get home. Probably be about 4-ish. Georgie grinned. "I will." She actually had no intention of returning to this shithole of a site ever again. Vinny Butler handed his Range Rover keys to his employee, Carl. "Right. I've had a change of heart. Only get flashed by 1 camera. 2 looks too false. You hit the camera on the way down, then any time between, say, 3 and 5, I want you to get a parking ticket not far from where the Kellys live. Don't care how you do it, whether it's double yellers or you go in a car park and don't put a ticket in the window. But make sure you somehow do it. And there are no CCTV cameras that can capture your face nearby." "The motor might get towed away if I park on a double yeller," Carl warned. "Just use your loaf and make sure the motor gets noticed. And don't stop at any petrol stations on the way down or back. They're all CCTV'd up these days. I've left you with a full tank of juice. And keep to the speed limit for the rest of the journey. The last thing we need is the old bill stopping you." "No worries. You want me to give you a bell later?" "Nah, I'll ring you. And don't say nothing on the phone apart from yes or no. You know the score." Carl stared at his reflection in the mirror. He'd put one of those wash-in, wash-out black dyes on his hair and had slicked it back with Brill cream like Vinny did. Putting his dark shades on, Carl turned to his boss and grinned. Stars in Their Eyes was his dear old mum's favourite TV programme. And today, Matthew, I am going to be Vinny Butler.
Bye then. We're off now, Georgie said casually. She'd been debating whether to take her brother to one side and convince him to run away with her, but it was too risky. Harry had perked up a bit since he'd started working with their uncle, and if he grassed her up, she might never escape.
Give Shelby her lunch around noon, Alice, Lola said.
Will do. You enjoy yourself, girls, Alice replied.
Georgie had seemed so miserable when she'd first arrived back, but had been much more like her old self these past few days. Georgie ruffled her brother's hair. She was really going to miss him. Be good for Nan. See you soon. Harry was too busy scoffing his full English to bother looking up or replying.
The taxi's waiting. Come on,
Lola urged. Georgie had wanted to go shopping alone, but her Nan was having none of that. So she's had no choice but to have Lola tagging along. It shouldn't be too hard to give her the slip, though. Lola wasn't as bright as herself. Not many people were. Vinny Butler couldn't believe his ears.
You having a laugh or what?
Please tell me this is some kind of a sick wind-up, Michael.
Look, I'm sorry, but I just can't go through with it. My conscience has been playing havoc with me. I've hardly slept for a poxy week. Something don't feel right about it, Vin. It's going to land us in trouble, I know it is. Oh, don't talk bollocks. You can't back out on me now. If the boot was on the other foot, I'd do it for you, Vinny proclaimed. I think the bird genuinely loves you, Vin. I'm sure she ain't going to blab about anything. Can't you tell her you was testing her out and make up those stories or something? She's carrying your baby, for fuck's sake. We murder her, we murder your kid and all. That thing ain't even formed properly yet. And I don't want no more kids at my age anyway. Have you forgotten me and my son got beaten to fuck recently? Well, that's all down to her. That's why me and little Vin got targeted. And don't forget, he saw her down the station. I gave her a chance to spill the beans last night and the bitch blatantly fucking lied to me. She has to go before she grasses us up too. Fancy a life sentence, do you?
Michael shook his head.
Well then, man up. I'll do all the dirty work. All you got to do is drive the other motor, then keep lookout. Not too much the bastard will ask, is it? Vinny bellowed.
Michael held his hands up.
OK, I'll do it. But I'm telling you now, Vinny, don't you ever ask me for another favour again. Because after today, I'm done with cleaning up any messes you create. For fucking good.
Desperate to keep himself occupied, little Vinny was pacing up and down the living room carpet while counting his footsteps. He'd been woken up earlier by the voices in his head again. Molly had been taunting him.
Liar, liar, bum's on fire. Ben never killed me. It was you, she'd cackled.
The boy's OK. Was there anyone outside? Nobody followed you, did they?
Little Vinny gabbled, when Frankie returned. He peered through the blinds. Since he'd got done over, he'd had the electric gates repaired. But was paranoid Jamie Preston's next move might be to snatch his boys. There was nobody out there to follow us, but we can't go on like this, Vin. Something has to change. It's not fair on the boys if they aren't able to go out to play. It's bad enough they're missing Georgie and Harry. They need to be allowed to lead normal lives and see their old friends, Frankie said.
No, little Vinny shouted. It's too dangerous. Once we get to Lincolnshire, they can do what they like, but not until then. I don't mind them hanging about that brewery with their pals, but not round here. Did you tell them to ring when they want to lift home?
Yes, but you can go and pick them up. I'm not a taxi service, Frankie complained.
I can't drive. I've been drinking. Everything will be all right when we move, I promise, little Vinny said,
trying to give Frankie a cuddle. Frankie pushed him away.
I am not moving. How many times have I got to tell you that? You have to go to the police, Vin. Sort this mess out once and for all. I don't want Brett living here in case he's in danger, and it's not fair on me Dad and Gina for him to be staying there.
My dad's dropping him back tomorrow and says I need to start looking after my own son more. Something has to change, else I will have to move in with Joey or my nan. I can't go on living like this." Little Vinny grabbed hold of Frankie's shoulders and shook her violently. "Stop fucking pushing me away. I love you." "Get your hands off me, Vin. I mean it. Don't ever shake me like that again because I'm unshakable. My father is Eddie Mitchell, remember? And if you really loved me, you would go to the police. Once you tell them the truth, those blokes will leave you alone and we can all get on with our lives." "Sorry for shaking you." Little Vinny crouched and held his head in his hands. "But say they lock me up. They can't prosecute Ben, can they?" "You are not a murderer, Vin. Your lunatic of a mate was. What you did was bad, very bad. But you were young at the time and the police will understand that. No way can I carry on living like this. If our relationship is to stand a chance, you need to come clean." "OK. But let's get the weekend out the way first. I'll make a statement on Monday. My dad will never speak to me again, Frankie. He's going to kill me." "No, he won't. My dad will talk to him. Time is a healer, and your dad knows what a good father and person you are now. If me and Joey can forgive my dad for killing our mum, yours will forgive you for covering up for Ben Bloggs. Just tell him you were scared." Hearing Molly's voice in his head taunting him again, tears streamed down little Vinny's face. This was God's way of paying him back. It had to be. Felicity Carter-Price was beside herself with excitement. Vinny had been extra nice to her today. He'd cooked her a favourite breakfast, smoked salmon and scrambled eggs, which she'd eaten in bed. And then he'd tied her up and quite brutally fucked her. Felicity didn't mind that. She'd always been a man-pleaser, especially when it came to Vinny. He was her world, the man she'd been waiting to meet all of her life. "Beautiful area this is. I bet it's gorgeous in the summer. Where exactly are we?" "High Beach, not far from Epping Forest. You heard of that?" Vinny asked. "No, I don't think so. Are we staying at a country manor?" Vinny had totally got off on this morning charade, and had come like a steam train after tying up and nearly strangling the lying slag. Any bird who was capable of her deceit and getting himself and his son so badly done over was, in his eyes, a total liability and deserved all that was coming their way. However, he was now feeling a bit sad. It was a damn shame she turned out to be such a wrong 'un, as their relationship had been perfect, or so he'd thought. "We'll be there soon. Don't want to spoil your surprise, do I, babe?" He could not wait to see the look of shock on her face as she realised her fate. Shame he couldn't video the whole thing, really. Be something to remember her by. "Well, it can't be a picnic you're taking me on. It's far too cold for that," Felicity chuckled. It had thrown her a bit when Vinny had told her to wear something casual. He had a tracksuit on, which was a rarity in itself. She'd only ever seen him wear such clothes on the odd occasion they were lounging about indoors. Vinny drove towards the destination. Barry Gold was a heavy gambler and punter at his casino. He also owned a clothing wholesaler down the commercial road, and Vinny had known him over 30 years. Barry had been a regular at his old club in Whitechapel too. And ever since Vinny had known him, he spent what he described as the kipper season abroad. Barry wasn't a question-asker. Neither was he a loudmouth. So when Vinny had asked him if he could use his barn for a bit of payback to somebody who'd wronged him, Barry had happily given him the go-ahead in exchange for 15 grand. Vinny would send one of his men back tomorrow to torch the barn so there'd be no trace left of the lying slag, and reimburse Barry for the cost of the rebuilding. Years ago, before all this DNA palaver came in, it had been relatively easy to get away with murder, but not anymore. You had to be extra clever to get away with sod all in this day and age. Felicity glanced at the pocket of Vinny's tracksuit bottoms to see if she could spot the ring box. She truly could not wait to become Mrs. Butler. Vinny was everything she'd ever wanted in a man, and more. Georgie O'Hara was flustered and scared. She'd never travelled on a train before, had never been on any form of public transport alone. "I need to get to Essex. How do I get there?" she asked one of the station staff. You need to travel to London first. Then you can ask there. Whereabouts do you have to go to in Essex?
I don't know the nearest station, but it's not far from Romford. I know how to get home from there. Can I go straight to Romford from here?
No, you need to travel to London first, then get on the Underground.
What's the Underground? Georgie asked, startled. She'd always been a bit claustrophobic, liked being in open spaces. When the man explained what it was, Georgie's eyes brimmed with tears. She wasn't cut out for the gorger way of travelling, and wished Harry was with her to hold her hand. Now she had a big decision to make. Should she go back to Nanny Alice's and pretend she'd got lost in the shopping centre, or should she conquer her fears and go where her heart told her she should be?
Michael Butler froze as Felicity's Porsche drove past him. Vinny was at the wheel as planned, and Michael could swear he'd seen his brother smirking. Felicity stepped out of the passenger seat.
"Michael! What are you doing here?" she exclaimed.
Perhaps Vinny had got all the family together and was planning to propose in front of them. If that was the case, she hoped his mother would be kinder towards her than the last time they'd met.
"Why are you driving a hired van? You haven't had an accident in your car, have you?"
Michael stared at his feet and said nothing. He was a good judge of character, was sure Felicity was genuine, even if she had made mistakes in the past. No way was she undercover old Bill like little Vinny reckoned. He must have lost his marbles to even suggest such a thing. Still not aware anything was amiss, Felicity turned to Vinny.
"This property reminds me of one my parents own in the south of France. Have you got the keys?"
Vinny's eyes bore into the woman he once thought he might be in love with. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her feet off the floor. "You ain't going inside no property, sweetheart. You're going to hell and back." Since Jimmy and Jed had been gone, money had been tight for Alice O'Hara. Her Billy would give her a few quid here and there, but he wasn't as bright as her husband and youngest son had been. Jed and Jimmy were wonderful providers, could have sold snow to the Eskimos.
"Waste of time, eh, Alice? £4 is all I earned. We should look for another patch,"
Brenda Jackson moaned. Alice trudged along dejectedly. Her arthritis was playing her up awfully today, and the lucky Heather had only earned her a measly £3.50. She and Brenda usually had at least one or two touches telling fortunes for £5 a time, but not today. The weather hadn't helped either. It had been teeming down with rain all day.
"Nan! Nan! Hurry up!"
Alice felt the fear of God as she spotted Harry running towards her. She'd had one of those funny feelings in her stomach ever since she'd spotted a lone magpie staring inside the trailer this morning. Alice was a big believer in the one for sorrow, two for joy tale that surrounded those evil-looking birds. "What's wrong?" she yelled. Harry waited until he caught up with his Nan before explaining.
"It's Georgie. Lola lost her at the shopping centre. Nobody knows where she is. Billy has gone to look for her."
Felicity Carter-Price was in a state of shock. When Vinny had first dragged her into the barn, she'd honestly thought it was some kind of a sick joke, and he was going to start laughing and propose. Now, as he tied her hands to the back of a wooden chair, she wasn't quite so sure. Feeling as sick as a dog, Michael Butler mumbled, "I'll leave you to it," before walking out of the barn. He couldn't watch. Trevor Thomas still played on his mind, and he'd had balls and a dick.
"Is this some kind of silly game, Vinny? Only you're scaring me now. So please, untie me."
Michael's behaviour had unnerved Felicity too. Usually so amiable, Vinny's brother had not been able to look her in the eye. Vinny paced up and down the barn. He was hurt and extremely angry. "Did you think I wouldn't find out?" he spat.
"Find out what? Oh, please, Vinny, untie me. My wrists are hurting,"
Felicity pleaded. The man of her dream suddenly looked like a madman to her. There was evilness about those penetrating green eyes of his that she'd never noticed in the past. Instead of getting off on Felicity's realisation as he thought he would, Vinny suddenly felt upset. He truly had started to love her, might have even raised this kid with her, had she not been a deceitful lying cow.
"Vinny,
please. This chair is giving me splinters. Trusted you, I did. Allowed you into my life, my home. And this is how you repay me.
Felicity started to cry, and the penny started to drop.
I don't know what I meant to have done. Is this about Dave, my ex? Only I was going to tell you about him, but I didn't know how you'd react. Oh, please, untie me, Vinny. My wrists feel like they're breaking.
I'll break more than your fucking wrists, Vinny yelled. He walked over to the chair, grabbed Felicity by her long dark hair, and smashed the back of her head and the chair against the concrete floor. Clasping his big hand around her chin, Vinny stared at her. So disappointed I am in you, Fliss. I genuinely thought you loved me.
I do love you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Vinny spat in her face. Don't fucking lie to me, cunt! You're undercover old Bill, ain't you? Come on! Admit it! Felicity was terrified. Dave Newton had always been an evil bastard. He'd knocked her about from the first day she'd moved in with him, but not Vinny. He was her soulmate, or so she'd thought.
Of course I'm not undercover police. Whatever would make you think such a thing? I love you, Vinny, and I'm genuine. You have to believe that. It's the truth.
Truth? You wouldn't know the meaning of the word. You're an informant then, aren't you? You work for the old Bill, tip 'em off about things. Planning on putting me away for years, was you? Only you've come unstuck now, eh?
No, I don't work for the police. I don't even like them. They were horrible to me after Dave.
Finally getting off on her terror, Vinny laughed out loud. Oh, I know all about Dave Newton and all. Caught you out on all your lies, you twisted bitch. Tell me more about your ex, then. Go on. I'm all ears. Have a bigger cock than me, did he? Felicity was sobbing now.
I was only young when I met him, Vin. He was a horrible person. He used to beat me up regularly. I was going to tell you about him, but I thought you might get jealous or not understand what happened. It wasn't like what we've got. I swear to that.
Liar!
I'm not lying. I promise you.
Vinny put his right hand around Felicity's throat. She looked petrified now, and so she bloody well should. Never again would he allow a woman into his life. The ones he attracted could not be trusted. Two-faced slags, every single one of them. Backstabbers of the highest order. How much did the old Bill pay you for snitching on your ex?
Nothing. I'm not like that. Dave had a terrible temper. He killed a young lad because he cut us up in the car. Stabbed him to death right in front of me. I was scared for my own life, as Dave kept threatening to kill me afterwards too. I had to tell the police the truth. I remember seeing that young lad's parents on TV, appealing for witnesses. Gavin, his name was. He didn't deserve to die. I only did what any decent human being with an ounce of compassion would have done. Gavin's mother was heartbroken.
Well, aren't you the good little Samaritan? Vinny hissed.
Please, untie me, Vinny. We can talk properly then. Sort this misunderstanding out. I'm not one to hold grudges. I love you. We're having a baby together.
Vinny leapt up and unzipped the bag he'd brought with him. He pulled out a big knife and waved it in the air. You mean we were having a baby together? I don't believe a word you say anymore.
But I'm telling the truth,
Felicity cried. Knife in hand, Vinny walked towards Felicity with a manic expression on his face. Too little too late, treacle. Little Vinny sniffed and cleared his throat as the line of cocaine hit the back of it. Finn had rather reluctantly come up trumps. He turned up earlier and virtually slung what he'd requested at him. Sort yourself out, Vin. This is a one-off, he'd vowed, before stomping away.
The boys are in the cab on their way home, Vin. I told them to buzz the gate so the cabbie can drive up to the house. What do you want me to order food-wise? They want a pizza, Frankie shouted out.
Not bothered.
I'm not overly hungry, to be honest. Order whatever and I'll eat something later. Little Vinny stared at his reflection. His hair seemed to be growing at an alarming rate now, and as soon as he moved he'd get his broken teeth sorted. No way was he staying around here much longer. He would give Frankie an ultimatum. She either moved to Lincolnshire, or it was over between them. Jamie Preston smashed his fist against the steering wheel in annoyance. He'd hung about all afternoon to snatch either one or both of little Vinny's sons, and now he wouldn't be able to as the cab had driven inside the property. Seeing Glenn's name flash up on his phone again, Jamie blanked it. His pal had told him under no circumstances should he involve little Vinny's kids. But Jamie didn't care anymore. He had visited his nan's grave again yesterday, and had sworn to her he'd clear his name. That had been her dying wish. She'd been a diamond, had his nan. Cursing his luck, Jamie turned the ignition on. There was no way little Vinny was going to go to the police now. So, if he had to take one of the boys to force the issue, he would. Bollocks to what Glenn or anybody else thought. He deserved justice, and so did his nan and poor little Molly Butler. Michael Butler crouched and put his hands over his ears. It was sickening to hear Felicity's screams and cries for help. But he couldn't stop what was happening now. It had gone too far. Yards away, Vinny picked up the knife and put the tip on Felicity's midriff. "Admit it. You bitch. You're a grass." He'd only managed to rip out one of her front teeth. The silly tart had nearly passed out after that, so he'd stopped. Blood pouring from her mouth, Felicity's eyes resembled a rabbit's caught in glaring headlights. Dave Newton might have knocked her about a bit, but he'd never attacked her anywhere near as viciously as this. The man she'd thought she'd loved was obviously mentally ill, but she had to fight for the life of her unborn child. "I don't work for the police on our baby's life. I don't. Stop this madness, please. Michael! Help! Please! Help me!" she screamed. Vinny dug the knife in deeper, drawing blood. He was turned on now, feeling exceptionally horny. He undid Felicity's jeans and with difficulty tried to rip them off. Felicity was frantically screaming Michael's name. She knew she was going to die unless Vinny's brother stepped in. "Please, Vinny, don't do this. It's insane. I only ever loved and was faithful to you," Felicity pleaded. She'd never felt so scared and bewildered in her life. Apart from being rough in the bedroom department, Vinny had always acted as the perfect gentleman. Until now. "Shut it. Whore!" Vinny spat, ramming his penis inside her. He'd watched a couple of snuff films where women were strangled as they were being fucked and had always found it the ultimate turn-on. Michael stood up. Were his ears deceiving him, or had he just heard Felicity cry rape? Surely even Vinny would not stoop that low. Felicity was hysterical. "Get off me, you animal!" she screamed. Michael looked inside the barn and could not believe his eyes. Vinny had his tracksuit bottoms around his ankles and had Felicity's legs over his shoulders as he pumped away, grunting and groaning. To say Michael was appalled was putting it mildly. "What do you think you're fucking doing?" he bellowed. "Giving her one. For the road. I won't be a minute." Seeing red, Michael lunged at his brother and grabbed the hood of his tracksuit. "Get off her, you sick cunt! You disgust me!" he spat, punching Vinny hard in the side of the head. "Chill, will ya? Ain't like I've never tied her up and shagged her before, is it? I'm done with you after this. Don't you ever fucking try to contact me again, and I truly mean that." "The baby! The poor baby! Untie me, Michael! Please help me!" Felicity begged. Vinny could go to hell now for all she cared, but she was still desperate to save her baby. She'd move over to the south of France, bring it up there alone, start afresh. Vinny pulled his tracksuit bottoms up, then held the palms of his hands in the air. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't plan that. A spur-of-the-moment thing. Let's finish the job and get out of here, eh?" "Let her go," Michael hissed. "Don't be daft. We can't let her go now." Ignoring Vinny, Michael walked over to Felicity and began untying her hands.
Thank you. Thank you so much, she whispered.
Panicking, Vinny picked up the fire extinguisher.
Watch out! Felicity shrieked.
Unfortunately for her, the warning was too late. As the metal connected with the back of Michael's head, he hit the ground like a sack of potatoes.
Now look what you've made me do, Vinny roared. Baby, I'll give you fucking baby, you cunt!
One hand untied, Felicity desperately tried to untie the other, but she couldn't. A glazed expression on his face, Vinny picked up the butcher's knife. He was infuriated. Not only had this low-life slut made him slap his mother, driving a wedge between him and Queenie, she'd now forced him to clump his own brother. She was evil. Manipulative trash. That's what she was.
Let's see if I was right about the sex of the baby, shall we? Want to see little Fred, do ya?
Felicity screamed blue murder when Vinny kneeled down beside her, knife in hand. He was laughing like a hyena, spit flying out of his mouth, and she knew, at that point, she and her baby had no chance of survival. As the knife made contact with her stomach, the sobbing Felicity made one last plea to save the life of herself and her unborn child.
Please, Vinny. Don't do this. Think of the blood. You'll get caught. Go to prison. Just let me go and I promise you'll never see or hear from me again. I'll move abroad. Get out of your life for good. Our baby doesn't deserve to die like this. It's innocent.
But you're not. You're a wrong 'un. A snitch,
Vinny snarled. Felicity's last living memory was of her stomach being sliced open. Luckily for her, she was unconscious before Vinny's hand delved inside. Frankie Mitchell studied little Vinny carefully. He was different today, talking a lot and upbeat. But he also looked high, his pupils were big. "Did that doctor give you different medication this time?" she inquired. Guessing she was on to him, little Vinny nodded. "Yeah, gave me some stronger pills. They seem to be working better. Best I've felt in ages. What about a bit of karaoke, lads? Fancy that, do you?" Little Vinny laughed, slapping his sons on the back. "I don't," Regan mumbled. The karaoke machine reminded him of all the fun he'd once had with his mother and Oliver when his dad was normal, and more recently with Georgie and Harry. Nothing was the same anymore. Even Frankie seemed stressed and miserable all the time, which was why himself and Callum talked about their mum a lot more. They missed her so much. And Oliver. "I'll answer it," Callum said when the buzzer rang. Having felt bullish all day thanks to the cocaine, little Vinny suddenly turned paranoid. "No! Don't answer it. We're not expecting anyone. Leave it." "But it might be important," Frankie said. Her father had the right ump with her lately, and she wondered if he was dropping Brett off earlier than expected. "This is stupid. I'll answer it," Regan scowled, pushing past his father. His old man seemed to be acting odder today than ever before, and whoever was at the door wasn't taking their finger off the buzzer. "Who is it?" Regan asked. "Don't let anybody in," little Vinny pleaded. "Not even family." Regan's grin lit up the hallway. "It's Georgie," he squealed. "She's back. She's come home." Hands and tracksuit covered in blood. Vinny Butler ripped the last of Felicity's teeth out, then removed the sock that he'd rammed towards the back of her throat. She didn't flinch. Obviously. Hadn't since he'd put his hands inside her stomach and pulled out the fetus. She'd lied about that too. No way was she only 2 months pregnant. Vinny was no doctor, but the fetus was formed in the shape of a baby, and it had tiny fingers and toes. "You messed with the wrong man, didn't you, sweetheart?" he muttered. Michael was still lying on the floor. The back of his head looked a bloodied mess, but Vinny had regularly checked on his breathing and pulse. What choice had he had but to knock him spark out? He was protecting his family. Felicity could have got them both locked up for life, had she been allowed to live. Vinny glanced at his watch. He wasn't sure whether he was coming or going, to be honest.
but he knew the Kelly brothers had arranged for Felicity's car to be discreetly picked up from here as soon as it was dark. High Beach was the perfect area to commit such a crime. Hearing a grunting noise coming from Michael's direction, Vinny quickly picked up Felicity's lifeless body and carted it over to her motor. The boot was already open, so he shoved her in it. Michael was bound to freak out when he came round properly, and Vinny was desperate to check he'd left no clues behind. "Where is she?" Michael mumbled, as he tried to stand up but failed. "I'm sorry for clumping you one, bruv, but I did it for us. You know she was up the old Bill's arses. What else could I do? You was going all sanctimonious on me, and no way could we have let her walk away. We'd have been looking over her shoulders the rest of our lives. It's over now. We can breathe easy again." Michael sat up and put his hands around the back of his aching head. They were immediately covered in blood, and so was the patch of floor where he'd last seen that poor defenceless woman lying. "Where is she?" he asked again. His head was throbbing, felt like a herd of elephants had trampled all over it. "In the boot. It was quick in the end, and I got all her teeth out afterwards. She didn't suffer too much." The scene in front of Michael resembled something out of a horror movie, and as he crawled towards what looked like a lump of bloodied meat, he put his hand over his mouth and recoiled in horror. It was no bigger than a newborn kitten, but he could clearly see it was human. It had a head, arms and legs, tiny fingers and toes. For the first time ever, Michael felt scared of his own brother. He'd known from an early age that Vinny was different, not the full shilling, so to speak, but this was taking Vinny's madness to a whole new level. Vinny crouched on his haunches and stroked Michael's face. "I'll make this up to you. I promise. You wait here while I tidy up a bit. I'll siphon the petrol out first so her car don't go up in too many flames. You rest, bruv, and I'll give you a shout when I'm done. Okay?" Michael nodded dumbly. He was in a trance, could not think of a word to say. After today, he no longer had a brother, but he still had kids, and was determined to get out of this dreadful situation alive. If his brother was capable of ripping that poor girl's baby out of her stomach, then he was capable of anything. Michael shut his eyes. He didn't open them again until the putrid smell of burning flesh hit his nostrils. It was only then the full realisation of what had happened hit him like a ton of bricks. Unable to control his emotions, Michael Butler started to weep. Chapter 25. "Morning, darling. How did you sleep?" Frankie beamed. She was so thrilled her daughter was back home, where she belonged. "I slept okay, but I'm missing Harry already. We've never been apart before, not even for a night. Do you think you'll come home too, Mum?" "I don't know, love," Frankie replied honestly. Her daughter had explained she felt it too much of a risk to include Harry in her plans to leave, and Frankie fully understood that. It didn't stop her worrying about and missing her eldest son, though, and if Harry did unexpectedly knock on her door one day, it would be the icing on the cake. "I know you don't like her, but is it okay if I ring Nanny Alice later? She's been good to me and Harry over the years, and even though I don't want to live with her, I don't want to lose contact either." "I don't know if that's wise, love. Let me speak to Grandad first. The O'Haras might trick you and abduct you again." "No, they won't. I'm not a Dinlow, and Eddie ain't my Grandad no more. He's a murderer who killed my other Grandad and Dad. I hate him." "Don't be daft. Grandad Eddie's no murderer." "Yes, he is. Nanny Alice said so." Regan, sauntering into the kitchen, spelled an end to the awkward conversation. "All right?" he asked, grinning at Georgie. 2 days she'd been home now, and they'd been inseparable apart from sleeping in different bedrooms at night. Callum wasn't happy, had the right hump, but Regan could not help the way Georgie made him feel. She made his tummy all fluttery, and his brother needed to move on. There were loads of other girls out there. "What do you want for breakfast? Ask your dad and Callum too," Frankie said. Squeezing Georgie's hand under the kitchen table, Regan informed Frankie, "My dad's acting weirder than ever, and Callum ain't talking to me. It's best you ask him yourself. Queenie Butler was more clued up than most women her age, especially when it came to her sons. Today was an extremely important day. The fabulous standout headstone that had been imported from Italy was due to be placed on Vivian's grave. Bright blue it was. Vinny had found it on the internet for her. Her Vivi was a legend, and Queenie had insisted her headstone must go down in history too. Something that stood out from the rest. Her sister's wish had been to be buried in the same plot as her beloved son, so Lenny had a new heartfelt inscription too. Queenie loved the photo she'd chosen to be placed at the top of the headstone. Lenny was a toddler, and Vivian looked so pretty and happy holding her pride and joy in her arms. So did Lenny. He had a smile on his face that would light up the cemetery even on the rainiest of days. Vinny Butler opened the passenger door. "You okay, Mum?" he asked, holding her arm. The Range Rover had a steep step for a woman of his mother's age. "No, I am not okay. So stop bastard well lying to me. When Michael asked me for an alibi for Saturday, I knew you two were up to something. Now he's not coming here today and I demand to know why." Vinny being Vinny, he held his composure. His brother had refused to speak to him since the Felicity saga. Michael's parting words had been, "You are one fucked up evil cunt. If I ever have to lay eyes on you again, even if you're lying in your coffin, it'll be too soon. We're finished, for good." "You know what Michael's like, Mum. He'll always be jealous of me fling with Bella. I don't think things are going too well between them, if you want the truth. Neither of them are attending the leaving party I've arranged for Antonio. Oh well, shit happens." "Why did Michael ask me for that alibi at the weekend?" Queenie inquired. Michael had told her a week or so beforehand that he needed to pull up outside her bungalow in his motor and make sure he spoke to at least a couple of neighbours before he hopped over the train tracks to the other side of her back garden fence. He hadn't picked his motor up until the following day, and Queenie knew her boys well enough to tell when something serious was occurring. Vinny shrugged. "I dunno. Sod all to do with me. Knowing Michael, he's probably got another bird on the firm." Albie Butler placed a single red rose on top of Vivian's grave. "How are you today, my sweetheart?" he mumbled sadly. Speaking to Vivian as though she could actually hear him was a great comfort to Albie. Michael had insisted he get his act together, and Albie had, to an extent. Whatever the weather, he would visit Vivian's grave of a morning, then he'd pop to his local pub and bookies for a few hours before heading home with a takeaway and a few cans. The nights were the worst. That's when the unfairness of it all would hit him, and loneliness would creep in. Singing Vivian her special song before he left the cemetery had become a ritual to Albie. But what he didn't realise as he hit the chorus of Spanish Eyes was that the ex-wife and son he wished he'd never laid eyes on were only yards away. "Get away! What are you doing singing that goddamn awful song? Killed her, that did. She was alive before you sung that to her, you wicked old bastard!" Queenie shrieked. Avoiding eye contact with Vinny, Albie turned to Queenie. "I often come here to visit all the family now. It reminds me of the good old days." "You can't even remember the good old days. You spent most of your time in a drunken stupor," Vinny sneered. "And Mum's right. Don't you dare sing that song over here. Auntie Viv will be turning in her grave, God rest her soul." Albie stared at his freshly polished shoes. Like his sons, he always dressed as real men should. His suits were made of cheap material compared to Vinny's, but he would religiously wear one and polish his shoes every Sunday morning. "I'll be getting off now," he mumbled. Hands on hips, Queenie spat, "Good riddance. And next time you come here, don't you be going near Vivi's plot at all. Hated you, she did." Trundling away, Albie allowed himself a wry smile. If only that old witch knew the truth. He hoped his Vivian was looking down watching this. She'd be laughing her bloody head off. Once upon a time, cocaine had made little Vinny paranoid. Now it seemed to have the opposite effect. Mixed with a regular top-up of alcohol, he felt as though he could conquer the world alone. "I've decided to leave it 6 months before I put this gaff on the market, Frankie. That'll give you enough time to sort yourself out, won't it?" What do you mean by sort myself out?
Well, you don't want to move away with me, do you? So you're going to need somewhere else to live. I won't pull the carpet from under your feet. Think too much of you to do that. Shame you don't think as much of me.
Frankie stared at the man she'd once thought she'd loved. He didn't just look and dress like a different person, he acted like one too. Jed had been bolshy, and the way little Vinny had acted last night reminded her of him. After they'd argued, they'd had sex, and Frankie regretted that now. Little Vinny was by far the worst lover she'd ever had. He was cold, distant, and the sex was boring, almost robotic. I do think a lot of you, but Harry will be home soon, and I need to be here when he arrives. How about I wait for him to come home, then I'll follow you to Lincolnshire, she lied. She had no intention of following him anywhere.
Whatever. Where's Regan? He needs to pack. Finn's picking us up first thing in the morning. He's driving us up there in a van.
Regan's gone to the shop with Georgie. They aren't going to want to be parted, Vin. You know that, don't you? Love's young dream, bless 'em.
Little Vinny slurped the rest of his cider and banged the can down on the kitchen table. Sammy Lou would never have turned her back on him like Frankie had. Sammy would have moved to the end of the earth to be with him. Had he asked her to. Tough shit. I'm leaving first thing in the morning and my boys are coming with me. Unlike you, they're loyal.
Eddie Mitchell wasn't in the best of moods. The London hospital had just rung and informed him his dear old Auntie Joan had a suspected broken hip and ankle after a bad fall. Ed adored his aunt. She'd helped raise him and his brothers after his mum had died so young. Eddie picked up the phone. He and Gina and the kids were meant to be flying to Ireland tomorrow to spend a bit of time with her family.
Babe, it's me. I'm really sorry, but you're going to have to go away with the kids on your own. My Auntie Joan's had a bad fall and the hospital are keeping her in. I can't sod off and leave her. I'm all she's got.
Before Gina had a chance to respond, Ed was disturbed by a knock on the office door.
The old bill are here, Ed. They asked for Vinny first, but have now asked to speak to you. What shall I tell them? Terry Baldwin asked.
Telling Gina he'd call her back, Eddie flung open the door.
Make us a coffee while I see what they want. Where are they? Left 'em on the doorstep. Didn't know if you wanted to speak to 'em or not.
Eddie opened the main door.
Hello. What can I help you with?
The female officer waved a photograph under Eddie's nose. Felicity Carter Price. Her parents have reported her as a missing person, and we have reason to believe she was in a relationship with your business partner, Vinny Butler. May we come inside, please? Eddie could sense the colour drain from his face as he nodded dumbly. Surely Vinny had not been stupid enough to defy his orders, because if he had, enough was fucking enough. Regan Butler looked at his father as though he'd completely lost his marbles.
No thanks. You and Callum can go away if you want, but I'm staying here. You can't, and you're not, little Vinny snapped.
Regan had always been a defiant, difficult child. Even as a toddler he'd always been full of back chat.
You can't make me go anywhere. Off your head you are lately. Look at the state of you, like a bleeding tramp. Even pissed yourself again. You got a wet patch.
Little Vinny had never hit his sons, not hard. But unable to control his temper, he punched Regan in the side of the head.
Get up them fucking stairs and get your stuff packed.
Leave him alone, Georgie yelled, pushing little Vinny in the chest. Go upstairs, you two. I'll sort this out, Frankie urged. She couldn't wait for little Vinny to leave now. It would be so nice to spend some time with Georgie without having him around. Regan was livid as he stomped up the stairs.
I ain't going anywhere with that loony. I wish me mum was still alive and he'd died instead, he told his girlfriend.
We could run away together, but where? I don't really want to leave me mum again, Georgie admitted. Regan sat on the bed and urged Georgie to do the same.
Running away ain't the answer. What we'll do is get up early in the morning and sod off out for the day. By the time we come home, me dad and Callum will be gone.
But say they haven't. Say they wait for you.
Then I'll ring my granddad and tell him everything that's been going on. That'll put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Michael Butler parked up a short distance from his mother's bungalow, turned off the engine and let out a huge sigh. He wasn't sleeping well, felt drained both emotionally and physically.
Felicity Carter-Price's murder was at the forefront of Michael's mind. He could not stop thinking about that poor woman and her baby, and what trauma she'd gone through while he was knocked out cold. As for her cries for help when he was conscious, they haunted him on a daily basis. He'd known in his heart that he should never have got involved, but yet again he'd let Vinny talk him into a dreadful situation. The worst to date. Well, never again. He and his brother truly were history after this latest turnout. When Michael's phone rang, he stared at it before switching the bloody thing off. That was another thing playing on his mind. Charlie Rideout. Nobody knew about his fling with Charlie. She was only in her late 20s, and Michael loathed himself for being attracted to one so young. But he'd slept with her half a dozen or so times over the past few months, and yesterday she'd informed him she was pregnant. As if he didn't have enough on his plate with Bella, Katie and the kids he already had. No way did he want or need any more complications. But it was all his own doing. He'd come to the conclusion he must have some form of super sperm, and once again he'd thought via his cock rather than his brain. Feeling as though he had the weight of the world on his broad shoulders, Michael reluctantly stepped out of his motor. He had no idea why his mother had summoned him to her house, but guessed whatever she had to say wouldn't be good news. It never was, if she couldn't say it on the phone. He just hoped the old Bill hadn't turned up to check out his alibi. There'd been no mention of Felicity on the news or radio as far as he was aware, and Vinny would most certainly have got word to him if there were any hiccups regarding the cleaning up process. Trudging dejectedly up his mother's path, Michael truly wished Daniel and Lee were still around. His sons had been his rock, and it broke his heart he had not heard a word from either since they'd scarpered. He knocked on the door. "You look dreadful. Terrible bags around your eyes, and you've lost weight. Like you haven't been eating or sleeping. You'll lose your looks if you aren't careful. Don't want to end up like your father, do you?" Queenie asked. Tactfulness had never been her strong point. "I had a lot on me plate, Mum. Katie reckons she's off to the south of France next month, so I've had to get a solicitor involved because of the kids. She can't just take 'em away from me. I've got rights too." "Why don't you cut her a deal? Tell the gold-digging cow Nathan stays in England with you and she can take the spoiled brat with her. That's fair, innit? You should never have got involved with that one in the first place. But you can't help being like your father, I suppose. Look at the trouble his wandering Todger caused. Molly would still be alive if it wasn't for that old bastard." "Leave Dad out of this. That poor old sod has done fuck all wrong for years. Look, I'm tired and really not in the mood to listen to your ranting and raving." "That's a nice way to talk to your mother. I've barely seen you for bloody weeks. Turned out to be a terrible son, you have. Bet you visit that Italian slapper regularly though, don't you?" Realising his mother did have a point, and not wanting to get into a full-scale argument with her, Michael said, "I'm sorry. I've been so busy I just haven't had time to visit you nowhere near as much as I should. I will rectify that from now on, and that's a promise. Real life just seems to pass me by at times. Hurt me terribly that you didn't bother to come with us to see Vivi's new gravestone put in place. She was a damn good aunt to you. Should be ashamed of yourself." Michael puffed his cheeks out. "Something cropped up that I couldn't get out of. I'll pop over to see the headstone after I leave here. Take some flowers with me." Queenie poured her son a large scotch. "Get that down your hatch. Then you can tell me what's going on with you and Vinny. I know you've fallen out again and I want to know why." "We haven't fallen out." "Yes, you bloody well have. I wasn't born yesterday, boy. He reckons it's Bella. Says you can't get over what happened between him and her. If that's the case, why don't you just move on? You can't let a trollop like her come between you and your brother. It's ridiculous, and she's not worth it." Finally snapping, Michael slammed his glass down on the coffee table. "Got a lot to say for himself, has Vinny. Fills your head with lies, and because you look at him through rose-tinted specs, you believe what you want to believe. Well, I'll let you into a little secret, shall I? Your number one son isn't the golden boy you think he is. He's a twisted, evil fucking psychopath." Vinny Butler had just stepped out of the shower when the buzzer in his apartment sprang into life. He rarely had visitors. Very few people had the slightest clue where he lived. Guessing it might be the old Bill,
Vinny put a towel round his waist and pressed the intercom button. One look at the screen told him his intuition had been correct. Plain clothes, a bird and a bloke. "Hello, can I help you?" It was the woman who spoke. "I'm D.I. Sharp, and I have my colleague with me, D.S. Lawrence. We need to have a quick chat with Vinny Butler. It's regarding a person who's been reported missing to us." "Well, I'm Vinny Butler, so best you come on up." Vinny was still wearing only a towel around his waist when the officers knocked on the door. He had a good body, was proud of it, and he hoped his partial nakedness would make the bird feel uncomfortable. Opening the door, he grinned. "I would offer you tea or coffee, but I'm afraid I've run out of milk." "We're fine. But thanks anyway," D.S. Lawrence replied. "So, what can I help you with? You said someone is missing?" D.I. Sharp showed Vinny the photo of Felicity. "We believe you were in a relationship with Felicity Carter-Price, Mr. Butler. Is that correct?" Bar Michael having one of his hissy fits, everything else surrounding Felicity's murder had gone to plan. The car had been crushed successfully with the remains of her burned body and their baby in the boot. The barn had been torched, so there was no evidence or DNA left at the scene. And he'd personally got rid of her teeth by lobbing them one by one out of the car window on the way home, whilst making jokes to try and cheer his miserable brother up. Carl had gone through a red light on the journey to Kent, got a ticket on Vinny's car while up there, then had been driven home while lying on the back seat of a vehicle belonging to a pal of the Kelly brothers. And Vinny had driven his own car home the following morning, after making a show of pretending there was an issue with his brakes, to ensure he was noticed by the Kellys' neighbours. Vinny smiled at the officers. "I wouldn't call it a relationship, but yeah, Felicity and I have a casual thing going on. She used to work for me at the club I own in Holborn. Nice girl, but too young for me to get serious about. Can't remember her exact age, but I'm sure she's only in her 20s. How come you reckon she's gone missing? I saw her on Friday. She stayed here the night, left early on Saturday morning." Vinny had made sure Felicity had left the apartment before him. He told her he had a couple of geezers coming round to talk business, and she needed to make herself scarce. He'd given her some money, and insisted she fill her motor up with petrol locally, knowing full well she'd be caught on camera. Then he'd arranged to meet her down the bottom of a quiet road not far from where Molly was found dead. He'd said one of the lads would drop him off there, which they had. Then he'd pretended to have a migraine and needed to lie down in the back of Felicity's car until they'd reached a quiet part of Essex. So no way had anybody spotted him and her together. Of that he was confident. "Felicity was due to visit her parents on Sunday. She never arrived and was reported as missing yesterday. Have you heard from her since she left here on Saturday morning?" Lawrence asked. "No, not a dicky bird, but as I said, we're not together as in joined at the hip. Casual sort of suits us both, if you know what I mean. I know she was going to visit her parents on Sunday, though. Remember her telling me that," Vinny replied. "Did Felicity say if she was going anywhere on Saturday, meeting friends or going shopping perhaps?" Sharp asked Vinny. "Nah, not that I remember. The only thing I remember her telling me on Saturday was that her car hardly had any juice and she needed to fill up. I told her where the nearest garage was and gave her some dosh as she didn't have much on her. You don't think anything bad has happened to her, do you? Perhaps she's just gone on a bender or something, eh? She was into clubbing and stuff. Garage nights, that type of thing. Chances are she's gone out Saturday night, got bladdered, and is still recovering." "Do you know what friends she hung out with?" Sharp asked. "No. We never spoke that much about general stuff, to be truthful. As I said, she was a lot younger than me. Her pals were of little interest to me, and I doubt my pals in the casino were her idea of fun. A purely sexual relationship, that's what me and Fliss have. That's what I call her for short. Fliss. We get a takeaway, have a few bevies, then fuck all night. There's never much chit-chat," Vinny said, holding D.I. Sharp's gaze. He could tell she was unnerved by him. Then again, what woman wouldn't be? He had the body, looks, and the charm. "OK. Well, if Felicity does make contact with you, could you call me on this number, please?" Sharp said, handing Vinny her card. "Or if you remember anything else that might help us trace her whereabouts," D.S. Lawrence added.
Vinny took the card and smiled. Of course. She's a top lass. I do hope you find her soon, for my sake as much as yours. She's one of the best fucks I've ever had. When the blushing D.I. Sharp grabbed her colleague by the arm and said an awkward goodbye, Vinny waited until he'd closed the front door and they were out of earshot, before laughing out loud. Chapter 26. Having dropped Gina and the kids off at the airport, Eddie Mitchell put his foot down on the M11. After visiting his Auntie Joan yesterday, he decided not to go into work last night. He'd been livid, would have wanted to have it out with Vinny, and for all he knew the filth might have bugged the casino or the piano bar. He'd never trusted those bastards as far as he could throw 'em. Neither had his father. Eddie had yet to speak to Vinny about the old bill turning up. He was seething, but would rather confront his business partner in person. They were meeting outside a cafe along the A13, and Eddie couldn't wait to hear what cock-and-ball story Vinny would come up with. It was far too much of a coincidence that Felicity had just disappeared into thin air, and if Vinny dared to insult his intelligence, Eddie would not hesitate in cutting all ties, even if he had to do so violently. Unlike Vinny Butler, Eddie Mitchell was the perfect gentleman. Until he was extremely upset, of course. Then he turned into the devil. Outside the cafe, Vinny awaited his pal's arrival. He wasn't an idiot. Had guessed the old biller paid a visit to the casino also, which was why Eddie had insisted on meeting him here. Munching on an egg and bacon sandwich, Vinny thought over his story once more. Ed was no man's fool. Wasn't going to be easy to convince. But unless Eddie could prove otherwise, what option did he have other than to believe him? When Ed's new Range Rover skidded to a halt next to his own, Vinny rammed the rest of his sandwich into his mouth, got out of his vehicle and into the passenger seat of Eddie's. "All right, mate. The old bill turned up round mine yesterday. Seems as though Fliss has done a disappearing act since aborting the kid. Me own fault for getting involved with one so young and immature, I suppose. She'll turn up soon, tail between her legs, you mark my words. I'm having sod all else to do with her, though, Ed. I can promise you that much." Eddie stared into his pal's eyes. They looked innocent enough, but Vinny was a sly fox. "The filth turned up at the casino, too. Now, I'm only going to ask you this once, but you need to be fucking truthful with me. I'm not going to judge you, but did you do away with her?" "What the hell do you take me for?" Vinny bellowed. "I've told you in the past I would never harm a woman or child. I'm no angel, Ed, I'm the first to admit that. But Felicity's disappearance has sod all to do with me. The old Bill told me she was meant to visit her parents on Sunday and never showed up. I wasn't even about at the Poxy weekend. Was down at the Kellys in Kent playing cards. 8 of us there was. Ask 'em if you don't believe me. Go on," Vinny said, waving his phone in the air. Eddie pushed the phone away. "I've no desire to ask the Kellys anything. It's you I'm asking. And I'm telling you the truth. Fliss got rid of the kid, so I decided to end things with her gently on Friday night. She left my gaff early on Saturday morning. I gave her some dosh for petrol, a peck on the cheek, and wished her well for the future. She was a bit upset, sheepish, but seemed all right other than that. I bet she couldn't face her parents. They weren't that close by all accounts, so she's gone to stay with a friend or something without letting anybody know. Put money on it she'll turn up like a bad penny soon. You mark my words." "She'd better," Eddie hissed. Frank Sinatra was an idol of Eddie Mitchell's, and as he drove towards home singing along with Old Blue Eyes to That's Life, he wasn't convinced by Vinny's explanation. Neither had he forgotten about the dead reptiles and rodents that had been delivered to the casino. Vinny Butler was becoming a liability, and that didn't bode well. Eddie wasn't happy. Not happy at all. Jamie Preston peeked in between the driver and passenger seat as he heard a commotion. He was parked up at least half a dozen houses away from Little Vinny's, in a van a pal had purchased with a false name out of the Exchange and Mart. Jamie ducked as he spotted Little Vinny chasing his youngest son and Georgie down the road. Little Vinny had no shoes or top on, just a pair of grey tracksuit bottoms. "Get back here now, Regan. I mean it. Don't mess me about or you'll regret it." "Bollocks. I ain't leaving here and you can't make me. I'm staying with Georgie," Regan yelled. When little Vinny broke into a sprint, Frankie Mitchell chased after him. "Leave 'em alone! Don't you dare lay a finger on them," she ordered. The windows in the back of the van were tinted, so you could see out but not in, and Jamie couldn't help but chuckle as little Vinny roughly grabbed hold of his son's arm and Georgie O'Hara kicked him hard in the ghoulies. Little Vinny collapsed to the pavement, and as he did so the two teenagers got away. Jamie clambered into the driver's seat and started the engine. This was the best opportunity he'd had so far to abduct one of the boys, and he was determined not to waste it. Vinny Butler was getting the piano bar ready for Antonio's leaving party. He'd never been close to the lad, didn't really understand him, but had nevertheless decided to throw his son a bash to wish him well on his travels. It would look bad if he didn't. "How many people are we expecting tonight, roughly?" Eddie Mitchell asked. He decided to act normal and hold fire with any more accusations in case Felicity turned up as Vinny had predicted. Gut instinct told him she wouldn't, though. "About 70 or 80, I should imagine. Antonio's invited some pals and the rest are friends and family. Invite whoever you want as well. I'm footing the bar bill. The Kellys are coming and the Frasers. Ask the Kellys about the card game at the weekend if you like. Went on most of the night. Me mum's coming too, and Ava. I was with 'em all day Sunday. We went out for a meal in the afternoon. You can check that out if you want and all." "Nah, I believe you," Eddie lied. "Michael coming?" he asked. "Nah, he and Antonio have never seen eye to eye. Michael's been acting weird lately. Got the hump over all the Bella crap. I don't think he and her are getting on, so obviously that's my fault. Sick of it I am. Needs to sort his life out once and for all, does Michael." Wondering if Michael was also in on Felicity's disappearance, Eddie decided to pay him a visit soon. Vinny might be an outstanding liar, but he doubted Michael was as devious. He could prove to be the source of vital information Eddie needed to sever ties with Vinny for good. "Get off him! Run, Regan, run!" Georgie shrieked, kicking the man in the shin. A blue van with darkened windows had just pulled up out of nowhere, and a man had leapt out and grabbed hold of her boyfriend. Seeing the man hit Regan over the head with an object, then bundle him in the back of the vehicle, Georgie screamed blue murder. "Help, somebody! Please help us!" she yelled. Apart from an elderly man on the other side of the road, there didn't seem to be anybody else about. When the van screeched off, Georgie burst into tears. The elderly man crossed over the road. "What's the matter, dear?" "A man, he hurt my boyfriend. He hit him and took him away. His dad must have sent the man. He's trying to make my boyfriend go away with him," said a breathless Georgie. "Did you get the number plate?" the man asked. "No, it all happened so quick. Oh, please help me. But no Gavers. Don't bring them." "Gavers? Who's that?" the man asked, bemused. "The police." "Where do you live?" "Only a couple of streets away. Can you come home with me? I need to tell me mum what's happened. He's a nutter, Regan's dad. How can he do that to his own son? The man hit him hard with a piece of wood, I think. I saw him do it." "OK, I'll help you. Let's get you home." Eddie was just about to pop up to Whitechapel to see his aunt in hospital when the police turned up again. "Vinny, you got visitors," he shouted out. Vinny was as cool as a cucumber as he sauntered towards the same two officers who'd visited him at his apartment the previous day. "Turned up, has she?" he inquired. "No, but we found some footage of Felicity at a petrol station on Saturday morning. That seems to be the last clue we have as to her disappearance at present. Is there anywhere we can speak in private, Mr. Butler?" D.S. Lawrence asked. He was well aware of who Vinny Butler was, but what he had not realised before doing some digging around yesterday was that two of Vinny's former girlfriends had died in unfortunate accidents. The mother of his eldest son had overdosed on heroin, and the mother of his daughter had been rammed off the road and into a ditch by an unidentified red truck. Her killer had never been caught, and Vinny had had a watertight alibi. "Listen, I've got nothing to hide. Eddie's my business partner. You can say whatever you got to say here," Vinny told the officers. "Where were you on Saturday and Sunday, Vinny?" Sharp asked abruptly. "Obviously we aren't accusing you of anything,
But you were the last person to see or speak to Felicity. Well, technically I wasn't. Not if you have footage of Felicity after she left mine, Vinny said, before accounting for his whereabouts, then giving the names of the Kelly brothers and his mum and Ava. There were 8 of us in total, playing cards. Not sure of all the others' full names, they're friends of the Kellys. As for Sunday, the restaurant I took me mother and daughter to was packed to the rafters, so I'm sure somebody will vouch for me there. I've got the receipt for the grub and drinks, if you'd like to see it. That won't be necessary at the moment, Mr. Butler, but for obvious reasons we will need to check out your alibis. In the meantime, if you can think of anything Felicity might have told you that could hold a clue to her whereabouts, it would be greatly appreciated if you could let us know, Lawrence said. OK. I'll put me thinking cap on. But as I've already explained, there wasn't much in-depth conversation between me and Fliss. It was all about the sex. Spotting the good luck on your travels banner, Lawrence asked, "Are you having a party?" "Yeah. My son's going away for a year travelling the world." "Why'd you ask? No law against that, is there?" "No, of course not," Lawrence replied. Before gesturing to his colleague, it was time to leave. Once outside, Lawrence turned to Sharp. "What's your instinct?" "That he's a cold, calculating, evil bastard who knows exactly what has happened to Felicity Carter-Price. Yours?" "The same. But proving it's going to be difficult, I fear, unless we can find a body." Frankie Mitchell invited Finn inside the house. "Follow me," she whispered, shutting the kitchen door behind them. "What's up? Where is he?" Finn asked. "Upstairs, having a meltdown. Regan ran off. My Georgie's with him. They don't want to be parted. Please try and make him see sense, Finn. He might listen to you. He's been smashing all of Regan's things up. I can't tell you how odd he's been acting lately. He's like a different person to the little Vinny I once knew. He's never been the same since he got beaten up, you know." Finn felt a tad guilty. Little Vinny had rung him yesterday, begging him to score more cocaine. Finn hadn't wanted to, but had done so to appease his pal. They went back a long way, and Finn just hoped, once in Lincolnshire, little Vinny would get his head together and sort himself out. "Has he still been knocking back the booze?" "Yeah, and those tablets he's on don't seem to be agreeing with him either. He looks and he's acting out of his nut all the time. It's not fair on the kids. No wonder Regan ran off. You don't think he's taking anything else, do you? He's not been out to buy anything, and he was so anti-drink and drugs when we first met." "Nah, I think that good idea knocked the stuffing out of him, literally," Finn lied. Hearing loud bangs and crashes, Finn darted up the stairs. "Calm down, mate. What are you doing?" he asked worriedly. The window was wide open, and his pal was throwing stuff outside. "He's throwing all Regan's stuff away, but he's chucked some of my things away too," Callum explained, near to tears. Ordering Callum to leave the room, Finn grabbed hold of little Vinny. "This has to stop. You're not thinking straight. Sit on the bed a minute. Talk to me." "Did you get the thingy?" "We can't leave yet. Got to wait for Regan to come back first. I'll tie him up to get him to Lincolnshire if I have to. He's only a kid. No way is he going to dictate to me what he can and can't do," little Vinny gabbled. About to reply, Finn was stopped from doing so by an ashen-faced Frankie bursting into the bedroom. "Did you get a pal to snatch Regan and bundle him into a van?" Little Vinny was startled. "What? No, course not." Georgie barged past her mother. "Yes, you did. And you told him to hit Regan over the head. You're an animal," she yelled. Hands and legs trembling, little Vinny shook his head repeatedly. "What did the man look like? Where did this happen?" "As we were walking to the bus stop, the man had a balaclava on. I saw him hit Regan, shove him in the van and drive off," Georgie cried. The old man who'd witnessed the event had walked at a snail's pace, so she'd taken his address, then run home alone. Hyperventilating, little Vinny put his head in his hands and paced the room. "It's him, the bastard who abducted me. We mustn't tell anybody, not the police or our dads. It's me he's got it in for. As long as I do what he says, Regan will be safe. It's definitely him, I know it is."
Vinny Butler awkwardly shook hands with Antonio. They'd never had a proper father-son relationship, and probably never would. With his long hair, scruffy dress and layabout attitude, Antonio was an embarrassment to Vinny. He was nothing like a butler, the complete opposite in fact, and Vinny just hoped this travelling lark would help the boy figure out what he wanted to do in life, and he'd return home a different person. "The drinks are all free, lads. Just go up the bar and help yourselves," Vinny urged. As far as he was aware, Antonio only had one friend, so he guessed these lads were pals of his travelling companion, who was also present. "Evening, Vin. Everything okay?" the Kelly brothers asked in unison. Glancing around surreptitiously to check Eddie wasn't lurking nearby, Vinny gave both men the sort of slap on the back that the mafia tended to greet each other with. "Don't say nothing in here," he whispered. "We'll chat later. Outside." Regan Butler stared at his captor with a look of defiance. He'd been knocked out cold, had a sore head, and was now in what seemed to be a bedsit. He wasn't scared, though. The man had apologised for what he'd done and had made him some Marmite on toast and tea. He'd also said he could watch any programme on TV that he wanted until he was allowed home again. "Want another cuppa?" Jamie Preston asked. The coolness of this lad had impressed him massively. He was nothing like his father. "No, I just want to know what I'm doing here and why. You got the same colour hair and eyes as my family. Well, apart from Oliver, he was blonde. You look a bit like my granddad's brother too. Are you related to my dad?" Jamie Preston sighed. Taking to this lad was something he had not banked on. "You've done nothing wrong, and I swear I am not going to hurt you again, okay? It's your dad that has done something wrong, and you're going to stay here with me until he realises the error of his ways. I'm sorry about all this. You're a good kid, you are. Deserve better." "I'm not a kid. So what has my dad done to you that's so bad?" Regan asked, genuinely interested. Jamie felt terrible as he spotted blood on the boy's hair. He hadn't meant to hit him that hard, but had needed to stun him to get him here. "It's a long story, one that I'm sure your dad would rather tell you himself. You'll find out soon enough." Regan Butler was clued up, had a brain on him far beyond his years. Instinct told him he could trust this man. Something about his eyes and general persona convinced Regan he was in safe hands. "You haven't answered my question. You're either related to the Butlers, or you are a butler, ain't you?" Jamie Preston handed Regan a bag of salt and vinegar crisps. "You really don't want to know all the ins and outs, lad. But if your dad don't see sense when we ring him in a bit, I'll tell you everything. And that's a promise." Done up to the nines, Queenie and Joycey were seated at their usual table. Whenever they came to the piano bar, Vinny or Eddie would reserve them their seats. "Look, your fancy man's over there." Queenie nudged Joyce. "Who? Where?" "David Fraser. He's with his brother Patrick. Look, by the door. You were gushing over how handsome David was last time they were here." Joyce chuckled. "If you had to look at Ma Stanley all day every day, so would you be. Both handsome men, those two. I wonder if they're taken. We could go out in a foursome," she joked. Queenie laughed. "Oh, bit old for all that dating like me. Marvin, he would have a cardiac if he thought I had a man. So protective of me, he is." "I'm only bloody joking, Queen. That old goat I married has put me off men for life." "State of Antonio. Looks like a bundle of shit tied up ugly, doesn't he? Needs a good barber and a decent scrub." Joyce looked towards the group of youngsters. Most had their hair long. "Which one is he? They all look the same to me. Scruffy jeans, black T-shirt, white trainers. Not even said hello to me, the ignorant little tramp." "Your Ava's just walked in. Oh, got a bloke with her," Joyce commented. Queenie stood up, craning her neck like a giraffe. Apart from one meal in a restaurant, she had seen little of her granddaughter lately, and neither had Vinny. She still helped run the Holborn Club for her father, but Queenie knew little else about what she got up to these days. "Ava! Ava!" Queenie waved. Ava smiled as she approached the table.
Hi, Nan. Hello, Joycey. This is Tommy, a friend of mine. Hello, Tommy, Queenie said rather coldly, before turning back to her granddaughter and asking, What sort of a friend is he, dear? A friend. What do you mean? Ava giggled awkwardly. She and Tommy had been dating for a couple of months now, but she had yet to tell her family because she knew how interfering they could be. That's why she decided to bring him with her tonight, introduce him as a pal and hope and pray they liked him. Tommy smiled. He had a kind baby face and only looked about 19. Can I get you a drink, ladies, while I'm at the bar? What would you like, Ava? Queenie pursed her lips. We're fine, thanks. You sort yourselves out. Grabbing Tommy by the arm, Ava led him away from her rude grandmother. Seems nice enough, doesn't he? Joyce said. Vinny's going to go apeshit. Look, he's got his hand on her lower back. He's more than a friend, I'm telling you. So? Hardly a kid, is she? Hasn't she had boyfriends before? No, not really. And Tommy isn't English. He sounded English enough to me, Joyce commented. But his skin doesn't look English, does it? He's tarbrush. Vinny ain't going to be happy, I'm sure of that. We're not in the 60s now, Queen, and Tommy seems pleasant enough. Never had your Vinny down as a racist. My son is not a racist, and neither am I. Michael's best friend Kevin was always round my house when they were young, and he's black. Not being funny, but nobody blinks an eyelid when the Asians arrange marriages. They stick to their own. Same goes for the Jewish, and good luck to 'em. Nothing wrong with wanting your kids or grandkids to marry one of their own. Joycey chuckled. You are an old-fashioned one, Queenie Butler. Don't know how you'd have coped if your grandson was a gay man, like my Joey. No, neither do I. Shh, they're coming back. Joyce smiled at Tommy. Sit here if you want, next to me. Queenie leaned across the table. So, where you from, Tommy? Peckham. Born and bred. Unable to talk openly in front of Finn, Frankie insisted he leave. As soon as there's any news, we'll call you. Please don't tell anybody what's happened, though. Not until we've decided what to do. You need to call the police. Regan could be any bloody where, Finn argued. When little Vinny started shouting the odds again, Frankie led Finn out of the kitchen and into the hallway. There's stuff you don't know about that Vin and I need to discuss. Can you take Callum with you? I don't want him to see his dad in this state. How about I take Callum and Georgie for something to eat? Then hopefully by the time we get back, you might have heard something. I'm not going anywhere until Regan gets home, yelled a tearful Georgie, who'd been earwigging. Just go, Finn. The kids will be fine here, Frankie said, nigh on pushing the man out the front door. Say they kill him, Mum. I love him, Georgie wept. Frankie hugged her daughter close to her chest. Regan's going to be fine. That's my gut feeling. Now I need you to be brave and go upstairs with Callum while I talk to little Vinny, OK? Marching into the kitchen, Frankie slammed the door. Drinking litres of strong cider isn't the answer, Vin. You're going to have to go to the police like you promised those men you would in the first place. Running away is not the answer either. They'll hunt you down in the end. I can't go to the police, not today. We need to be here in case they ring us. My world, my boys are. They better not hurt Regan like they hurt me. Say they've shaved his head and stuff. They tortured me big time. Can't stand the thought of him being scared like I was. Makes me feel physically sick. Then you need to man up and tell the police that Ben Bloggs murdered Molly. You're hardly dobbing him in it. Ben's dead. Regan is still alive. He has to be your priority right now. Tears streaming down his face, little Vinny mumbled, Yeah, you're right. First thing tomorrow, I'll go to the police. Jamie Preston watched Regan out of the corner of his eye. The lad was staring at the TV while munching his pizza. The many years he'd spent in prison had stopped him from becoming a father, but Jamie hoped that one day, once his name was cleared, he'd be able to settle down to a normal life and have a kiddie with a nice girl. A son like Regan would be magical. What are you looking at?
I ain't going to run away, if that's what you're thinking. Would have alerted the pizza delivery bloke if I were going to do that, Regan said. How's your headache now? Those tablets helped? Yeah. Me head feels better. When are we going to ring me dad? Now, if you like. I'm going to talk to him first. Then I'll pass the phone over to you so you can tell him you're okay, that you're being looked after. Don't tell him nothing else. And anything I say to him, take with a pinch of salt. I got to pretend there's a chance you won't be going home, just to get him to admit the truth, if you get me drift. The truth about what? Something that happened a very long time ago before you were born. What's your landline number? Don't know it offhand. It's on me phone that you took away from me. Won't the police be able to trace you here if you ring from your phone? My dad's bound to have called them, and they'll be out looking for me. Jamie handed Regan his phone. Your dad has too many skeletons in the closet to be telling the old Bill anything. That's the problem. You ring home, let them know you're okay, then pass me the phone. Okay? Can I finish me pizza first, though? Jamie gently ruffled the lad's hair. Course you can. There was nothing more off-putting to Frankie Mitchell than a blubbering wreck of a man. Her dad she'd rarely seen cry, only when he'd killed her mum. Neither had Jed or Stuart been crybabies. Stop with the tears, Vin, and let's get your story straight. When the landline rang, Frankie was the first to it. Regan! Where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm being looked after well. Tell Georgie I miss her. Put Dad on the phone. A man wants to speak to him. Mr. Bloggs here, Mr. Butler. How's it hanging? Jamie asked, winking at Regan. I'm sorry I never went to the police. I'm going first thing in the morning. Don't hurt my boy, though. Promise me you won't. You haven't shaved his hair, have you? Little Vinny gabbled. Not yet, but I got the clippers at the ready. Nice lad, your Regan. Deserves more than a snivelling, self-pitying wrong-un of a father like you. Tell the truth and you'll get your son back unarmed. Fuck with me again and you'll regret it. I won't fuck with you again. On Regan's life, I won't. Strange comment to come out with when I got your son. But then again, you've always been a strange one, haven't you, Vin? Not many lads would bury their own little sister in a shallow grave and allow an innocent person to take the blame for it, is there? It was at that point Regan Butler's eyes opened wide. Molly, he mumbled. Vinny Butler led the Kelly brothers away from the cars and offered them both a cigar. Didn't want to chat inside because the old Bill have paid me a couple of visits since the card game. You heard from him yet? Not a dickie, replied Billy Kelly. He and his brother were from the East End originally and had known Vinny since he was a rising star in the underworld. They were knocking on now, had retired, so to speak. They'd been faces back in the day, mind. Had given Vinny and Roy a leg up when they'd first started out, and were always happy to be used as an alibi these days. Vinny was an extremely generous man, paid them more for a single alibi than their pension paid out in a year. Meet me tomorrow. I'm going to give you another 20k to share out between yourselves and the card lads. Got a feeling the old Bill will sniff around for a while on this one, so just make sure everybody sticks to my alibi. If it gets messy, which I doubt, there'll be more money to follow. No worries, Vinny. Our circle is thoroughly trustable, as you well know. Not a soul will ever blab, I can assure you of that, Johnny Kelly vowed. Cushty. That's what I like to hear. There you are! Been looking all over for you, Queenie Butler exclaimed. Dismissing the Kelly brothers, Vinny turned to his mother. What's up? You seem a bit stressed. I've been worried about you, that's why. Ava's brought a friend with her, hasn't she? Blackish boy. Vinny smirked. You mean Tommy? Yes. You met him. Not in person until this evening, but I knew Ava was dating him. So between me and you, I'd him checked out. He's okay and treats Ava well. He's also a professional footballer. Tipped to play for England one day. Plays for the under-20s or one of those younger categories at the moment. Really? Oh, that's wonderful, Vin. They earn so much money, footballers these days. I must tell Joycey. Seems a lovely lad. Knew that the moment I laid eyes on him. Was only worried about your reaction, you know, with him being on the dark side." As his mother scuttled away, Vinny couldn't help but chuckle. She was as old school could be. But he wouldn't swap her for all the tea in China. "Are you Jamie Preston?" Regan Butler asked bluntly. He'd heard lots of family stories and had never forgotten them, even though some were slightly cloudy. "Yes, I am. Which makes us related, me and you. I got the same dad as your granddad and Uncle Michael. Never met Albie, though. Not to talk to. He stayed with us last Christmas. I call Albie Grandad, even though he's actually my great-granddad. He would like you, I think." Jamie was sitting on the sofa next to Regan, and as his phone rang yet again, he put a finger to his lips to warn the boy not to say anything before answering. "All right, Glenn. Sorry I ain't been answering, mate. Got myself a little bird on the firm. She's just popped out the room, but will be back in a sec. I'll call you when I finally leave here, okay?" "Tell me about Molly," Regan demanded. "I'll do you a deal. You tell me about Albie, then I'll tell you about Molly." "Albie's all right. A bit old and drinks too much, but he has a good heart. My dad used to live with him when my granddad went to prison. Albie was kind to him, and he's always been kind to me and me brothers. Life ain't really been the same since me mum and Oliver died, but I do like Frankie. Her and me dad drink too much as well, though, and then they chat shit. I ain't never going to drink no more. Georgie won't either. She's cool, Georgie is. My brother isn't talking to me because he fancied her first, but that's life, eh?" "Sorry about your mum and bro, Regan. Must have been so tough for you. I haven't spoken to my mum for years. The whole family disowned me over a crime I didn't commit. Except me Nan. She always stuck by me until the day she dropped down dead. That's the main reason I want to clear my name. That was my Nan's dying wish. Why do you think Albie would like me?" "Dunno, really. He hates me granddad, Vinny. They've never got on. But Albie gets on well with Michael, and you remind me a bit of Michael. Tell me about Molly now." With a heavy heart, Jamie Preston explained his hunch in prison. "I'm sorry I had to beat your father up, but it was the only way to get the truth out of him. Promised me he would go to the police and tell them everything as soon as his injuries healed, but he never did. That's why I've had to bring you here today, to force your dad's arm, so to speak." "If my dad knew Ben killed Molly, why wouldn't he tell the police?" Regan asked. He did sort of believe Jamie's version of events, but was very confused. Jamie shrugged. "No idea, pal. Your guess is as good as mine. But in defence of your father, he was only young back then. Perhaps he thought at the time he was doing the right thing, eh?" "That's bollocks. I'm virtually the same age now as me dad was then. Don't get me wrong, I'm a bastard when I want to be, even stabbed me school teacher with a screwdriver and did time for it. But how could you do that to your own little sister? Molly was only young. It's terrible." Jamie put a comforting arm around the lad's shoulders. "I don't know the answer to that one, but I feel you and me are cut from the same cloth, boy. I really do." Michael Butler pulled up at the arranged meeting place and switched off the headlights and ignition. He looked at his watch. He was early. Desperate to take his mind off what he was doing here, Michael studied the interior of his new vehicle. Years ago, it was mainly people who lived in the sticks that drove 4x4s, but lately they were all the rage in his world. Anybody who was a somebody was driving a Range Rover now, so he treated himself to a black Vogue yesterday. The smell of leather overpowering him, Michael opened the window and closed his eyes. This hadn't been an easy decision to make, but after what had happened recently, he'd felt he had little choice. His mother would be beside herself, obviously, but she'd get over it in time. So would Ava and little Vinny. Hearing the sound of a vehicle approaching, Michael felt edgy. What he was doing was very wrong, but he was doing it for all the right reasons. A small white van pulled up, and a guy with dreadlocks peered out the window.
"Yo! You Kev's mate?"
"Yeah. Green onions," Michael replied.
His pal, Black Kev, had arranged this deal and told him he needed a password. Green Onions had been one of his and Kev's favourite songs when they were mods, which was the reason Michael had chosen it. When a motorbike suddenly zoomed towards him, Michael felt extremely wary. He wasn't used to dealing with Rastafarians. Kev didn't know these guys personally either. They were friends of a friend of his.
"It's okay. He got your goods," the Rasta in the car said. Sensing Michael's apprehension, he held out his hand. "Money." "I need to see the goods first," Michael insisted. The Rasta sucked his teeth, making a kissing sound.
"You do business our way or not at all?"
Rather reluctantly, Michael handed over the envelope. The guy looked inside, seemed satisfied, and gesticulated to the guy on the bike with his hand. An Asda carrier bag was thrown through the window, landing on Michael's lap, and as the bloke sped off into the night, he wondered if he'd been ripped off. He hadn't. Inside the carrier bag, wrapped in a cloth, was the Glock 17 he'd requested. Hiding the gun under the seat, Michael felt incredibly sad. Killing Vinny was not going to be easy, but he was determined to go through with it. His brother was a danger to the family. Enough was enough. Chapter 27. Frankie Mitchell opened her eyes. She could hear music that sounded old-fashioned, like something her Nam would play. Frankie looked at the clock. It was just gone 5 a.m. Had little Vinny not gone to bed yet? She'd sat up drinking wine until the early hours because it was the only way she could endure him. She really could not wait to see the back of him now. He had dragged her down, and as soon as he left she planned to eat healthily, join a gym, and hopefully make some new friends in the area. Worried that little Vinny was now too drunk to go to the police station, Frankie put on her dressing gown and crept downstairs. As she poked her head around the lounge door, her worst fears were confirmed. The front room looked like a party had been held in it. There were that many empty bottles and cans, and little Vinny was crouched over the coffee table snorting a white powder. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she hissed, closing the door so the kids wouldn't wake up. Little Vinny stood up, startled.
"It's not what you think. I couldn't swallow my tablets, so I crushed them up," he lied.
Thankful he'd had the sense to hide the bulk of his cocaine underneath the sofa. "I wasn't born yesterday. Look at the state of you. You're still going to that police station, even if I have to drag you there. I cannot believe you've got this drunk, knowing your son's missing. You should be bloody ashamed of yourself. Say one of the kids had walked in and seen you snorting that crap. I used to think you were a really good parent, but you're not. You're a fucking shambles." Kneeling on the floor, little Vinny replayed the song on the DVD.
"This was Molly's song. It was played at her funeral," he said,
tears streaming down his face as he joined in with the chorus of You Are My Sunshine. The faces and voices in his head had been torturing him all night again.
"I forgive you, Vin. Best pals forever, eh? It's good in heaven. Me and Molly hang out together a lot. But she hasn't forgiven you," Ben Bloggs had told him.
Then Molly had appeared by Ben's side, wearing the same pink tracksuit she'd been murdered in.
"Tell Frankie the truth! Tell Frankie the truth! Tell Frankie the truth!"
she cackled viciously. "Tell the police that when you get there. Go and have a shower. Get ready."
"I can't do it, Frankie. But I've written them a letter for you to take to the station."
"You will do it. Your son is in the hands of some nutter."
"I can't. You don't understand." "Nobody could, only Ben," little Vinny slurred.
"Why do you always stick up for that monster? There's something wrong with you. There must be." Little Vinny's expression became twisted.
"Ben wasn't no monster, okay? You didn't even fucking know him. He was a good person, kind, heart of fucking gold. He should still be alive. He got me better than anybody, you included."
Wondering if the beating little Vinny had received had left him brain damaged, Frankie shook her head in despair. "Tell the police Ben had a heart of gold and see what they say. They'll know he was a monster too." Little Vinny picked up a bottle of red wine and greedily slurped the dregs. He then smashed the bottom of the bottle against the glass coffee table so hard it cracked it.
You know nothing, you. Fucking nothing. People make mistakes. Accidents happen. Not everyone who has ended a life is a monster. I'm not one, am I?
No, but you only helped cover up a murder. That's different.
You don't get it, do you? You think you know fucking everything, but you ain't got a clue. It was me, okay? Not Ben. I killed Molly.
That's a sick thing to say. You need to give up drink, you do. It's making you imagine things. Little Vinny repeatedly punched the wall.
I'm not imagining things, you stupid bitch. I did it. I killed Molly. It was an accident, okay? He screamed.
How can you accidentally throttle a child to death? Frankie asked, bewildered.
I don't know, but I did. It was a prank that got out of hand, I swear. You have to believe me, Frankie. You do believe me, don't you?
Thinking how deranged little Vinny must be, Frankie was suddenly scared. Gut instinct told her not to show her fright and instead play along with him. Of course I believe you, and of course you're not a monster. But you must tell the police the truth. If I believe it was an accident, then why shouldn't they?
Because they're cunts. Always hated me and my family. They'll lock me up and throw away the key, that's what they'll do. I've said in the letter that Ben did it, and that's the story we must stick to. My dad and Nan must never find out what I did. They'll kill me stone dead. Please, Frankie, don't tell anybody. Swear you won't tell a soul, not ever.
Realising she'd been living with a raving lunatic and was way out of her depth, Frankie thought of Brett and Georgie's safety. If little Vinny was capable of throttling Molly, then he was surely capable of anything, especially in the drunk and drugged-up state he was currently in. His bright green eyes suddenly seemed evil, like those of a serial killer. Kneeling on the floor, Frankie reluctantly squeezed little Vinny's hand. The truth is our secret. I won't tell anybody, hand on heart. You still need to go to the police and tell them Ben killed your sister, though. Otherwise Regan might never come home again.
Okay,
little Vinny mumbled, before replaying You Are My Sunshine and singing along to it in a sincere tone. I'll run you a bath, Frankie said.
Thanks, babe.
Once outside the room, Frankie leaned against the wall for physical support. Her father was barely speaking to her, so she daren't call him. Joey would help her in her hour of need, though, surely.
Morning, boy. You okay? Jamie Preston asked Regan Butler.
He'd let the lad sleep in his bed and he'd spent the night on the floor in a sleeping bag. Too much had been going through his mind.
Yeah, I'm all right. Did you think I would try and escape during the night?
No. And even if you tried, I would have heard you. I'm a light sleeper, me. One of the pitfalls of spending many years in prison. Got to be alert all the time, have eyes in the back of your head, so to speak. You hungry? What do you normally eat for breakfast? I haven't got much in the fridge and cupboards, to be honest. I usually live on takeaways. My favourite breakfast is McDonald's egg bacon McMuffin with hash browns, but I don't mind Marmite on toast again. Jamie smiled. Nah, bollocks to that. You, young man, shall have your favourite breakfast. That's my fave and all, you know. I'll call a cab, get the driver to pick it up for us. His dad had been acting so strange of late. Regan was rather enjoying the company of a cool older male. It reminded him of how his father used to be when his mum and Oliver were still alive. Sweet. Thanks, Jamie.
Morning, Ed. People were surprised and a bit disappointed that you didn't show your face last night. I got a message via Terry saying you were ill or something. What's the story? Vinny Butler asked suspiciously. Sorry, mate. Got on the piss with an old pal after I left you yesterday. I weren't so much ill, just unable to stand up properly. You know what it's like, while the cat's away and all that. Still suspicious, Vinny asked. What old pal's that, then? Nobody you know. David Burke, a lad I went to school with. Not seen him for years. Lives in Australia now. But over here visiting family. Eddie fibbed.
After spending a few hours with his Auntie Joan, he'd gone on to a swanky bar in Mayfair with his eldest son. They'd discussed ways of ousting Vinny and his business partner, but had unfortunately been able to come up with a viable plan. Gary's parting words were, "Stay calm, Dad, and act normal. Vinny's bound to dig his own grave sooner rather than later. Men like him always do." "So, how did the party go? Antonio enjoy it?" Ed asked chirpily. "I think so. Antonio isn't one to show enthusiasm about anything, mind, but yeah, he went okay. The youngsters all disappeared when the singer came on late in the evening. That's when me mother and Joycey got up dancing, showing off in front of David and Patrick Fraser. Tragic, it was." Eddie chuckled. "I can well imagine." Brett Mitchell rubbed his tired eyes.
"Why are you up so early, Mum?"
he asked. The bath being run, then the shower, had awoken him. Frankie plastered a false smile on her face. Her son had only come home yesterday evening after spending a week with Joey and Dominic, and she hadn't yet explained to him about Regan because she didn't want to upset him. She also felt guilty. Since Stuart's death, she'd spent little time with Brett, had palmed him off with others. "Mummy's got lots of things to do today, sweetheart. You go back to bed for a bit and I'll call you when breakfast is ready."
"Why didn't Regan come home?"
"I've already told you. Regan's staying at his friend's house. Back to bed you go, else you'll be tired at school. There's a good boy." With his dark hair and big puppy dog eyes, Brett looked more like Jed than any of her children. Thankfully, though, he had a completely different nature. He was kind, giving, and so very sweet. When her son did as he was told, Frankie quickly got dressed. She'd already run little Vinny's bath. Even if he only told the police the Ben story, they were bound to keep him on remand. Covering up the murder and helping to bury Molly was a heinous crime in itself. She couldn't wait to see the back of the despicable lowlife, but felt sorry for Callum and Regan. They were bound to be distraught over their dad's behaviour, and she was happy to look after them for the time being, if their family agreed. "Vin, get in the bath now," Frankie said, opening the lounge door. There was no sign of him. "Vinny, where are you?" she yelled, opening the door of the downstairs bathroom. Frankie learned the answer to her question when she spotted the letter addressed to her on the kitchen table. She was barely able to understand it, such was the state of the handwriting. "Frankie, so sorry, but I cannot face the old bill. Brings back too many awful memories, and I'm not in the right frame of mind to deal with them arseholes. I've left a letter by the cooker for you to hand in at the station, saying Ben killed Molly. Preston will let Regan go then, and I know you will look after my boys until I find us all somewhere safe to live. We'll be in touch soon, and then we can all live together like one big happy family. All my love. Little Vinny. P.S. I know I can trust you. I didn't mean to kill Molly, I swear I didn't. I don't even know how it happened. It was a freak accident. P.P.S. Burn this letter in the garden as soon as you've read it, and don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Putting the letter on top of the kitchen unit, Frankie picked up her mobile. "Joey, it's me. Something awful has happened. Can you come over to mine ASAP, please?" It had become a ritual after a big night out that Queenie and Joycey would meet for a pub lunch the following day and discuss all the gossip and happenings of the previous evening like two giggling schoolchildren. "Look on your face when Patrick Fraser said he was happily married was priceless," Queenie guffawed. "Oh, you can bleeding well talk. You were all over his brother like a rash." "David, you really remind me of Dirty Den back in the day," Joyce laughed, mimicking Queenie's posh voice. "I was only messing. If you can't have a laugh in life, no point in bloody living, is there?" Queenie said, feeling highly embarrassed. She had got a bit merry towards the end of the evening. The driver had even had to help her up the path. "Was your Camilla there last night?" Joycey asked. "No. Michael reckons she was busy with her acting, but I don't believe that. Put money on it that Italian slapper didn't want Camilla spending time with her real family. I rarely get to see the child, but she's always been sent on trips to Italy to see the whore's parents. Not fair, is it?" "No, it ain't, Queen. I never get to spend any time with my Raymond's little un either. But I'm thankful for that, horrid child. Queenie laughed. Glad my Ava's found herself a good 'un. I wonder how much he earns per week. Did you find out what team he played for? No. You told me not to say anything about Tommy being a footballer unless he did. Well, didn't you ask what he did for a living? Yes, but he just mumbled something about being a sportsman. Not a big head at all. Nice boy. Remembering the hype that surrounded the Beckhams' wedding, Queenie said, I wonder if he plays for Manchester United like David does. David who? Bex, you know. I'm going to ring Ava now, find out who he plays for and invite them both round for dinner. Joycey chuckled. You do make me laugh. You didn't even like the boy at first because he was dark. I never called Tommy a darkie. How dare you say I said such a thing? I never said darkie. You bloody did. Don't put words in my mouth. You called him Tarbrush yesterday. Ignoring Joyce, Queenie dialed her granddaughter's number. Hello, darling. So wonderful to see you last night. And Tommy. Me and Joycey thought he was a lovely boy. Very polite and handsome. So, what does he do for a living? Joyce put her hand over her mouth to control her giggles as Queenie exclaimed, Oh, he's a footballer! Really, dear? That's wonderful. You must bring him round to mine for dinner soon. When are you free? I'll cook one of me legendary roasts. What team does he play for, by the way? Well, Joyce asked, when the call ended. She could sense the reply wasn't what her friend had wanted to hear, as her expression had turned from happy to dismal within a split second. Charlton bloody athletic, Joycey. I can't understand it. My Vinny said he was tipped to play for England and all. Surely he weren't winding me up. I don't know much about football, Queen, but I'm sure Charlton are bigger than my Stanley's team. Leyton Orient, that silly old bastard supports. Used to go and watch 'em all the time when we first courted, until I put me foot down. Realising she might not appear in full wedding regalia in Hello magazine after all, Queenie shrugged dejectedly. I can't stand football. Let's talk about something else, shall we? Frankie Mitchell opened the front door to Joey, then continued with her phone call. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I can't go into any more detail than I already have. What's that all about? Joey asked, when his flummoxed sister cut the headmaster off without saying goodbye. Callum's headmaster is threatening to involve the social services, as he's been absent so much since his mum died. I had Brett's headmistress on the phone to me yesterday as well, saying similar. I can't take much more, Joey, I really can't. Frankie looked awful. She'd put on weight and had dark bags under her eyes. Come here, he said, giving her the kind of hug only twins could understand. I thought something really terrible had happened when you called me. Is this what you're stressed about, the kids? Oh, I wish. Something far worse has happened, but we can't talk here. Let's go for a drive. Where's Georgie? Joey asked, wondering if the child had run away again. Georgie, Callum, I won't be long. Just popping out to get some shopping, Frankie yelled. Answer the phone if anybody rings. Take a message or tell them to call back after 1. OK, Mum, Georgie yelled back. Once in Joey's car, Frankie ordered him to drive to the nearest pub. Isn't it a bit early to start drinking, Frankie? You really don't look very well, sis. Neither would you if you were in my fucking shoes, Joey. Do you remember how shocked I was when I found out Jed had killed our granddad? You didn't tell me straight away, but I remember you acting strange. I take it this has something to do with little Vinny? Oh, Joey, I'm in bits. It was Vin that murdered his own little sister. Put his evil hands around her throat, then throttled the life out the poor child. I know how to pick a decent bloke, me, don't I? Never again. From now on, it's all about me and the kids. Joey was astounded. He put his hand over his mouth. No way. Oh, Jesus wept. Where is he? No idea. And I don't know where Regan is either. That poor little sod's been kidnapped. I need a large glass of wine before I tell you anything else, Joey. I really do. I can't believe this is happening. I'm at my wit's end, seriously. Desperate to know the whole sorry story, Joey Mitchell put his foot down on the accelerator. Georgie O'Hara made herself a cup of tea and sat down at the table. Callum was refusing to speak to her still, and today she felt lonely and sad. Not only was she desperately worried about Regan, she missed her brother immensely too. Harry had always been a comfort to her, even in the darkest of times. Deciding to defy her mother's orders, Georgie picked up her new mobile phone. It was in a pretty pink case, and had been given to her by her mum a day after her return. She'd stored Nanny Alice's number in it under a pseudonym. "Hello, Nan. I'm sorry I left the way I did, but I really wasn't happy at that new site. I still want to keep in touch with you, though. How are you? And how's Harry boy?" The grandmother, who'd always adored her, shrieked. "You're a disgrace to the O'Hara name, and your poor fiancé whose heart is broken. You're a gorger, a whore, a backstabber, and a shit cunt. That's what you are." Stunned, Georgie O'Hara ended the call. Joey Mitchell had sat in silence as his sister explained about Regan being snatched and how little Vinny had admitted to killing Molly. "Say something, Joey. What am I going to do? I don't give a damn about little Vinny anymore. He can rot in hell as far as I'm concerned. But Regan's a good lad, and Georgie idolises him. Will you come to the police station with me? I have to get Regan home in one piece. Would never forgive myself if anything bad happened to him." Joey held his hands aloft, palms facing his sister. "Slow down a bit. If you want my honest opinion, this is way out of our league to deal with, and I don't think you should go to the police with that letter. Have you kept the other letter he left, the one where he admitted killing Molly himself?" "Yes, but the writing looks like that of a 6-year-old. He was out of his nut and drunk. Nobody's going to believe little Vinny wrote it. They'll probably think I did." Joey grabbed his sister's hands and squeezed them tightly. Throughout their childhood, and even their teens, it had been Frank who'd been the strong one, the protector. But since that shootout with the O'Haras, Joey had changed. He wasn't proud of what he'd done, but that night had somehow turned him into a man. "None of this is your fucking fault, Frankie. You're a good person, and a brilliant mum. I will stay with you at the Nutjob's house in case he comes back. In the meantime, let me speak to this Jamie Preston when he calls next time. I can make him see sense and get Regan home. Once that happens, Dad has to be involved. There is no other way to end this. Little Vinny needs to be out of your life for good." Chapter 28. Jamie Preston looked at his watch. Georgie had answered the phone earlier, and Regan had been thrilled when he'd allowed him to chat with his girlfriend briefly. "Do you reckon my dad and Frankie were at the old Bill station when you rang?" Regan asked Jamie. "Dunno. We'll soon find out when I ring back in a bit. How long you and Georgie been dating, then?" "We've not been on any proper dates yet. Not had the chance. But she's definitely me girlfriend." Regan beamed, before explaining all about their blossoming romance. "When I get home, I'm going to take Georgie out on a proper date. Like to Nando's and the pictures. Do you think she'll like that?" Jamie Preston put his hand in his pocket, pulled out a wad of notes, and handed Regan 50 quid. "Yeah, I do. Take that and buy her a red rose as well. Women love a bit of romance. Don't be too soppy, though. Always stand your ground with them. They'll walk all over you otherwise." The grinning Regan pocketed the dosh. "You got a girlfriend then, I take it?" "Nope. Biding my time, me. Waiting for the right one to come along. I learned a lot about women and the power they have over men from the lads I was locked up with. A few geezers I knew topped themselves over birds messing them about on the outside. Some proper weirdos out there and all. I got some strange letters off women I'd never met who were obviously only interested in me because they thought I was a child killer. How fucked up is that?" Regan's eyes widened. "That's well freaky. Did you reply to them?" "No. We're going to finish this game of Scrabble or what? And no more cheating using dodgy words," he added with a wink. In prison, the library had become a comfort and source of information to Jamie. Especially in dark times, he would lose himself in a good book and visualise the beaches, woods and wonderful places that were mentioned. Then he'd got into Scrabble. Glenn had been sent a mini version and they'd spent many a day playing it. "But wank is a real word," Regan laughed. "Let's play Scrabble again later. Tell me about Glenn. He's the man that keeps ringing you, right? What was he in prison for? Jamie's stories fascinated Regan. No matter what or who he spoke about, Jamie had a way of making whatever or whoever sound interesting. Jamie told Regan about all the abuse and beatings he'd got before Glenn had taken him under his wing in Chelmsford. Then when Glenn got released, it started all over again. That's how I got another lump added to my sentence. I retaliated, purely self-defence. But the geezer unfortunately died. I had no choice other than to do what I did. I'd have been dead otherwise. But why did you get picked on again? You said by that time everybody, including the screws, believed you were innocent, Regan inquired. Jamie smiled. He knew now that Vinny Butler had paid that particular inmate to terrorise him, but he wasn't about to admit that to Regan. The lad had enough weight on his young shoulders at present, having learned his father was a wrong 'un. Also, time was a healer, and Jamie could fully understand now why Vinny would perform such a trick. In Vinny's eyes, he'd deprived him of a wonderful daughter. Jamie could not wait for Vinny to find out the truth. How was he going to feel? Gutted, stupid, and very sorry, probably. Give us your phone. I'll ring your house again. Not recognising the voice that answered, Jamie asked to speak to Frankie. I'm Joey, Frankie's twin. Little Vinny disappeared this morning, but not before leaving a confession. We need to meet. Speak sensibly. You give us Regan, and we'll give you the letter. Then you can take it to the police yourself, Jamie. Apart from Regan, nobody should have a clue who he was. Jamie was immediately on red alert. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? I'm the organ grinder, not the monkey prick. Listen, my sister and I are on your side, I can promise you that much. It must have been awful to have spent all those years behind bars for a crime you didn't commit. Please meet me and Frankie. We'll give you the letter, then you can clear your name. Jamie's forehead was creased with frowns as his usual laid-back expression vanished. You don't know me from Adam. Neither do I know you. Your sister's been shacked up with that no-good shitbag, and for all I know is harbouring him while setting me up. Well, you can both go fuck yourselves. No way is Regan going anywhere until I have proof my name's in the clear. And if you're thinking of grassing me to the old bill, be very careful. I've spent virtually all my life behind bars for a crime I had no part of. Do you honestly think I'd be bothered about spending the rest of my day serving time for something I did? Mess with me, and I will slit Regan's throat in a split second. Understand? Regan did not feel remotely unnerved when Jamie ended the call. Neither did he bat an eyelid when Jamie battered 7 colours of shit out of his phone. So what's the plan now? We're going to stay by the seaside until your family wake up and smell the coffee. Don't worry about your phone, I'll buy you a new one. I just don't want them tracing us. That cool with you? Regan grinned. Yeah, fine. As long as you don't slit me throat. Michael Butler's heart lurched in his chest when Charlie Rideout informed him she'd changed her mind. He treated her to lunch at Langan's in hope of softening the blow. Now all he could think of was why him. And not again. A tall, pretty woman with the toned physique of a gym class addict, Charlie stood her ground. Please don't look at me with hatred, Michael. As I said, you don't have to be involved at all if you don't want to. My parents are willing to support me and the baby. But why the sudden change of heart? When we spoke the other day, you told me you were happy to abort the kid. No, Michael, I didn't say that. What sort of woman would use the expression happy when getting rid of their baby? All I said was I never set out to trap you, and whatever you decided I would go along with. But I then told my sister and parents, and I've changed my mind. Michael stared at Charlie's recently dyed blonde hair. Bar the freckles on her nose, she looked a bit like Nancy had back in the day. Was that what had attracted him to her in the first place? Brilliant. So you've told every bastard it's mine, I take it, he sneered. Of course not. I promised I would never tell anybody about us, and I haven't. My mother and father would seriously not be happy if I informed them of your age and track record. They'd probably disown me. Michael knew he was being brutal, but no way did he want another secret family. Cheers for that. Make me feel better, why don't you? Infatuation was probably the best way to sum up how Charlie felt about Michael. He was a character, very handsome, generous, and extremely good in bed. But as she stared into his cold green eyes, Charlie wondered had she known the real him at all. "Does your sister know it's mine?" Michael inquired. "No. I told her the same story as my parents, that I'd stupidly got drunk one night, had a fling with a young guy whose surname I don't know, and I'm not in contact with him. Don't panic, Michael. Your sordid secret will be safe with me. I'm not a bunny boiler like Katie is, and I have no intention of bleeding you dry financially." "But you're only young. One day you're bound to meet the man of your dreams, get married and have children. Why lumber yourself with a kid by an old codger who can't be with you?"
"Because I love children, Michael. I'm a loving aunt to my sisters too, and both of my best friends have babies that I regularly see. It has to be fate that I became pregnant while on the pill. It's obviously meant to be. I'm hardly a bloody teenager, am I?" Aware his phone was vibrating in his pocket yet again, Michael pulled it out and glanced at it. 5 missed calls from Katie and 2 from Bella. Another tart up the spout was all he was short of right now. Not. Plus, he had the not-so-pleasant task of killing his own brother to plan. Why was his life so shit at times? Frankie Mitchell was furious. "Told you not to mention his name, didn't I? Now he knows we know who he is. There's no telling what he might do to Regan," she screamed at her twin. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I thought I was handling it the right way by speaking directly to him. Let's ring Dad. He'll know what to do," Joey suggested. "No way. Like a bull in a china shop is Dad. Don't you remember him accidentally blasting our mother to pieces?" Frankie mocked. "Ring Big Vinny then. He has every right to know his coward of a son has done a runner. And his grandson's being held hostage." "Don't talk daft. How are we meant to explain the truth to him? Oh, by the way, Vinny, it wasn't Jamie Preston who killed your daughter. It was your not-right psycho of a son. That sounds good to you, does it, Joey? We're going to have to take the Ben letter to the police station ourselves. It's the only way to get Regan home safe and sound." "Jamie's going to want proof we've done so. And how we meant to prove it. The old Bill aren't just going to let us walk out after handing him a letter like that. They'll probably keep us there and question us for hours. Have you even looked inside the fucking envelope? For all we know, little Vinny might have put a blank piece of paper in there." "Of course I bloody well looked. I'm not totally stupid. I just have a habit of attracting and dating murderers." "Show me it," Joey ordered. Frankie handed it to him, and Joey studied it for ages, trying to work out what it said. The handwriting was slanted, and you could tell whoever had written it was probably pissed. Either that or illiterate. Finally, he got his head around it. "Jamie Preston did not kill my little sister Molly Butler. My mate at the time, Ben Bloggs, did. I was only young back then, and I did want to tell you, but was too scared of getting into trouble myself. Me and my dad hadn't been getting on, and he'd ruined my relationship with a girl called Shazza from Dagenham by turning up at her house and blurting out my real age. I hated my dad for that, but I never hated Molly. I just wanted to teach my old man a lesson by pretending Molly had gone missing for a few hours when Ben was in fact looking after her. I was there when Molly died, and I swear Ben didn't mean it, so please don't tarnish his name. Ben was a good lad who'd had a tough life and he adored children. He even raised his own brothers and sisters because his junkie whore of a mother was incapable of doing so. I swear on the Bible what happened that day was an accident. Ben was only playing with Molly when I heard her neck snap. It was a game that went wrong. Nothing more, nothing less. But Ben was traumatised over the mistake he'd made, and that was why he killed himself. I'm very sorry for not telling the truth before now. But if I'm interviewed, no way am I speaking to that bastard Terry again. He's a chief inspector now, I think. But he's a nasty piece of work. Yours sincerely, Little Vinny. P.S. Please don't show my dad this letter. I owe it to him and Molly to tell him the truth myself." Joey put the letter back in the envelope. "What are we going to do, sis?" "Wait until Jamie rings back. But next time, I'll be the one to speak to him, not you, you dickhead." Regan Butler grinned as Jamie drove inside the entrance. "Is this a holiday camp? We staying in a caravan?" "It's a caravan park, but yeah, it's like a holiday park too in the summer. The clubhouse isn't open this time of the year, but if we're bored later we can find a pub with a pool table if you like." "Yeah, I'd like that.
We got a pool table indoors and I'm much better than Callum, Regan bragged. Jamie looked at the numbers and pulled up outside plot 21. The caravan belonged to a pal of his who he'd met in prison. Not wanting to involve Glenn, he'd rung Toby earlier, asking if he knew of a safe haven, and his pal had come up trumps. Apparently, lots of retired people lived on these premises all year round, and when Toby had handed him the keys, all he'd said was, "I don't care what you're up to or why you need a safe haven, but just keep the noise down, OK?" The old couple in plot 22 are in their late 80s. Having never been inside a caravan before, Regan explored the layout curiously. "Can't believe it's got a toilet and shower. Big, innit? My dad's car wouldn't be able to tow this, would it?" Jamie chuckled. "This ain't one of them diddy little tourers you see being dragged along the road, Regan. It's what they call a static caravan. You'd need a lorry to move something this size." "Charging you phone up, eh?" Jamie urged, tossing the box at him. "How are we going to ring home again? The number was on the one you smashed up." "I'd already stored it in my phone. How about we find a shop, stock up on necessities, then find a boozer that serves good grub and has a pool table?" Apart from missing Georgie, Regan was having a great time. His dad never wanted to do anything these days, but being with Jamie was like one big adventure. "So, are you my uncle, if Albie's your dad?" Jamie ruffled the boy's hair. He'd washed the blood off, and thankfully there was only a small cut underneath. Regan hadn't suffered any more headaches either. "Well, I'm your granddad's half-brother, so I suppose, yeah, it does sort of make me your uncle." Regan smiled broadly. "That's well cool. Can we still hang out when I go back home?" "If your family agree, course we can. I'd like that very much."
"Thanks, love. They're beautiful. Antonio get off all right?"
Queenie asked her eldest son, cutting open the cellophane around the enormous bouquet. "As far as I know, his flight's not until this evening. Bella's driver's taken him to the airport and she wanted to go and wave him off. Keep out of it, me, don't I? Put money on it he don't even ring to thank me for the party or say goodbye. Only time he'll be in touch while away is when his bank account needs a top-up. I just hope he meets a bird on his travels. Might straighten him out a bit," Vinny said.
"He'll be a prime target for those ting-tong birds. They go for weirdos. Me and Joyce watched a programme on Thai brides recently. Oddballs and silly old bastards like your father, those are the ones they get their claws into. Desperate for a better life, I suppose, poor little cows."
"So what did you want to talk to me about that you couldn't say over the phone?"
"The police have been here, asking questions. Hadn't been back 5 minutes from lunch with Joycey when I heard the tap-tap on the door."
Gesturing for his mother to put the vase down and to follow him into the back garden, Vinny waited until they'd reached the shed at the bottom before asking, "What did they say?"
"More than you bothered a bastard well tell me. That young floozy of yours is missing, isn't she? I recognised the name, of course."
"They had no right to tell you that. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd bloody worry. So they checked out my alibi and all, I take it?"
"Yes, and they asked me about Michael. Is that why you and your brother aren't talking? You told me it was over with Felicity weeks ago."
"It was. Her disappearance has sod all to do with me or Michael. We had a different bit of business on last weekend, hence needing the alibis."
"So you're telling me you've got no idea what's happened to her?"
"None whatsoever." Queenie pursed her lips.
"You're a good liar, Vinny. I'll give you that much credit. Let's just hope the police don't see through you like I can, though, eh?"
In a restaurant in central London, Eddie Mitchell had just been mistaken yet again for the actor Craig Fairbrass. This was a usual occurrence, since Craig had joined the cast of EastEnders a few years ago, and one that Gary Mitchell found highly amusing. "No, sweethearts. I can assure you my father isn't Dan Sullivan, neither was he ever a fireman in London's burning. Off you trot," Gary chuckled. Eddie raised his eyebrows when the starstruck woman finally left them in peace, then got straight down to business. "I'm uptown tomorrow. Thought I'd poke me head in and have a chat with Michael Butler before I head home," he informed his son. "And say what to him exactly?" Gary asked. Just have a general chat about business, ask him some questions about his casino, and try to force a few drinks down his neck so I can find out the truth. The truth about what? Felicity. If Vinny has done her in, he wouldn't have done it alone. Seems funny that he and Michael fell out around the same time as she disappeared. Gotta be wrong uns, those Kelly brothers and all. Your granddad was never overly keen on 'em. Not many old school out there who'd give an alibi when it involved a young woman's life. I fucking wouldn't, that's for sure. They obviously ain't got no scruples, evil pair of old bastards. You're becoming a bit obsessed with this Felicity turnout, Dad. I doubt she will, but she could show up yet. As for going to see Michael, that's a dumbass idea if ever I heard one. He and Vinny will probably be talking again by next week, and just the fact you popped in to see Michael will be enough for Vinny to smell a rat. No, he won't. I'll mention to Vinny I had to pass Michael's casino and poke me head in just to be nosy. I'm not brain dead, son. I know how to be discreet. Gary smirked and shook his head. Discreet or not, don't underestimate Michael Butler. Unlike Vinny, he hasn't got a screw loose. He's the cool, calm, collected one. You're cool. Do what you want. But always remember blood's thicker than water. If Vinny and Michael didn't kill Felicity and know you're onto 'em, they'd stab you in the back within a split second. Frankie grabbed the phone out of Joey's hands, ran into the bathroom and locked the door. Jamie, it's Frankie. Now please don't freak out because I know your name. Little Vinny guessed your identity and only recently let it slip to me when he was drunk. Apart from Joey, my twin brother, nobody else knows. My father and Vinny Butler know nothing. We haven't even told them Regan is missing. Is he with you? Can I talk to him? A quick hello and that's it. Jamie handed the phone to Regan. Hello, Frankie. Yeah, I'm okay. Say hi to Georgie for me. I'll pass you back now, Regan said. What do I have to do to get Regan back home, Jamie? Little Vinny has admitted everything to me. He was meant to be going to the police this morning, but being the weak bottle job that he is, left a written confession for me to take to the station instead. As you can imagine, now I know the truth, little Vinny and I are no longer a couple. Letting you take the blame for something you did not do is unforgivable in my eyes. Cut the crap. What does the letter say? Jamie hissed. Frankie sounded sincere enough, but for all he knew, she could be the biggest bullshitter going. Deciding not to tell anybody other than Joey that little Vinny had confessed to murdering Molly himself, Frankie said, that Ben Bloggs killed Molly, and he panicked and helped cover it up. He also describes it as an accident and says you are innocent. Jamie pressed and paced up and down the caravan. It was possible this letter didn't even exist, and little Vinny was at this moment hiding in the loft. But at least Frankie seemed to know the truth. He wasn't used to dealing with women, though, far from it. Sensing Jamie's apprehension, Frankie said, I'm willing to go to the police station this very second, if that's what it takes to get Regan home. But I'm not sure whether they will keep me in for questioning. I won't mention to them that you've got Regan, obviously. That's why I haven't told anybody other than Joey. None of this is your fault, far from it. And I don't want to get you into any more trouble. If the police get wind you've taken Regan hostage, they'll probably lock you up again. Jamie put his hand over the mouthpiece. What's Eddie Mitchell like? Do you get on with him? He whispered to Regan. Yeah, Eddie's cool. Right, Jamie said to Frankie. I want you to tell your father what's happened. Explain all about little Vinny's confession. But under no circumstances can he tell Vinny Butler anything at this stage. I trust that bastard about as much as his son. Get my point? Totally, Jamie. Are you going to call back this evening? Yeah. In a couple of hours. Get your dad round there and I'll arrange a meet with him. Regan's fine, so don't be worrying about him. Mess with me, though, and I'll burn your house down with you inside, Frankie. Fucking despise liars, I do. Cost me my freedom already. Chapter 29. Well, what did he say? Joey Mitchell asked, his tone impatient. Frankie had a bloody cheek, talking to him like a fool earlier. Little did she know he was responsible for the deaths of Jed and Jimmy O'Hara. He wants to speak to Dad, then meet him. Can you ring Dad, Joey? I've barely spoken to him recently, and I know he's got the right ump with me. If he thinks it's another drama of mine, he won't come round. He'll listen to you, though.
What shall I say to him?
That something terrible has happened, and he needs to come round ASAP? The more I think about it, though, we've got to keep little Vinny's second confession to ourselves. Ben's dead, so it can't affect him, and they're bound to lock little Vinny up anyway, just for burying the body and lying to the police. That's perjury.
No, Frankie. There's been too many lies already. We need to tell Dad everything, Joey argued. Having been strong all day, Frankie's eyes welled up. She was thrilled Georgie was home, but still worried about Harry, and couldn't think straight at present with all this little Vinny rubbish going on. She sat opposite her brother. If people find out little Vinny strangled that poor child, how does it make me look? The press would have a field day like they did with Mum. I can't handle that again. It's not fair on the children. Not only do I need to protect mine, Callum and Regan don't deserve that either. They're good lads, Joey. But Dad won't tell the press. He'll deal with things his own way.
No. Just tell him about the Ben confession, Frankie insisted. She knew her father had no time for her at present. She also believed he would always blame her for her mum's death. If it hadn't been for her running off with Jed, her sweetheart of a mother would still be alive. Joey dialed his father's number. It went on to answer phone, so he left a message. Dad, it's me. Call us back as soon as possible. It's urgent. Something bad has happened, and me and Frankie really need your help. Oblivious to his daughter's plight, Eddie Mitchell was having a beer in the Blind Beggar with Albie Butler, of all people. He'd been to visit Aunt Joan in hospital again, and because of a bad accident, the traffic around Whitechapel was at a standstill.
Let me get you another drink, Albie. Want a pint and a brandy chaser?
Albie sadly shook his head.
Not as steady on me feet as I once was. Been giving me a lot of jipper late, my legs. Michael reckons it might be gout. But I ain't going to no bleeding doctor. Too old to be pulled about. Best I just have a pint, I think. Got to get a train home.
Eddie returned with a brandy chaser as well as a pint.
I'll drop you home. Save you arsing about with trains, Albie. Oh, thanks, Ed. Very kind of you. I don't venture up this way much any more. But today would have been Big Stan's birthday. A few of the lads we played cards with for years wanted to toast his memory. So I felt it only right I paid my respects too. Lovely bloke was Big Stan. Didn't deserve what happened to him,
Albie said bitterly. Along with Oliver, Sammy Lou and Stuart, Big Stan was another whose body had been peppered with bullets at Vivian's wake.
Terrible turnout all round, that. Absolutely shocking. No date for those bastards' trial yet either. Top lad was Stuart who got killed. Worked for me. Such a waste of life.
Albie's eyes brimmed with tears.
Breaks my heart just thinking about it. Oliver was a great lad with a big future ahead of him too. And I adored Sammy Lou. She was the making of little Vinny, God rest her soul. You spoken to little Vinny lately? Eddie inquired. Nah, he used to ring me a couple of times a week, but he hasn't been in touch lately. I have called him, but your daughter or one of the kids usually answers. They always say he's resting. Is he okay, do you know?
Eddie shrugged.
Between you and me, I don't think he is. He's changed since he got that pasting. They're a couple now, him and my Frankie. I keep out of it, me. Always been headstrong as my daughter. Caused me no end of grief over the years. Little Vinny's nothing like his father. He would take good care of your daughter, Ed. He's a decent lad with a kind heart,
Albie insisted.
You and Big Vinny never seen eye to eye? Eddie asked.
Albie shuffled awkwardly in his seat.
I'd rather not talk about him if you don't mind. As my old mum used to say, if you can't think of something nice to say about someone, you're better saying nothing at all.
Fair point, Eddie mumbled, taking his ringing phone out of his pocket.
What's up, Joey? He asked.
Why?
What's she done now?
He added, raising his eyebrows at Albie. Seconds later, Eddie Mitchell's face turned a deathly shade of white.
What you looking so happy about? Queenie Butler asked her pride and joy.
Even though his mother had since informed him she hadn't allowed the police to cross her threshold, had instead kept them on the doorstep, Vinny still urged her to follow him into the back garden again. He wouldn't put it past those nosy bastards to break in and plant a bug while his mum was out. Better to be safe than sorry had always been Vinny's motto. That was a pal of mine. Mehmet Malas has been got at in Belmarsh. Boiling sugared water, right in his boat race. They reckon he's gone blind. That'll teach him to fuck with our family, eh? Mehmet Malas was one of the Turks responsible for the carnage at Vivian's wake. Oh, that's brilliant news, Vin. Did you organise for that to happen? No, Eddie did. He put out the word amongst a few lads in there he knows. Told them there'd be a 5 grand reward for each Turk who was got at. 1 down, 2 to go. Vinny chuckled. Queenie smiled. A good friend is Eddie Mitchell. One of our own. Unaware his plan to get revenge for Stuart's death had paid dividends, Eddie Mitchell drove along the A13 in a stunned silence. Joey's exact words were, Jamie Preston never killed Molly Butler. Little Vinny was involved. I don't like to pry, but is everything all right, Eddie? Albie Butler asked. He knew what it was like to receive bad news, had had more than his fair share in his lifetime. Convincing himself there must be some mistake, Eddie smiled at the elderly man. Albie was a gentle old soul, who always seemed so forlorn. Ed could not help but feel sorry for him. You know what life's like, mate. Always some drama going on. Bit worried about that missing girl, if you want the truth. The old Bill keeps sniffing around the casino, and that's no good for business, is it? What girl's that, then? Did she go missing after a night at your gaff? No, not at all. She was in a relationship with your Vinny, but keep that under your hat. I thought Michael would have told you, but perhaps he doesn't know Felicity's missing yet, Eddie explained, studying Albie's reaction. This time it was Albie whose face turned deathly white. Not again, he thought sadly. He pictured Joanna Preston. Lovely girl she'd been. Joe deserved so much better than getting involved with his lunatic of a son. She'd always been kind to him, and a good mother to little Molly. You okay, Albie? Not got the DTs, have you? Your hands are shaking, mate. Compared to Vinny, Eddie Mitchell was a thoroughly nice bloke, and if Albie wasn't so scared of his eldest son, he would have warned Ed to sever all ties with the bane of his life. Albie Butler was a gutless man, though, so he said nothing. The Kelly brothers were already in the pub car park when Vinny Butler pulled in. He'd guessed when they'd contacted him and asked to meet in person that they'd had a visit from the police. Gesturing for them to get out of their vehicle, Vinny walked towards the pub entrance before offering both men a cigar. The old Bill was certainly on his case far more than they'd been over Karen and Joanna's deaths, and he was starting to feel a bit edgy. Well, Vinny mumbled, lighting Johnny's cigar first. Filth turned up lunchtime. Wanted the names of everyone who was involved in the car gang. They asked what time you arrived and left, if you popped out at all. We stuck to what we agreed, that you popped out to get some cigars and was gone for about 15 minutes. Billy piped up that he could remember you moaning about a parking ticket when you got back. I played dumb, said I couldn't remember that conversation, Johnny told Vinny. Good. Nosy bastards. You sure the others are all as clued up as used to? Yeah, they'll be fine. But it probably wouldn't hurt you to part with a few more grand, Vinny. We never told the others it was a woman, you see. Billy's going to tell them that you sorted out a passport for the Doris to start a new life abroad as she was in Shit Street over here. But the old judge especially might be a bit funny, we reckon. Nothing that an extra few grand won't sort, though. But I already told you I was giving you extra dosh, Johnny. Yeah, but we mean on top of that, Vin. Listen, you're not silly, neither are you short of a few bob. Not everybody is like us and you, Johnny explained. Billy and I couldn't give a flying fuck if it were royalty you'd done away with, but other men can think differently when they learn that Doris is involved. Billy and I discussed this situation on the way here, and we reckon an extra 5 grand per man should keep everybody sweet, the bent copper and judge included. Extremely pissed off, Vinny Butler bit his tongue and stamped the life out of his cigar, as though it were a tarantula under his shoe.
The Kellys had always assured him the men they used for alibis were as sweet as a nut, and that included the bent ex-cop and elderly judge. I'll get you the money by tomorrow. 5 grand per man, yourselves included. A word of warning to your pals, though. If any of 'em is thinking of taking the piss out of me, warn 'em to think again. I'm not a cunt, lads. Never have been and never will be. When Vinny stomped off, Johnny turned to his brother. Do you think we stronged it a bit? Billy Kelly shook his head. Not at all. We'd been bloody good friends to that man over the years. Some of the crap we've sorted for him would turn people's hair grey. Deserve a bit of the bunts at our time of life, and he needs us far more than we need him at present, Johnny. Believe me. Eddie Mitchell could barely believe what he was hearing. It must be 20-odd years since Molly Butler was murdered, but he could remember it like it were yesterday. It still brought a lump to his throat, what had happened to that poor child. One of those murders close to home that he'd never forget. Show me the letter, he demanded, his voice no more than a stunned whisper. Joey glanced awkwardly at Frankie as he handed their father the evidence. He'd been insisting all day that their dad should also be shown the other letter, but his sister wasn't in agreement. She was far too embarrassed and scared to want the whole sorry truth rising to the surface. Eddie stared at the childlike writing and shook his head in a state of utter disbelief. Vinny would completely lose the plot when he found out. There was no 2 ways about that. What time is Preston ringing back? He asked. Soon, hopefully. He said a couple of hours. Don't lose your rag or anything with him, Dad. None of this is his fault, Frankie pleaded. He hasn't threatened you, has he? Eddie spat. No, of course not, Frankie lied. Even though Jamie had threatened to burn her house down, she could tell he was only bluffing. She genuinely felt sorry for him and could sense he'd been treating Regan okay. Is this the first you knew of this? Eddie asked, pacing the room, letter in hand. Tell him the truth, Frankie, Joey urged. Admitting that she'd known for a while, but had been at a loss as to who to tell or what to do, Frankie added, But I did tell Joey recently. Eddie glared at his son. When? How long you known? Not long, Joey replied sheepishly. Frankie begged me not to tell you. Was worried all hell would break loose. Unable to control his temper, Eddie pushed Joey so hard in the chest his back hit the wall. And now it has, you fucking idiot. Disappointed in you, lad. I really am. Jamie Preston ended the call and crouched in front of Regan. The lad was happily munching on a bag of crisps while watching a western on the small TV. Can I trust you to stay here alone and not kick up a stink of any kind while I go and meet Eddie? You know all that crap I've said on the phone was bollocks, don't you? Obviously I had to clump you one to get you in my motor, but I swear, whatever happens, I'll never harm you again. Yeah, you can trust me, Jamie. How long will you be gone, do you reckon? An hour, tops. And I'll bring us a takeaway back. What do you fancy? Can we have pizza again? But this time can I have extra salami on mine, please? Of course you can. You're going to have to give me your phone, though. No point me giving it large to Eddie while you're chatting happily away to Georgie, is there? Jamie grinned. All being well, you'll be back home tomorrow anyway. Apart from his desire to see Georgie, the thought of returning home made Regan feel quite sad. Today, he and Jamie had played pool and darts in a quiet little pub, and even the fact they were sort of on the run felt exciting. Better than being stuck at home with his dad and Frankie drunkenly arguing, or Callum walking around with a face like a smacked arse. We will still see each other when I go home, won't we? Jamie himself felt sad as he replied to that question. He very much doubted the Butlers would ever allow him to be a part of Regan's life. Fingers crossed we will, mate. I'm going to make a move now. Won't be long. Eddie Mitchell strolled inside the Admiral Jellicoe on Canvey Island and glanced around. He remembered seeing photos of Jamie in the newspapers after he'd been convicted of killing Molly, but he didn't have a clue what he'd look like now. Dark, with bright green eyes like Albie's other offspring, Ed supposed. The pub wasn't that busy. Neither did any of the baseball cap-wearing, scruffily dressed lads even remotely resemble a butler. So Eddie ordered himself a scotch and sat down at a table. He wasn't that familiar with Canvey Island.
but could remember his Auntie Joan bringing him here with his brothers not long after his mum died. He'd played on a small beach with a bucket and spade and found a dead crab, if he remembered rightly. Suited and booted, Eddie stood out like a sore thumb in such an establishment, and aware that the bar staff were studying him, he began scrolling through his phone. Jamie had insisted on meeting here, said he'd been to the pub recently, and hinted that if Eddie was thinking of pulling wool over his eyes, he wouldn't be able to do it there. Jamie walked in half an hour late, and Eddie immediately knew it was him. Wearing a dark hooded tracksuit and trainers, he was dressed similarly to most of the males in the pub. But there was something about his stance and entrance that made him stand out a mile. He oozed class. Jamie ordered himself a pint of orange juice, then sat down opposite Eddie. He'd been lurking outside, had watched Mitchell walk in, but had wanted to ensure he was alone before making his own grand entrance. Jamie held out his right hand. "Shame it's not under different circumstances. But cheers for meeting me alone." "Ditto. Right, let's get to the nitty-gritty. Frankie's told me everything. Apparently little Vinny confessed to her before you snatched Regan, but apart from trying to convince him that going to the police was the right thing to do, she was too scared to do anything. Understandably. Which is why she never told me. He's still not been in contact, that gutless little prick, but we'll find him. Don't worry. This is the letter he left." Jamie was unimpressed as he studied the letter's content. "Looks like a fucking 4-year-old's written this. How do I know if it's even real? You could be hiding little Vinny for all I know, playing me along until Regan comes home. Then you and your psychic will come gunning for me." Eddie stared intently into Jamie's piercing green eyes. He most definitely looked like a butler, but had a rounder, softer face like Michael, rather than Vinny's more chiselled features. "You're just going to have to trust me, I'm afraid. My word is my bond. Anybody who knows me will tell you that." Jamie sneered and shook his head. "Not being funny, but I've just spent most of my life banged up for a crime your daughter's current beau committed. And your business partners with a geezer who had my cousin bumped off. Why the hell should I trust you?" For the first time since Jessica had died, Eddie Mitchell felt like a complete and utter fool. Back in Emerson Park, Frankie had tucked Brett into bed and was now comforting Georgie. Callum had been as miserable as sin, so after pleading with her, she'd allowed him to go and stay at a pal's house. What could she say or do to stop him? She wasn't his mother, and his father could be anywhere. Joey Mitchell sighed. His sister had been upstairs for ages, so he'd popped up to make sure she was all right. It was clear from the snippets of conversation he'd overheard that Georgie had rung Alice O'Hara and been verbally abused. Frankie was a good mum at heart, just like he was a good son, which was why Joey knew he had to do the right thing. The shove in the chest and harsh words his father had given him earlier had reminded him of such duties. Creeping down the stairs, Joey decided to text his father rather than call him. "Can't say anything when you get back here later, Dad, but text me early tomorrow and we'll meet somewhere behind Frankie's back. There is something important I need to tell you. Joey, kiss." Regan Butler sat up and rubbed his eyes. "You've been gone ages. I was so hungry I fell asleep." Jamie handed the lad a pizza box. "Sorry, Regan. I don't know the area that well and thought Canby Island was only down the road. Turns out it wasn't. It's poxy miles away." The caravan they were currently holed up in was on Mercy Island. Having been stuck in prison most of his life, Jamie's geographical skills were not great. He only knew of the Admiral Jellicoe because Glenn had dealings with a bloke who lived in Canby, and he'd remembered passing that pub and thinking what an unusual name it had. "How did you get on with Eddie?" Regan asked, scoffing his pizza like a starving animal. "Okay. You're not going to be going home just yet, though. I need to make sure I can trust Eddie first. That cool with you?" "Not if you forget my extra salami again." Jamie smiled. "Sorry, lad. I'll buy you another pizza tomorrow with as much salami on it as you want. Deal?" Trying to take their minds off matters, Joey and Frankie were watching repeats of Only Fools and Horses. Neither of them was laughing much, mind. Not even when Grandad smashed the chandelier on the floor in one of their favourite episodes.
Surely Dad will be home soon, Joey. He's been gone ages. Georgie's going to be so upset if Regan isn't with him. What a horrible old witch Alice O'Hara is, eh? Fancy calling Georgie all those terrible things. Disgusting. Joey Mitchell put an arm around his sister's shoulders and adjusted the throw that covered the two of them. The weather had been bitterly cold today. Alice is history now, and good bloody riddance. At least Georgie's learned for herself what a nasty person her grandmother is. As for Dad, he probably don't want to speak on the blower. You know what he's like when a drama occurs. Always thinks MI5 are bugging us. Joey joked, trying to make light of the whole torrid situation. The knock on the door made both Joey and Frankie jump out of their skins. The gates were closed, and anybody entering the property needed to press the buzzer first. "No, don't open it," Frankie ordered her brother. "It might be little Vinny, and if he's out of his box, he's capable of anything." Joey turned the TV down. The slats on the blinds were closed so nobody could see in. "You got a bat or a hammer or something? I'm not scared of bloody little Vinny." "It's me," a voice shouted out. "Harry!" Frankie exclaimed. She ran to the front door, flung it open and threw her arms around her son. "Harry, you're home!" she cried. Harry O'Hara screwed his face up. "Yeah. Get off me now, Frankie. I'm starving." Chapter 30. Unable to sleep, Michael Butler got up in the middle of the night. He kept getting these crazy nightmares which forced him to relive the awful day of Felicity's murder. Then he couldn't nod off again. Filling the kettle up, Michael thought back to the previous evening. He'd been sitting in his office when he'd heard the local news presenter say, "Tearful grandmother appeals for information regarding the disappearance of her granddaughter." Felicity had then been mentioned by name. Felicity's nan was a smart blonde lady with a posh accent, and Michael was fixated as she spoke about her granddaughter, and pleaded for her safe return. An image of a sports car the same colour as Felicity's had then been shown, and the newsreader had read out the registration whilst informing the public that the car could hold vital information regarding Felicity's whereabouts, and the public should keep their eyes peeled. Watching Felicity's nan sob her heart out had brought tears to Michael's eyes, and any doubt he'd had over purchasing that gun was gone. His brother was mentally ill, a danger to women, and no way would Michael allow another to suffer such a traumatic end to their life as Felicity had. Raping her, then cutting the baby out of the poor woman's belly, was confirmation that his brother was beyond control. Michael opened the back door, sat on the wooden bench and lit a cigar. Vinny had rung him again yesterday, left a couple of messages asking to meet up. "I love you, bruv. You know that. Let's chat, face to face. Call me," he'd urged. Michael ran his hands through his hair. In his heart, he would always love Vinny, but that didn't mean he liked him much. Lenny, Roy, Oliver and Sammy Lou had all lost their lives thanks to his brother's wrongdoings. The entire Butler family were targets, thanks to Vinny. The time had come for Michael to put his own safety and that of his children first. Thrilled to have her son home, Frankie was in a buoyant mood and up with the lark the following morning. She'd been disappointed when her father had turned up shortly after Harry's return without Regan, but he'd reassured her everything had gone well with Jamie, and Regan would be home soon.
"You're up early. Couldn't you sleep?"
Joey Mitchell yawned, plonking himself on a kitchen chair, wearing his sister's bright pink dressing gown. "The kids will take the right piss out of you in that," Frankie laughed. "Go and put one of little Vinny's on. There's one in the bedroom and another in the ensuite." "No, thank you. Don't want anything that's been in contact with his skin. Anyway, I can get away with pink. I am gay, remember?" Joey added with a wink. Frankie poured her brother a coffee and sat opposite him sipping her own. Georgie had been ecstatic when she'd run down the stairs and laid eyes on her brother. It was the perfect ending to an otherwise traumatic day. "Did Harry get a train home like Georgie?" Joey asked. He'd made himself scarce after his father had left the previous evening, had lain on the bed chatting to Dominic so Frankie could spend some quality time alone with her children. "Yes, but he hasn't said why he left, and I don't want to pry. Perhaps he heard what Alice said on the phone to Georgie. That would roughly fit with the time he arrived. I was sure he'd come back to me. That's why I'm up so early. Thought I'd cook us all a big celebratory fry-up and do some planning for the future. Do you think Dad'll rent me another house? I know I've messed him about in the past, but after this little Vinny turnout, I'm off men for good. It's all about me and the kids from now on.
Until you fall in love with the next loser, Joey mocked.
No, I'm serious. I'm sick of waking up feeling sluggish too. I want to join a gym and perhaps do a little part-time job of some kind. I need to start standing on my own 2 feet rather than always relying on Dad. And I want to be a good example to my children. I've not been a great role model for them so far, have I?
Joey put his right hand on top of Frankie's. Don't beat yourself up. You've been through a lot with Mum dying, Jed, prison, then losing your kids and Stuart. Of course Dad will get you another property. I know you and him clash, but you've always been the apple of his eye, sis. You're two alike, that's why you rub one another up the wrong way. Having said that, I very much doubt he's going to let Regan and Callum live with you once you move, so you might have to rethink that one.
But when little Vinny gets locked up, who else is there to look after them?
Joey shrugged. Once the shit hits the fan, a clean break will be best all round. Not your problem, are they? Gary Mitchell stayed silent while his father explained the situation. He'd known something was amiss when his dad had ordered him to drive to his gaff in Rettendon before the rush hour. So, what now? You don't seem very shocked, Eddie remarked. Had you already spoken to Joey or Frankie?
No, not spoken to anybody. The Butlers are as fucked up as families come, Dad. That's why I warned you not to get involved with them in the first place.
Well, I'm going to sort it out once and for all now. We're going to need to know where little Vinny's hiding. I'll need your help, obviously. And if we need a third man, Raymond's the obvious choice. For now, though, this is just between us.
OK, but if I was you, I wouldn't be fucking around doing deals to get Regan home. Preston might set you up and Glenn Harper will be waiting in the wings with a shooter for your next visit. Why don't you just tell Vinny? Let him deal with it.
Eddie shook his head. No way is Vinny going to allow that letter to get into the old Bill's hands. He's bound to go fucking ballistic and deal with his son himself. Lose face otherwise, won't he? Enough to kill poor old Queenie, learning that her grandson helped bury her beloved granddaughter. And you know what Mummy's boy Vinny is. Be the end of the Butlers for good if the press get as much as a whiff of this, which is why I know Vinny's bound to hush it up. Preston's insistent he wants his name cleared, and I don't bastard well blame him. The stretch I done for accidentally murdering Jessica was bad enough, but at least I did do it. That poor fucker did a much bigger lump than me, and will be labelled a child killer for the rest of his life if I hand the evidence over to Vinny.
I don't get where you're coming from. But you barely know Preston, and seeing as he's Albie's son, he's also a butler. They're all wrong uns. I don't trust any of them. Bad genes.
Eddie clenched his fist and pounded it against his chest. Sometimes in life, gal, you got no option other than to go with your gut instinct. This happens to be one of those times. Vinny Butler will kill his own son, and then I am going to ensure me and him part company for good. I want him out of my business and life. How's that sound? Gary Mitchell sighed. Dangerous, with a hint of fucking madness. Glenn, I've got to go now. Promised I'd take my aunt to the shops and I'm running late. Jamie Preston lied. Glenn was forever checking up on his whereabouts or turning up at his gaff unannounced, so he'd bluffed it yesterday and told his ex-cellmate that his nan's sister had got in touch out of the blue and he was visiting her.
That your mate again? Was it him who kept phoning in the night?
Regan asked. Yeah, Jamie replied. On the inside, he thought the sun shone out of Glenn Harper's arsehole, but on the outside, Glenn was very different to what Jamie had expected. He was like a Peter Pan type, the boy who'd never grown up. Glenn and his cronies were all in their late 40s or 50s, yet they would party as though they were still teenagers. Snorting cocaine, then sitting up talking bollocks all night was the norm. As was going to clubs and raves, and shagging call girls.
Is Glenn your best mate?
Regan inquired innocently. Yeah, I suppose he is, Jamie responded. He wasn't into the lifestyle yet,
but would always be indebted to Glenn for being such a good friend to him in prison. That's why he tried so hard to join in with the lads. But it wasn't for him, and he was finding it harder to hang around with them by the day. So what we doing? Can we get some breakfast soon? I'm starving. Jamie smiled. For a skinny whippet, you eat like a racehorse. Let me have a shower, then we'll go grab some munch. As the none too warm water invigorated him, Jamie's thoughts turned to Eddie Mitchell. Ed had insisted he deal directly with him from now on, had told Jamie to call him again today. He'd seemed genuine enough. But if he was one of the good guys, why the hell was he in partnership with Vinny? Something didn't add up, and Jamie was determined to find out what. Show me that racing car game you got then, Brett. I'll beat you, though, 'cause I can drive real cars and trucks. I even drove my uncle's horse box recently, didn't I, Georgie? Harry O'Hara bragged. Yeah, but you won't beat Brett 'cause he's a wizard with computer games and you're a dinlow, Harry. Georgie laughed. When both her sons scarpered upstairs, Frankie smiled as she loaded the dishwasher. Harry and Brett seemed genuinely at ease in one another's company at long last, which made her heart melt. Do you want me to do anything, Mum? Georgie asked. No, you're fine, love. Harry seems happy enough. What do you think? He's fine. He did have a go at me for not telling him I was leaving, though. He hated it on that new site, too. Said he would have come with me and was upset 'cause I just abandoned him. Did you explain your reasons? Yeah, but he was still angry with me. I had to promise him I'll never leave him like that again. Of course. Did Harry overhear what Alice said to you on the phone? No, but he did steal her purse yesterday morning so he could get here. He saw Billy give her £100 the night before, so he got up early and ran off with it. He's such a dinlow, though. He got on the wrong train first and ended up in Scotland. Georgie chuckled. Oh well, he got home safe in the end, bless him. Bet Nanny Alice is fuming, mind. Frankie smirked. She loathed that evil old cow. I'll answer that, Joey shouted, when the buzzer burst into life. He was surprised his father hadn't already been in contact, seeing as he'd sent him that text the previous evening. The CCTV that had been installed was no longer working, thanks to little Vinny having a meltdown a couple of days ago. He ripped all the wires out and smashed up the indoor screen. That you, Dad? Joey asked. No, it's Vinny. Open the gates. Joey ran into the kitchen. Shit, it's Vinny Butler. What are we going to say? I answered it so he knows we're in. Georgie, go upstairs with the boys. Make sure nobody says anything about little Vinny or Regan. I will make up a story, Frankie said. OK, I'll clue Harry and Brett up, Georgie replied. Frankie pressed the button that opened the electronic gates. Your mobile's ringing. It's Finn, Joey informed his sister. Answer it and see what he wants. Little Vinny's probably been in touch, but say nothing until Vinny's gone. Frankie opened the door, full grin on her face. Long time no see. You all right, Vinny? She asked, as casually as her voice would allow her to sound. Her heart was thumping so loudly in her chest, she wondered if he could hear it. If the mountain won't come to Mohammed, I thought I'd best come to the mountain. Where is he? And more importantly, how is he? Yeah, he's good, Vin. Not in at the moment, though. Gone out with the boys. I would offer you a coffee, but Joey's here and we're about to go out too. Vinny had a good sense of when people were flustered and speaking bullshit. Well, I haven't driven all this way not to be offered a coffee. Neither have I done so to be lied to. So best you let me in, eh, sweetheart? Two women who loved nothing more than shopping until they dropped. Today, Queenie and Joycey were looking for something glamorous to wear in Hornchurch. I could have told you there was only a few clothes shops here. Pleased with that top I bought, though. Look fabulous with my black culottes, that will, Joyce announced. Oh, yes. Stunning, Queenie lied. The top Joycey had bought was bold, brash and leopard print. Queenie loathed it almost as much as she did seeing a woman of Joycey's age swanning around in culottes. Mutton done up as lamb sprang to mind. Shall we have a coffee? Or an early lunch? Not many more shops here to look in, Joyce suggested. You heard from Frankie recently? Only since she got with little Vinny, I've been blanked for some reason.
Not so much as a phone call, let alone an invite. Vinny hasn't heard from him either. To think I gave up the bulk of my life to bring up that ungrateful little sod. No respect these days, is there, Joycey? None at all. Not like the old days. Nope, not heard from Frankie recently either. Joey always rings me, so does Eddie, but other than that, I might as well be dead. Queenie glanced at her watch. Seeing as it's a bit early for lunch, why don't we pay our ignorant grandchildren a surprise visit? They're only down the road, aren't they? Joyce grinned. Yes, let's shove a firework up their ignorant arses. Frankie Mitchell leaned against the hallway wall. Her father had insisted if any of the Butlers got in contact, she and Joey were to tell them nothing about the Molly revelations. He'd ordered them to act as normal and carefree as possible. However, Vinny Butler was a scary bastard, especially when he was asking question after question and his eyes started to bulge. Do you think he believed me? She asked her twin. Yeah, but the problem is he's going to be sniffing around all the time now. Why didn't you just stick to the story little Vinny had gone go-karting with the boys? Joey asked. Because he didn't bloody believe it, Joey. Telling him me and little Vinny had argued and he'd stormed off with the boys was the only way I could think of getting rid of him. What did Finn say? Little Vinny rang him twice in the early hours of this morning. He wouldn't say where he was staying and was out of his box by all accounts. Finn feels ever so guilty for getting him that cocaine now, and he's desperately worried we're going to tell Big Vinny or Dad. I told him we wouldn't, providing he plays ball with us. I said you'd call him back, but I do think you should inform Dad of everything that's happened today first. Probably best he contacts Vinny and Finn. He'll know how to handle all this better than us. Has Vinny gone, Mum? Georgie asked, followed down the stairs by her brothers. Brett knows now about Regan. He isn't a Dinlow. Knew something was up, so I told him. Yeah, he's gone, Frankie replied chirpily. Obviously she hadn't told her children little Vinny had murdered Molly yet. They would find out the truth at some point, though. Same as poor Callum and Regan. Frankie hugged her daughter and youngest son before turning her attention to Harry. Leave it out, Mum. I don't do cuddles, he informed her. If a smile could have ever lit up a hallway, Frankie's would have done in a split second. Harry had said the one word she'd been longing to hear him say. He'd actually called her Mum. Yes! Regan Butler exclaimed, punching his fist in the air. He and Jamie were playing pool in the pub again, and he'd just won 2 games on the spin. I'm going to ring Eddie now. Be back in a tick, Jamie informed the triumphant lad. Little did Regan know that he'd chucked both games on purpose. Well, is my dad home yet? Regan asked on Jamie's return, his mouth full of dry roasted peanuts. No, but he's been in touch with a pal, so he's okay. Eddie wants to speak to you, Jamie informed Regan, handing him the pay-as-you-go he'd purchased under a false identity. Be honest with him, but don't say where we are, he mouthed. Yes, Eddie? I'm fine, thanks. Being well fed and looked after. Will you tell Georgie I miss her and that I'll see her soon? Regan asked, before handing the phone back to Jamie. Agreeing to meet Eddie again at the same pub they'd met at the previous day, Jamie flatly refused when he was asked to bring Regan as well. No way. Sorry, but you need to come up with a proper plan before the kid goes home. I haven't gone to these lengths to hand him back without being sure my name's cleared. We'll talk more later. See you at 6. The last thing Frankie Mitchell needed was her grandmother and little Vinny's turning up on the doorstep interrogating her, but that was what she was currently dealing with. I know there's something you're not telling me, Frankie. You won't look me in the eye, Joyce insisted. If you and little Vinny have had a row, we won't judge, will we, Joycey? All couples argue. Is that what's happened? You had a Barney, and he's sodded off somewhere with the boys? Queenie pried. Aware that his sister was becoming flustered, Joey put his 2 penn'orth in. Just leave it, will you? It's not what you think, put it that way. Georgie and Harry coming home is what we're celebrating today. Joyce pursed her lips. Come on, Queenie. Let's go for some lunch somewhere. Nothing worse than being made to feel like a nosy old bat, is there? Determined to obey his father's orders, Joey decided to crack a couple of jokes to lighten the mood. It was obvious his Nan and Queenie could sense something was wrong. "No way are you unwanted or a bat, Nan. Old, yes, very," he quipped. Not impressed one bit by her grandson's humour, Joycey slapped him around the face. "And to think I went to the trouble of finding you a surrogate mother to have your baby. You'd make a terrible father. Worse than your granddad, and he's the most disappointing man I've ever bastard well met." Michael Butler felt a bit queasy as he neared the house where Katie lived in Tunbridge Wells. The police had paid him a visit early this morning, asking questions about Felicity Carter-Price, and his whereabouts on the weekend she'd gone missing. He'd been dreading such a visit, but had managed to act as though he hadn't a care in the world. Truth be known, Vinny and I aren't exactly in one another's pockets. Obviously, I love him. He's my brother. But we've got our own lives now and separate businesses. We still hang out when we have time, but I've not had a proper catch-up with him for a long while. So I've no idea how long he's been seeing Felicity for, or how often she stayed at his. Vinny's never been one to speak about his love life much, Michael had informed the police, while trying to blank that poor woman's awful screams and ordeal from his mind. What Vinny had done to her was haunting him.
"Michael, what a lovely surprise. Worried I'd started packing for my move to France, was you?"
Katie asked sarcastically. She was intending on spending the entire 6 weeks of the school summer holidays in the south of France, but had no wish to live out there permanently. It was good to keep Michael on his toes, though. He rarely came home anymore, but still kept her and the children in a life of luxury. "Kids at school?" Michael inquired.
"Yes. Where else do you think they'd be?"
"Good. We need to talk. I've put this house on the market today. I thought it was high time we went our separate ways. You'll get half of what it's worth, even though you've never put a penny into it, and there'll be a monthly allowance for the children. From now on, you can keep yourself in that life of luxury you're accustomed to. In future, when you want to spend thousands in beauty salons, you pay for the treatments yourself. Get my drift?"
Katie stared at Michael in shocked disbelief. She was 37 now. She'd been 21 when she'd fallen pregnant with Nathan, and had been a kept woman ever since.
"You can't put my house on sale without my permission. That's against the law." "Tough shit. And no, it ain't. My solicitor reckons the same as me. You've taken the piss for far too long. Had enough of your constant demands now, so you can fuck off to the south of France or wherever else you fancy living. Nathan will be 16 soon. He can choose to live with me then, if he wants. As for Ellie, she can visit me whenever she likes."
Katie flew at Michael, her long fingernails scratching at his face.
"You absolute bastard! You've got another woman, haven't you? Is it Bella? You back with her?" "No. I'm done with women, sweet cheeks. You're enough to put any man off for life," Michael said, grabbing hold of Katie's wrists. "Cried wolf once too often, haven't you, eh? Board will be up at the entrance tomorrow. Property will be on the internet by then too. Your unlimited credit card's also been cancelled. I'll ring the kids later and explain it all to them myself. Take care, Katie. I'd like to say it's been nice knowing you, but that would be the lie of all fucking lies."
When Katie chased him down the driveway, standing in front of his car, screaming abuse, Michael reversed, then opened the window.
"You want to ask for a refund from them elf farms and beauty salons? Be more beneficial if you can find a new hobby that cleanses you on the inside rather than the out. Laters, darling."
Katie was livid as Michael's new Range Rover zoomed off. Hoping he could still hear her, she screamed,
"I hope you crash and die, you bastard!"
Jamie Preston hung around outside the pub first to check Eddie arrived alone again. Mitchell seemed a straight talker, a what you see is what you get type of guy, but he was still Vinny's partner, and Jamie wouldn't trust Butler as far as he could throw him.
"Bar staff have been giving me funny looks. I reckon they think I'm the Mr. Big of drug dealers," Eddie joked, as Jamie sat down.
"Probably," Jamie replied, drinking the pint of orange juice Ed had got him.
"So what's this plan, then?" "I'm going to be straight with you now, Jamie. Your pal, Glenn Harper, I'm not a fan of. You know as well as I do what he does for a living, and that ain't my bag. People who sell and take drugs I tend not to trust, so I need your word that anything we speak about is just between you and me. I'm a fair man, and I like to think of myself as a nice guy. But cross me, and you'll see a different person. You get what I'm saying? Yes. And ditto. Jamie held Eddie's gaze. Fire away, then. Vinny Butler bowled into the casino like he owned the place, which he did. Do you know if I left my phone here earlier, lads? Can't find the poxy thing anywhere. Not seen it, boss, Paul the doorman replied. Me neither, Pete added. Both men had worked for Vinny since he'd opened his first ever club in Whitechapel. Bursting into his office, Vinny was relieved to see his phone on the desk. Very unusual for him to have left it there, but accidents happen, especially when life dumps so much shit on your poxy plate. Pressing the answer phone, Vinny grinned when he got to message number 3. Hi, Vin, it's me. Yeah, I'm up for a meet. Let us know when you're free and we'll sort something. Take care, and I'll see you soon. Vinny breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his brother would come round, and needed him on his side right now. His family might not be perfect, but they were loyal to the core when push came to shove. The Butler bond was unbreakable, like steel. Chapter 31. Gary arrived at his dad's cottage early the following morning. The old Bill turned up at work last night, carted Vinny off in front of all the punters, Gary told his father. Over Felicity? What, they actually arrested him? Not exactly, but it was about Felicity. He was his usual cocky self, happily trotted off to the cop shop for questioning. They didn't handcuff him or anything, though. Where were you last night? I thought you were coming to the casino. Yeah, I was. I ended up going for something to eat with Jamie Preston and went straight home afterwards. I wanted to have a good chat with Gina while the kids were asleep. Barely spoken to her since she's been in Ireland. I managed to convince her to stay a bit longer. Don't want her and the kids at home with all this crap going on. She reads me like a book, does Gina. She'll know I'm up to something. How long was you with Preston for, then? Couple of hours. Preston is adamant Vinny bumped off his cousin Joanna, Molly and Ava's mum. And those dead creatures that turned up at the casino were aimed at Vinny. Jamie had no knowledge of it until recently, mind. A pal of his thought it would be fun to wind Butler up while Preston was still behind bars. Don't be telling him too much, Dad. I'll fall in for his blarney. He might be a Preston by name, but he's still a Butler by blood. Sweet talkers and liars, the lot of them, Gary warned. I get where you're coming from, but I've had to trust him to an extent, and to be fair, he's been honest with me too. Turns out Jamie was behind both the Butler beatings. He sort of ordered the attack on Vinny, and he did over little Vinny himself. He's no mug, the lad. Gary Mitchell was wary by nature. You haven't told him what we're planning, have you? No. The truth coming out and his name being cleared is all he wants. Well, that and little Vinny getting his comeuppance. I still think you're wrong in thinking that Vinny's going to kill his own son. Wanting to do away with someone is one thing. Doing away with your firstborn's another, Gary warned. Nah, he'll be up for it. I'd bet my gaff on that. He'll blow a gasket when he learns the truth, I'm telling you. Worshipped the ground Molly walked on, did Vinny. I'm not so sure. He might just force his son to do one and never come back. Any more obstacles you want to put in the way, gal? Eddie snapped. Gary held his hands up. Point taken. You know the bloke better than me, thank fuck. He's done that poor cow in, without a doubt. I'm going to tell him later I found out who was sending that crap to us, just to see the look on his face. Not mentioning Preston, of course. I'll say I found out it was to do with the gypsies and aimed at me. Cool. That's your phone bleeping? Eddie read the text. It was from Joey, asking why he hadn't replied to his urgent text. Eddie dialed his son's number. Urgent what? The plot thickens, Eddie said, ending the call. What did he say? Gary asked. Not much. Just that he has some new info, and I mustn't let Frankie know. I wonder what's occurred. Dunno, but we'll soon find out. He's on his way over.
Boys, what you up to? Your breakfast is getting cold, Frankie yelled. Callum was back home from his friend's house, and she'd heard him, Harry and Brett playing computer games late into the night.
Won't be a minute, Mum. Brett's teaching me Pokemon, and it's ace, Harry shouted out.
Frankie grinned. Sod the breakfast. She would put that in the microwave. As long as her son was happy, getting on well with his brother, and calling her Mum, she could deal with any other crap life threw at her.
You okay, Mum?
Georgie O'Hara asked. Frankie Mitchell was more than okay. It had been a long, hard stretch, no doubt about that. But finally, she felt she had her children back. Eddie and Gary Mitchell were both taken aback by the latest revelation. According to Joey, little Vinny had since admitted to killing Molly himself. When did he tell Frankie this? Over the phone? Joey Mitchell handed his father the letter. He told her just before he ran off. The night before, I think. Look, it's there, in black and white. Jesus fucking wept. I gotta keep hold of this, Eddie mumbled. Even he was stunned by the latest turn of events. What sort of family had he got himself involved with? One he would be parting company with in the none too distant future, that was for sure. Eddie might not be an angel, but he adored the ground his wife and children walked on, which was why he had to do now what any decent man would. Go easy with Frankie, eh? She's very fond of little Vinny's boys, Joey urged. Eddie Mitchell was in no mood for taking advice, and so was I, until I found out their father killed little children. Michael Butler switched on his pay-as-you-go mobile. It wasn't registered in his name, and only Vinny knew it existed. It rang seconds later, as expected. You okay, bruv? Vinny asked, his voice one of concern. When he'd rung Michael on his regular mobile a few minutes ago, his younger brother had insisted they only chat on their untraceables. Yep. But we need to talk. Somewhere private, where there are no ears or eyes. Remember that dirt track in Hanningfield? The one we were going to use for Clever Trevor? Rings a bell, but not sure I'd find it now. That was ages ago. Stick Pan Lane in your sat-nav. Pick up the lane. The dirt track is 5 minutes past that on your left. I'll meet you there at 9 tonight. Guessing the old biller paid Michael a visit, Vinny okayed the time, then said, We'll go for a bevy afterwards, eh? Yeah, but don't tell Mum we're meeting. I don't want her worrying, Michael replied, feeling awful. There wouldn't be any afterwards. Jamie Preston switched the ignition off and turned to Regan. He couldn't keep the lad forever. Had to trust Eddie Mitchell at some point. Keep out of trouble, boy. And don't forget to buy a rose to give that girlfriend of yours on your first proper date. Be bowled over, Georgie will, I promise you. Can I ring you later? Regan asked. He felt sad. Knew he would miss Jamie's company. Not from here or your phone. If you need to speak to me, just call from a payphone, okay? But you don't really see payphones anymore. Everyone has a mobile these days. Eddie Mitchell got out of his Range Rover. You all right, Regan? He asked, ruffling the lad's hair. Get in the motor while I have a quick word with Jamie, please. Has he been in touch? Jamie asked. Sure has. With Finn again. He's promised to ring Frankie later, so fingers crossed. I'm going to get Vinny to come over to mine once I've dropped the lad off. Not looking forward to telling him, but it's got to be done, Eddie said. He decided not to inform Jamie of the latest twist in the tale. Frankie's wishes and welfare needed to come first, but Ed would secretly have loved Jamie to know that little Vinny was in fact Molly's killer. Will you keep me informed with what's going on? Jamie asked. Yeah, sure. Your name will be cleared sooner rather than later. I'll personally make sure of that. So keep the faith. Okay. Speak soon. When Eddie started the engine, Regan wound down the window. Bye, Uncle Jamie. Hope to see you again soon. Feeling emotional because he'd been called Uncle for the first time in his messed-up life, Jamie Preston trudged back to his vehicle. Vinny Butler was a worried man.
Eddie only ever asked him to come to his gaff in Rettendon if there was something important to discuss, and he just hoped this wasn't about Felicity's disappearance again. 2.5 hours the old Bill had grilled him the previous evening, and although he could tell they'd sod all on him and were just fishing, it was giving him the eebies to keep talking about her now. When Roxy Music's Dance Away blasted out of his CD player, Vinny turned it down. One of his all-time favourite songs. Today, for some strange reason, it reminded him of the good times down at King's Holiday Park in Eastbourne. What a brilliant place that had been, until he'd got the whole family barred. Every weekend there'd be top stars performing, whether it be comedians or singers, and his mother and aunt would get glammed up to the nines. In their element they were in that plush clubhouse, and so was his little Molly. She'd won the talent competition there not long before that bastard had ended her life. Jamie Preston was going to get his comeuppance big time once all this Felicity stuff had died down. He was the next on Vinny's hit list. He could still visualise Molly even now, standing on that stage belting out "You Are My Sunshine," while twirling around and having the audience in fits of laughter. If ever a child was born to be a star, that child was his firstborn daughter. The sound of his phone ended Vinny's reminiscing. "You all right, Mum? Got a couple of hours to kill later. You out or in today?"
Not sure. Me and Joyce are still fuming, boy. Got treated like shit when we visited little Vinny and Frankie yesterday. He weren't there, but that poofter brother of Frankie's was. And he all but told us where to go, bloody cheek. Joyce has been a bleeding good grandmother, same as I have. Makes you think what they'd do if we ever got forgetful and incontinent. Probably chuck us straight into some shitty council-run home and sell our properties to pay for it, if yesterday was anything to go by.
Vinny smiled. He'd noticed his mother's soapbox rants increase as she'd aged, and he could never imagine her mellowing. She certainly had an old-school way with words. He hadn't heard the expression poofter for years. "I think little Vinny and Frankie have had a big kick-off and split up or something. Her and Joey were cagey with me yesterday and all. Look, why don't I take you out for lunch? Then we can both pop round there together. Don't invite Joycey, though, as I want to chat to you about some other stuff too. Got questioned by the old Bill last night, barking up the wrong tree as per usual, but that's why I never called you back as promised. I've spoken to Michael as well. We'll explain all later."
OK. What time are you picking me up?
"Shouldn't be long. Eddie's summoned me over to his for some unknown reason, but I doubt it'll be all that time-consuming. I'll bell you when I'm leaving Rettendon." Cranking up the volume of his stereo, Vinny joined in with Brian Ferry as he sung the words of "In Every Dream Home a Heartache." Little did he know that when he reached Eddie's cottage, his own heart would be destined to ache for evermore. Pacing up and down his newly laid wooden floor, Eddie Mitchell kept sporadically glancing out of his front room window. He'd done a lot of thinking since speaking to Gary earlier, and had now come up with a definite plan of action. It was for the best all round. Eddie was a family man, would walk on hot coals to protect Gina and his children. Ed had no way of summing up in a nutshell how he felt about Vinny Butler now. He could never hate him. They'd been pals for years, and had experienced some great times together. He felt dreadfully sorry for Vinny over what he was about to tell him. Knew the news would break the man's heart. But when Eddie glanced at the other side of the coin, he'd obviously made a mistake setting up business with the bloke. A rumour had been going round the underworld for years that trouble followed Vinny everywhere, and Ed should have listened. But the thing that preyed on Eddie's mind the most was how Butler had callously disposed of Felicity Carter Price. No way was that woman going to turn up now, and she'd been pregnant with Vinny's child. Knowing Vinny as well as he did now, Eddie would bet a random stranger 10 grand that Felicity hadn't got rid of the baby and Vinny had tricked her by pretending they were going to keep it and play happy families. Eddie remembered meeting Joanna Preston, Vinny's last girlfriend, and the mother of little Molly back in the day. She was a lovely girl, but rumour had it that Vinny had only got with her as some kind of sick payback for her father shooting his brother Roy. While in prison, Vinny apparently found out through the grapevine that Joanna had given birth to another daughter, but she'd chosen not to inform him about her existence because she didn't want Ava to grow up in the same world as Molly had died in. Then, Bob's your uncle, Vinny gets out of Nick, and not long after, Joanna is killed by a big red truck down the Dengie Strait near Tillingham. Her killer was never traced, and Vinny, of course,
had the perfect alibi. Although the truth was crystal clear to him now, Eddie still felt like total shit as Vinny's motor pulled up outside. He'd get no satisfaction breaking such news, was dreading telling him. Vinny grinned as he stepped out of his motor. He was in a good mood, because Michael had contacted him. "Just been having a boogie on me own to Virginia Plain. Love that tune. Reminds me of the early days, back in our Whitechapel club. Came out in 1972 and Champ used to blast it out the DJ system after our singers had finished. It was Roy's favourite song at the time, I think. Having one of them melancholy days for some reason, pal. Been playing some tunes that reminded me of the good old days on the way here. Auntie Viv and Molly sprang to mind especially. So what's up? And if it's about last night, the old Bill turned up at the casino and wanted to ask me some questions in the office. I got nothing to hide, Ed, but needed to get 'em off me back once and for all. So I told 'em, in front of the punters, to take me down to the station instead. Everyone laughed as I winked while walking out with 'em." Eddie took a deep breath. "Sit down, mate, and drink that brandy. You're going to need it, trust me." The fact Vinny had been thinking about Molly on the journey here made this even harder. "No booze. Got a lot of running about to do later, and I promised to take me mum out for lunch. What's going on, Ed? I don't like mind games, you know that." Puffing his cheeks out, Eddie shook his head. "I'm so sorry, mate. But there's no easy way to say this to you. The reason my Frankie and your son have split up is because little Vinny confessed to killing Molly. He reckons it was some kind of accident. I don't really know what else to say to you, other than I think we should keep it to ourselves and deal with—" "You what?" "It's hard to take in, I know, Vin. In bits, Frankie is. We all are." "You gone off your fucking rocker," Vinny sneered. When Ed handed him the letter, Vinny stared at it with a look of total confusion. His son had slanted, distinctive handwriting, and even though it was badly written, Vinny could tell it was his son who'd penned it. Screwing the letter up, Vinny leapt up and grabbed Eddie by the throat. "Is this some kind of sick joke, you cunt? Who gave it you?" he bellowed, eyes bulging with fury. Eddie grabbed Vinny's wrists. "It's no joke, mate. It's the truth. I'm really sorry, but I couldn't not tell you. Little Vinny confessed in person too. He originally told Frankie Ben Bloggs had done it, then changed his story before scarpering." Heart beating faster than ever before, Vinny shook his head repeatedly. "Nah. There's got to be some fucked up explanation for this. No way did my son kill Molly. Someone must have forced him to write that. Probably that cunt Preston. What's the odds on it being him? Kill him with me bare hands, I will. Rip his heart out of his chest and feed it to the pigs. You're in denial, and so would I be, but it's the truth, unfortunately. Your son spilled his guts good and proper. He reckons he never meant it, said it was a game that went wrong. Your daughter wasn't abducted from the club that day, Vin. Your son had the hump with you, wanted to scare you, which is why he arranged for Ben to collect Molly from nearby." Picking up Gina's cherished potted plant, Vinny flung it at Eddie's head, narrowly missing. "Shut up, you mug! He didn't do it. No fucking way. He had the same blood running through his veins as Molly, you fool!" "Getting upset with me isn't going to change what's happened. I'm just the messenger boy here. It's Frankie you really need to talk to. I'll drive you over to hers now, if you like." Vinny slumped on the armchair, necked the brandy in one, and smashed the glass down on the coffee table. "I know my own son. Don't need anyone telling me anything about him." "Your reaction is totally understandable. I'd probably be the same if it were one of my boys. Think back to when it happened. That day Molly went missing. But Preston was caught red-handed. He was identified as being outside the club that day by witnesses, and the old Bill proved that he'd made those phone calls." Vinny was trembling now, felt sick to the stomach. "Yeah, I know all that, mate. Preston held his hands up to being outside the club and making those hoax calls. He didn't kill your daughter, though. Your son did," Eddie replied, handing Vinny another brandy. Vinny put his head in his hands. Flashbacks of that horrendous day came flooding back. Joanna had gone out shopping with a pal, and he and Molly had been huddled up on the sofa eating Marmite soldiers while watching Sesame Street, when his son had rung him from the club to inform him there was a flood in the cellar, and he thought it was the washing machine. He'd taken Molly to the club with him, and little Vinny had promised to keep an eye on her while he was down in the cellar. When he'd returned, his son was asleep on one of the leather sofas, and Molly was nowhere to be seen. Half an hour tops, he'd let Molly out of his sight, and that was the last time he'd ever seen her. The pipe. The arguments. Shazza, Vinny mumbled. "What's that, mate?" Eddie asked. Tears streaming down his face, Vinny barged past Eddie. "I gotta go. Vin, come back. I'll drive you over to Frankie's. Little Vinny's meant to be calling her later. Nobody knows where he's holed up. But we can find out. Go visit him," Ed bellowed. Vinny was in no fit state to be reasoned with. He turned the ignition, then zoomed off like a man possessed. Queenie Butler was catching up with loose women when her son's car screeched to a noisy halt on her drive. "Don't tell me. Your phone battery died, you daft apeth," she joked, as Vinny let himself in with his own key. Queenie turned the TV off. "Whatever's wrong?" she asked, when her strapping son sank to his knees on her new shag-pile rug. "It's Molly," Vinny wept. Queenie kneeled in front of her son. "Molly's headstone hasn't been trashed, has it, love?" "No. Far worse than that. Little Vinny's admitted to Frankie he killed Molly. I didn't believe it myself at first, but now I've thought about it, I know it's not bullshit. The pipe on that washing machine didn't pull itself out that day, did it? Little Vinny was the only one at the club when that happened, and he was looking after Molly when she disappeared. I'll kill him. I swear I will. I'll make him look me in the eye and tell me the truth, then I'll put a bullet straight through his skull." Vinny spat, snot running from his nose. Queenie went as white as a ghost. "Vinny. No. It can't be true, son. Someone's pulling a fast one. They have to be. Who told you this? Eddie?" Vinny nodded, then handed his mother the letter. "That is little Vinny's writing." Queenie put on her reading glasses and perched on the sofa. "Never believe everything you read, boy. He could have been forced to write it." "What? Like he was forced to confess the same to Ahmed that time, you mean?" Vinny shouted. "Even on his deathbed, Ahmed was adamant little Vinny killed Molly. Laughed in my face, he did." "Wouldn't surprise me if Eddie wants you out of the business, and this is his way of achieving that. No way would little Vinny do such a thing. Neither would Ben Bloggs. That poor little fucker might have been a bit simple, but he adored Molly and was brilliant with kids. Brought up his own brothers and sisters while that stinking whore of a mother of his was stood on street corners hawking her mutton. And little Vinny's a brilliant father himself. Far better than you and Michael, may I add." "Eddie wouldn't pull a stunt like this. He's my mate." "Where's little Vinny now? It's him you should be talking to." "Nobody knows where he is." "Well, best you find him. And as for those Mitchells, blood is thicker than water, boy. Never forget that." Chapter 32. Queenie Butler lifted the doll out of the shoebox. "Molly, Dolly." Vinny had named her, after the pretty little angel she belonged to. Molly had taken a real shine to her, carried her everywhere, even to her death. Molly Dolly had been found covered in mud, not far from her granddaughter's lifeless body. Tears rolled down Queenie's cheeks as she lifted Molly's favourite toy towards her nose. She thought she could still smell her granddaughter's scent, or was that just wishful thinking? Pear's soap she used to wash Molly with, had never been able to use it since. Too many memories, heartbreaking ones. A lone tear rolled down Queenie's cheek. She'd always known in her heart. That's why today wasn't as big a shock as it should have been. She had prayed she was wrong, but a tiny part of her had always wondered. Vivian had sensed it too, had made insinuations, but Jamie Preston's arrest put an end to all the gossip mongers pointing their fingers at her grandson, and at the same time allowed her family to grieve in peace.
Little Vinny had been a rebellious teenager back then with not the nicest nature. But as he grew up, settled down with Sammy Lou, then became a fantastic father and husband, Queenie's seed of doubt faded. It never totally vanished, though, and she'd been ever so scared when the police got their hands on a confession Ahmed had taped. Little Vinny had apparently admitted to killing Molly, but insisted Ahmed had held a gun to his head and forced him to say what he did as a ploy to get even with her Vinny. Queenie had always thought how far-fetched that sounded, but once again had convinced herself her grandson was innocent, and Jamie deserved to rot in prison. What was the alternative? She'd already lost too many close family members, and had no intention of losing another, especially one who turned his life around in such a positive manner. Queenie picked up the phone. She'd already tried to call little Vinny 4 times, but his phone was switched off. Her Vinny had always drummed into her not to leave any incriminating information on answer phone machines, but for once Queenie had to take a risk. "Boy, it's me. Now listen, and listen carefully. Your father's heard rumours it was you who murdered Molly. He's on the warpath and out looking for you as we speak. When he finds you, you swear on your kids' lives that you didn't do it. If he doesn't believe you, he'll do away with you, boy. Killing your own blood is the biggest sin. And I know my Vinny. That little girl was his world." Vinny Butler placed the flowers in the vase at the base of his daughter's headstone. "How are you today, sweetheart?" he asked, kissing her photograph. With her mop of blonde curls, sparkling eyes and amazing smile, Molly truly had resembled something angelic. She'd have been in her mid-20s now, might have been married with kids of her own, had some sick individual not denied her future. "I came here to apologise to you, Princess. Please forgive me. I know it was him now, your brother. So sorry I didn't protect you like I should have done." Vinny wept.
Oh, what a pretty child. Beautiful headstone too. I always notice how nice this plot's kept. I'm over here most days, you see. My son died at 10 years old and he's buried just over there.
The woman pointed. Not in the mood for exchanging pleasantries, Vinny wiped his eyes with the cuff of his Crombie and glared at the woman.
"Meningitis. You never get over it, do you? Just have to learn to live with it. Was Molly your child?"
"Yes, you nosy old cow. Well, she was until her older brother decided to put his hands around her throat and throttle her to death. Strange what life throws at you, isn't it?" Shocked and not knowing what else to say, the woman mumbled, "So sorry," then scuttled off.
"Vin, how are you? I've missed you so much and been ever so worried about you,"
Frankie Mitchell gushed, waving her hand as an indication for her father and brother to leave the room. She was shaking so much she could barely hold the phone. "Not great, Frankie. But I am going to get better. You alone? Where are the kids? Vin said Regan's back home, but I don't believe that. I think he's lying to me."
"Vin wouldn't lie to you, Vin. Regan is home and he's absolutely fine. Harry's home too, so we can move away now. That was all that was stopping me up in sticks in the first place. I had to be here for me kid's return. You get that, don't you?"
"Put Regan on the phone. I don't believe you." Having pre-warned Regan this might happen, Frankie called him.
"Hello, Dad. We all miss you. Where are you? Can we come and visit?"
"Was it Jamie Preston who snatched you? Did he hurt you at all? Was his mate there too? Oh, it's good to hear your voice."
"I'm fine, Dad, honest. I don't know who took me, but there was only one man. I was scared and missed you all. Then Georgie's granddad rescued me and brought me home,"
Regan said, winking at Frankie. She told him to spin this particular yarn. "OK, son, I'll see you soon. Put Frankie back on the blower."
"See, I told you he was fine."
"What happened to Jamie? And how did your dad get Regan back? How did he know where to find him?" His paranoia was spiralling out of control.
"It's a long story, Vin, but to cut it short, my old man tracked Jamie down and sent him packing. We won't be hearing from him any more, put it that way."
"Is he dead?"
"I'll tell you more in person. Dad's told me not to say too much on the phone. Are you in Lincolnshire?"
"No."
"Where are you then?"
I need to see her to sort out this move. I'm not living in some rubbish house. We'll choose something nice together." Having been sceptical at the start of the conversation, little Vinny was now starting to trust and believe Frankie. "Vin said you got rid of the letter. Where is it now? You didn't tell him what I wrote, did you?" Frankie's heart was beating like a drum, but she had to keep the facade up. "I burned the letter because nobody needs to know now, do they? You were young, Vin. Made a mistake. End of. It was an accident, and accidents happen every day. I believe everything you've told me, although many wouldn't. But I love and know the real you, which is why I'm willing for us to make a fresh start. I never mentioned anything about what was in that letter to Finn or anybody else. Let's just forget about it now. Jamie's been dealt with and won't be bothering us no more, so we can move on with our lives as one big happy family." "I'd like that. And can you give my dad a message for me? It weren't Felicity at the police station with Terry. I remembered. The woman who was kind to me had dark hair. I think I recognised his girlfriend from dancing at his club." "You sure?" "Yeah. Just tell me Dad Felicity ain't old Bill. I got it wrong. He'll understand." "Will do." Frankie continued to chat to little Vinny as though everything was fine before asking the all-important question. When little Vinny happily reeled off an address, Frankie had tears in her eyes. If only he hadn't performed such a despicable deed in his youth, they probably could and would have been happy together. "Let me make you a cup of tea, boy. Thanks for coming at such short notice," Queenie Butler said. Michael Butler yawned. Since Felicity's murder, he was suffering from insomnia and permanently felt knackered in the daytime. "I can't stop, so don't worry about the tea. Gotta be somewhere soon. What's the problem?" "It's little Vinny. I think his life's in danger." "What?" Failing to mention that the allegation might well be true, Queenie told Michael what she wanted him to know. "Not a cat in hell's chance little Vinny did such a dreadful thing. You've seen with your own eyes how wonderful he is with children. You need to get in touch with your brother and stop him from doing anything he'll regret." "Sorry, Mum, but I'm not getting involved. I've had enough of Vinny's dramas to last me a lifetime." Michael spat. Vinny obviously hadn't told their mother he was meeting him later, and he hoped this latest revelation wasn't about to balls his own plans up. "That's not the way I brought you up, is it?" "Unfortunately not." Queenie pursed her thin lips. "And what is that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm done with all this madness. It's time to forget about family business and concentrate on myself. My whole life has been a charade. Our family's like one big pantomime. Death, destruction, arguments and violence. It's over for me. I'm moving on." Queenie was shocked by Michael's harsh assessment, but was still determined to make him see sense. "Your brother needs you right now. Those Mitchells are behind all this. I'm sure they're planning to stab Vinny in the back. You have to watch his back, be there in his hour of need. That's what brothers do." Michael stared defiantly into his mother's eyes. He loved her, of course, always would. But he could now see her for what she really was. A trouble-making, bitter, manipulative woman who always put herself and Vinny first. "Vinny ain't my problem. He's your problem now. Oh, and I'd take my head out the sand if I was you. Best thing I've ever done." When Michael turned his back on her and sauntered towards the front door, an incensed Queenie grabbed him by the back of his jacket. "I brought you into this world. Show some bloody respect. Don't you dare say such awful things, then walk out on me." Determined not to show his true emotions, Michael turned, kissed his mother on the cheek and uttered the words, "Until we meet again." Vinny Butler listened attentively while Frankie Mitchell told her version of events. He turned up acting calm and politely asked Eddie and Joey if he could speak to Frankie alone. "What exactly can you remember him saying while having these nightmares?" Vinny asked. "He just said stuff like, 'Sorry, Molly, and I didn't mean to kill you.' He was such a good dad when I first met him, Vinny, the best. Nobody could get through to Georgie and Harry at the time, but little Vinny connected with them. I know our relationship was odd because of Sammy Lou and Stuart dying, but I truly fell for him and could see a big future together for us." Vinny ran his hand through his hair. Frankie had told him so much that could only have come from his son. Any doubt or hope he'd had that it was all a misunderstanding, or that his mother was right and the Mitchells were in fact out to get him, had now vanished. So sorry he's ruined your life as well as mine and his sister's, Frankie. Frankie had fully expected Vinny to act like an arsehole towards her, but instead he'd been kind and considerate, which made her feel even sadder. If it makes this any easier, he swore blind that it was an accident. He said he was dangling Molly upside down when he realised she'd stopped breathing. He then tried to resuscitate her but couldn't. I'm sure he was telling the truth, Vinny. I know that's not much of a consolation, mind. For once, Vinny Butler bit his lip. It was clear to see what an effect this had had on Frankie and how traumatised she was. His son was a liar, a born evil liar, because he remembered the coroner's report. Even the police had told him she'd been throttled to death on purpose. Tell me what he said about the day Molly went missing. I can't take hearing any more about her actual death. It breaks my heart. Did he say anything about why he took Molly in the first place? Yes. He said you had split him up from his girlfriend by turning up at her door and telling her and her mum he was younger than what he'd said he was. I can't remember her name. Little Vinny was rambling when he told me all this. Shazza. Her name was Shazza. That's it. I remember it now. I think that's why he had the hump with you. He said he'd run away after that, but he couldn't forgive you for spoiling things for him at the time. He was also jealous of your relationship with Molly. I know that for a fact. He hinted on many an occasion, especially when he'd been drinking, that as a child he felt unloved, unwanted. And when Molly was born he felt like he didn't exist, far as you was concerned. That's why he gave his sons equal attention, so he reckoned, although he did admit to me once that Oliver was his favourite. Sammy Lou told me that too. She said he'd always doted on Oliver. The day Molly went missing, did he say anything about a flood at the club? Let me think. It's all a bit blurred. But yes, he did say something. I remember asking him how he'd managed to hand Molly over to Ben, and he said something about pulling a pipe out the washing machine so it flooded the cellar. I might be wrong about that, though. He could have said indoors, but it was definitely something to do with a flood and a washing machine. Does that make sense to you? The turmoil and loathing Vinny felt were overwhelming, but he managed to keep his emotions in check in front of Frankie. It makes perfect sense. Thanks so much for your time. I'll get out of your hair now. When Vinny stood up, Frankie did the same. The moment he gets in touch, I'll let me dad know. Her father had told her not to tell Vinny his son had already called. Vinny kissed Frankie's right cheek. Thanks, love. Frankie's eyes welled up. I'm so sorry. Vinny waited until Frankie was out of earshot before mumbling the words, Not half as sorry as that evil cunt of a son of mine will be when I get my hands on him. The cold February air chilling him to the bone. Michael Butler was shivering, yet sweating at the same time. Beads were forming on his forehead, but no way could he take off his crash helmet. Too risky with DNA so shit hot now. Hurry up, Vinny, Michael mumbled. The lane was desolate, a dirt track that ended at a metal gate. The fields behind probably belonged to a farmer. Would it be that farmer who found Vinny's body? Michael wondered. Only he couldn't imagine many people walking down this particular dirt track, not even dog walkers. There was something eerie about it, and it wasn't too dissimilar to the one Vinny had ended Trevor Thomas's life in. That's how he and his brother had come across this spot in the first place. They'd driven around trying to find the perfect place to commit the perfect murder. Finally, hearing the distinctive sound of an approaching vehicle, Michael's heart rate went into overdrive. Roxy Music's Jealous Guy was blasting out the speakers. That was one thing Michael had never been. Jealous of Vinny, or anyone else for that matter. What he was about to do had sod all to do with envy. It was purely about wanting to lead a normal life, keep his family safe, and ensure no other woman met the same fate as Felicity. Nothing wrong with that, was there? Michael stepped out of his hiding place among the trees and lifted the plastic front of the helmet. His brother had already stepped out of the car to light a cigar. Brav! You shit the life out of me then. Where's your motor? I'm so pleased you called."
Hands trembling like leaves in the breeziest of winds, Michael lifted the gun.
"I'm sorry, Vinny. I really am. But I've got to do this before you bring us all down."
Vinny was stunned. But after the day he'd had, he just laughed manically.
"And there was me thinking you were auditioning to be Evel Knievel."
He held his hands up.
"You can't be serious, Michael. Not after all we've been through. This is a joke, right?" "I wish it was. I love you, always will, but I don't like you. You're the bane of my life. Have been for a long time."
Realising his little brother was serious, Vinny's eyes welled up.
"You're not thinking straight. What about Ava and Mum? I can't believe you would do this to them. I found out only today that little Vinny killed Molly. Can you believe that? It's fucking true, I swear, bruv. Can you imagine what I'm going through right now? Drop the gun, please, Michael. We can sort this another way." "No. I need to sort this once and for all. Champ, Roy, Oliver and Sammy Lou are all dead because of you. Who'll be next to suffer while you end up walking away scot-free? My kids, perhaps?" "Look, I know I've been a cunt at times, but from now on I'll change, I promise. I love you, Michael, and if you shoot me now, you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars. Both Mum and Eddie know I was due to meet you here at 9, so how are you going to get out of this, eh?"
Sweating like a pig, Michael shook his head.
"You're lying. I've got an alibi."
Vinny slung his phone at Michael's feet.
"Ring them. I'm not lying, I swear. I rang them both in the past hour," he lied.
Michael raised the gun again, hands trembling.
"First time I've seen you in a crash helmet since you were a mod. Remember me and Roy clubbing together and turning up on your 16th birthday with that Lambretta, do you? Skint us back then, that did. But you know why we went without ourselves for a few weeks to buy you it? And all those mod clothes you wanted? Because you were our kid brother and we fucking adored you. Always had your back, I have, Michael. Please, don't do this. You'll break the spine of our family. Don't you think they've been through enough already? Especially Mum. How's she going to cope? Losing me so soon after Auntie Viv being murdered."
It was at that point that Michael Butler dropped the gun. Chapter 33. Having ordered Gary to take an early morning trip to stock, Eddie Mitchell waited impatiently for his return. He told his son not to call him, as he was worried the police might be tapping the phones because of Felicity's disappearance. Ed had just put the kettle on to make himself another coffee when he heard the crunch of tyres on his gravel. He bolted outside.
"Well?"
Gary shook his head.
"Gonna struggle to pull it off. Looks like a poky little council house, and it isn't detached." "Oh, for fuck's sake."
He told Frank it was a big gaff.
"Detached."
Gary chuckled.
"Only kidding."
Eddie clumped his son around the head.
"Grow up, will you? This is hardly a laughing matter." "Sorry. Just thought I'd lighten the mood. The gaff is absolutely perfect, Dad. Got a long drive, plenty of trees, and there are no security gates."
"How close are the neighbours?"
"He hasn't got no neighbours. Very secluded. You wait until you see it. No cameras, nothing, just plenty of trees, bushes, and a long, narrow drive. The perfect setting to commit murder."
Eddie was a relieved man. He wasn't looking forward to later this evening, but sometimes in his world, things just had to be done. Bella D'Angelo flipped the omelette with a big smile on her face. Michael had been distant with her recently, hadn't been coming around so often, and on the occasions he did, would insist he was too tired to make love. Yesterday evening, Camilla had been out with friends, so Bella had cooked Michael a romantic candlelit meal. He turned up hours late, after 10 o'clock, but they'd still had a wonderful evening, chatted and laughed like the old days. Then they'd ripped one another's clothes off and had passionate wild sex. Their love-making had always been like that once upon a time, and Bella felt joyous today as she was sure they'd turned a corner. Antonio being around had never helped matters, but now he had gone off travelling, Bella secretly hoped Michael would move back in with her permanently, especially after last night. Camilla Butler grinned as her father came into the kitchen.
Mum tells me you had a lovely romantic evening last night.
Michael kissed his daughter on the cheek. Yeah. How was your evening?
Good. I went to Prezzo's, then back to a friend's house.
What would you like in your omelette, Michael? Bella asked, handing a cheese and ham one to her daughter. She'd had a Spanish housekeeper when the children were growing up, but now liked to cook herself. I'm not hungry. Cammy, take your omelette upstairs and eat it, babe. I need to have a chat with your mum. Wondering if her father was going to finally do the honourable thing and propose to her mother, Camilla skipped happily up the stairs. Having said that, if her boyfriend ever proposed in a similar way, he'd be wearing the omelette, not eating it. Noticing that Michael had an odd, deadpan expression on his face, Bella turned off the frying pan, sat at the table opposite him, and held his hands.
What's the matter?
Michael snatched his hands away. I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore.
Do what?
This. Us. It isn't working for me. Bella's eyes glistened.
How can you say that? Last night was amazing, just like old times. Now Antonio's not around, we can make this work, Michael. I know we can.
Having mugged himself off in front of his brother last night, Michael was determined to redeem himself. But it ain't like old times, is it? And you know, as well as I do, it never can be. I'll always love you, Bella, but I unfortunately can't forget. I've tried. Believe me, really tried. But what happened just won't go away. It's imprinted in my brain.
Bemused, Bella begged, please don't do this, Michael. We can't change the past, but we can change the future. We'll move away, if you like, start afresh somewhere. As long as I'm with you, I don't care where we are. I love you dearly, always have done. You and I are soulmates.
Tears brimming, Michael smashed his fist on the table. Do you know what I visualise every time you're naked? Ask me. Go on.
No,
but I can probably guess what you're going to say.
Please don't go over old ground, Michael. We need to move forward.
My brother's cock up your cunt, that is all I can think of. Big, was it? Suck it and all, did you? Now can you see why I've got to call it a day?
That's a disgusting thing to say, Michael. No need for that. Way below the belt.
Michael stared Bella in the eye for what would probably be the very last time. But it's true. Look, I'm sorry. I truly am. But it's over. This time, for good. Vinny Butler sat up and put his thumping head in his hands. After holding it together so well yesterday daytime, he'd got completely obliterated last night after his own brother had tried to kill him. He truly couldn't understand how Michael could hate him so much, not when he'd always loved him. It was confusing to say the very least, but no more confusing than little Vinny killing Molly. How could his own blood do such a thing? Most of Molly's things were at his mother's house, but he'd kept a shoebox of memories himself. He'd never looked at them, as the thought upset him too much. Until last night. That's when he'd found the poem little Vinny had made up and read out at Molly's funeral, and it had literally sent him over the edge. Spotting the poem lying on his bedside cabinet, Vinny snatched at it. I miss you more than words can say, and blame myself every single day. As your big brother, I should have protected you more, but I fell asleep, and you walked out the door. I hope that God will take good care of you, and love you as much as your family do. Life will never be the same without you, Molly, and I hope you are playing in heaven with your favourite dolly. That wicked boy who took you away will pay for his evil sins one day. Until that time, I want you to know that me, Dad, Nanny, Auntie Viv, and Uncle Michael all loved you so. Vinny screwed the poem up in his hand.
Well, you were right about one thing, you evil little shit cunt. That wicked boy who took Molly away will pay for his sins. Sooner than he fucking thinks.
Gary Mitchell stuffed half a rasher of bacon in his mouth.
So, what's the plan of action? He asked his father.
I'm going to ring Vinny in a bit. Tell him Finn's been in touch and little Vinny's promised he'll ring Frankie today before 7. I'm worried he'll go on a bender otherwise. He'll stay alert and off the sauce, see, if I give him that news early doors. Was there any lighting up that driveway?
Not that I saw. Obviously there might be some up near the front door, but I didn't venture that far.
Nobody clocked your car this morning, did they?
Yeah, I parked it right outside the gaff, Gary said facetiously.
Stop with the comedy act, gal. Today of all days, you prick. None of this is funny, lad. It's serious stuff.
Heard and understood. Did you and Vinny discuss how you're going to do the deed?
Eddie nodded.
Silly man, Gary uttered.
Eddie pushed his virtually untouched breakfast to one side. I'll give him a call now. Queenie Butler was beside herself. She'd rung Vinny, Michael and little Vinny numerous times, but none of them had answered, even though she'd left messages ordering them to do so. With Michael's harsh words still ringing in her ears, Queenie stared at a photo of him, stony-faced. She could remember the day that photo was taken so clearly. Michael was a mod back then. And for his 16th birthday, Vinny and Roy had clubbed together to buy him a Lambretta. It had been snowing, and she'd found out the day before that womanising old wanker she'd married had been servicing Judy Preston on the side. It hadn't stopped her from smiling in the photo, though, and Vinny and Roy looked so fresh-faced and handsome in their smart suits. Vivi was in the photo too, so it must have been Lenny who'd taken it. Turning the page, Queenie felt melancholy. There was a photo of Daniel, Lee and Adam sitting on her lawn eating ice lollies. The elder two were pulling funny faces, but Adam was beaming, bless him. He must have only been about 4 then. Another one whose life was taken far too soon, under the wheels of a district line train. Of all the ways to die, Queenie thought bitterly. The next page cheered Queenie up no end. These photos were taken at King's Holiday Park in Eastbourne. The opening night of the upstairs club, and Prince Charles and the 3 Degrees did the honours. So funny that was, especially when Vivi had lunged at Prince Charles after too many sherries in desperation for a photo with him. She'd nearly knocked the poor man flying. He'd looked at them in horror after that, had Charles. Even though Queenie informed him, "Excuse me, I'll have you know I'm Whitechapel's equivalent to your mother, and Vivian is my sister." The next page made Queenie laugh even louder. Viv was in a deck chair, and Chester the moggy she'd loathed, who belonged to that awful Baker family next door, was staring at Viv, giving her the evil eye. Turning the page again, Queenie mumbled, "Oh." Ava was sitting on her conservatory step, hugging Fred the dog. Inseparable, those two had been. Viv had loathed the creature. She used to call him Rat Pig and a bastard nuisance. Queenie smiled as she recalled some of Fred's antics. He had such a funny character, but was a little sod at the same time. She'd never forget that day when she took him over the park and it took her over 2 hours to catch him. He hadn't run away, just refused to go back on his lead. Would sit 20 yards away with an evil glint in his eye and a catch-me-if-you-can expression on his smug little face. A neighbour ended up catching him with a hot chicken fillet, and Queenie gave him such a kick up the arse when she got him indoors. She'd never let him off the lead after that, but it thoroughly annoyed her when Vinny or Ava did, and he'd trot back to them like a little angel. It was as though he took the piss out of her, knew he had her right under his little paw. Fred Butler, what a legend. Queenie would do anything to give him a cuddle again now, and her Viv. Life changes in a blink at times, and you don't realise what you had until it's gone. The doorbell made Queenie jump. Hoping it was one of her boys, she looked out the window. There was no car. Hating uninvited visitors, Queenie huffed and puffed her way into the hallway. "Yes!" she shrieked, yanking open the front door. Standing on the doorstep was a stunning blonde girl, with dark shades on. "Queenie, it's me." Queenie put her hand over her mouth.
She looked so different. Roxanne! Yeah. Can I come in? Of course you can. Roxanne smiled and turned her back. In that split second, Queenie's heart lurched out of her chest. The reason being, she'd spotted a pram. Frankie Mitchell handed her father a mug of tea. Do you reckon he'll kill little Vinny? Eddie shrugged. It's none of my business, love. Well, obviously it is my business to an extent, as you got caught up in it. But how Vinny intends to deal with his son is his call. Are you going with him tonight? No, Eddie lied. Why not? Because it's family business, Frankie. I never involved Vinny in our feud with the O'Haras, did I? No, I suppose not. He was really nice to me yesterday. Who was? Big Vinny. I wasn't sure about him at first, but I genuinely like him now. I would hate him to get arrested for killing his son after all he's been through. I couldn't agree more. Excuse me a sec, darling. Need to make an important phone call. Eddie left the room and gently tapped his head against the hallway wall. He just wanted this to be over with now, quickly. Queenie gasped as she took the baby's woolly hat off. Oh my God, the resemblance is uncanny. The child was a boy and already had a mop of thick black hair. It was curly, which was also unusual. Queenie scrutinised the child and put her little finger inside his tiny hand. Thankfully, he looked and seemed to be reacting normal. He's a beauty, Roxanne. How old is he? 3 weeks and 5 days. He was a big baby. Weighed over 9 pounds. Queenie sat on the sofa. Whatever the circumstances, she was already besotted. The child was a butler. Look at you. You're a little belter, aren't you? She smiled. I'm finding it difficult, Queenie. I do love him, but I don't know how to be a mum. You are the only person I could ask for help who I trust. You won't tell anybody I'm here, will you? No, lovey. Not if you don't want me to. But your dad's been worried, so we need to tell him you're okay at some point, but not now. How did you know where to find me? I rang Alex and she told me your address. She said she'd bumped into you in some shopping centre and you'd given her your new phone number and address in case I got in touch. That's right. Bumped into her in Lakeside last year. Your hair looks nice, by the way. Suits you blonde. Thanks. I am a natural blonde, but I dyed me hair to disguise myself not long before I met Daniel. How is he, Queenie? I'm so sorry for telling Porkys about me age and identity, but I was only trying to protect myself. I didn't have a clue Michael was me father, or that I had an older brother. Me mam lied to me all me life. So did the man pretending to be me da, and me nan and grandad. I couldn't believe it when me mam burst into that registry office. I was gobsmacked. Queenie cringed. Just the thought of that occasion made her feel sick to the stomach. In a nutshell, fate had brought Daniel and Roxanne together, then ripped them apart in the cruelest way possible. Nobody has heard from Daniel since the day of the wedding, love. All we know is he's gone abroad somewhere, and Lee followed him out there. Has Lee left his wife? Yeah, right in the lurch. She couldn't afford that house on her own. Michael told me she's moved back in with her parents. Still, not his problem. A blessing they never had kids, I suppose. Unlike me, Roxanne said sadly. Queenie moved seats. Cradling the baby with one hand, she put the other around Roxanne. I'm your nan, here to help, and you can talk to me about anything. Does the baby seem normal to you? You know what I mean, don't you, love? No? What do you mean? I've never had a baby before, have I? It seems weird, you being me nan, and it still hasn't sunk in that Michael's me dad yet. I barely know the man. What's he like, Queenie? Hold this beautiful boy of yours and I'll bring out the photo albums. You're not in a rush to get off, are you? No. Actually, I was hoping I could stay with you. Not for long, just a few days. I've been chucked out the accommodation I was living in. Queenie stroked her granddaughter's beautiful blonde hair. She was still a child herself, bless her. Poor kid looked anxious and lost, and obviously had no idea that her own baby could turn out to be very abnormal. Joyce had looked it up on the internet for Queenie. Children born in ancestral relationships tended to be backward and look odd. You can stay as long as you like, sweetheart. And I won't tell a soul you're here, I promise. Be our little secret, eh? I'll tell you all you need to know about your family and all. And my, oh my, back in the day, we were such a big family. A real force to be reckoned with. Queenie bragged wistfully. Roxanne kissed her nan on the cheek. Thank you. I'd like that very much. Vinny Butler was sitting in his office, impatiently tapping his fingers against the table while watching the news. He'd heard nothing more from Eddie yet, and just wanted to get this over and done with. There'd been no word from Michael since he'd driven off last night like a Barry Sheen wannabe. For fuck's sake, Vinny mumbled, as news of yet another terrorist attack was brought to the nation. Since that attack on America last September, when planes had flown into the Twin Towers, and other targets, you heard little else on the news these days. Today's attack was a bomb left in a sports bag at a train station. It had killed 13 people and injured numerous others, some critically. Debating whether to ring his mother back, Vinny decided not to. This whole Felicity saga had made him paranoid that all his phones might be tapped, and he was pissed off with his mum for leaving lots of stupid messages earlier referring to little Vinny. She hadn't said anything too incriminating, but if the old Bill were listening, they were bound to guess there was some kind of drama going on. Time and time again, Vinny had urged his mother not to leave messages unless they were asking questions such as what he wanted for dinner. With what he was about to do, he really did not need her interference. Eddie had come up with a great plan, and he'd square things with his mother afterwards. She'd believe him too. He was sure about that. His phone bursting into life made Vinny jump. He'd had adrenaline pumping through his veins all day. Well? Meet me in half an hour, mate. Where we arranged, Eddie Mitchell replied. Vinny Butler ended the call and took a deep breath. Gotcha. You cunt. Little Vinny stepped out the shower and studied himself in the mirror. His hair was growing back now, but had no style, and he'd yet to sort his teeth out. But Frankie still loved him, so that's all that mattered. Now Jamie was out of the equation, and he, Frankie and the kids were moving away, he would spruce himself up again, be the kind of man he'd been while with Sammy Lou, and forget about the past once more. Cutting the labels off the clothes he'd purchased earlier, little Vinny smiled. Tonight was going to be a special evening. He could feel it in his bones. Eddie felt uneasy as he hung around in the quiet lane near his home. It was literally a stone's throw from where Tony Tucker, Patrick Tate and Craig Rolfe had met their makers in what was now described as the Rettendam murders. Eddie hadn't known the men involved personally, but he'd known of them. It gave him an eerie feeling that what went wrong that night for them could also happen to him. They'd met their deaths in a dark Range Rover, and that's what Vinny Butler drove. When Vinny pulled up minutes later, he was surprisingly jovial. Those bastard terrorists want stringing up. Been another attack with 13 dead. This one weren't a suicide bomber. It was an unattended bag. Don't know what the world's coming to, do you? Gone are the days when we were young and you could look at an unattended bag and think, result. Be frightened to pick the fucking thing up these days, eh? Eddie chuckled falsely. Here, I've got some news for you. I found out who was sending us that crap. What crap? The Bible quotes and dead creatures. Dave Newton? No. Turns out it was the Pikeys. Harry overheard his uncle talking about it, Eddie informed Vinny, studying his reaction carefully. No fucking way. You sure? I was positive it was Dave Newton. I reckon Harry's winding you up. Nah, he ain't, Vin. So it was nothing to do with Felicity after all, poor cow. Hope they find her soon. Oh, and when little Vinny spoke to Frankie on the phone, he mentioned Felicity too. Said something about he got it wrong. She ain't old Bill. Told Frankie to tell you. Weird shit. Has he lost his marbles, perhaps, do you think? More than likely, Vinny mumbled. I bet you're dreading this evening. You're much chirpier than I expected you to be, if I'm honest, mate. Vinny clenched Eddie's arm. I'm telling you, pal. If you'd have found that poem that horrid little cunt made up and read out at Molly's funeral, you'd be chirpy too, trust me. When Vinny turned on to the main road, Eddie stared solemnly out of the window. This was going to be far more difficult than he'd anticipated. Queenie was eaten up with worry, but was trying to take her mind off the inevitable by talking constantly. The baby was so bonny, she'd fallen in love with him, but that didn't alter the fact his parents were blood relations. It was sickening, and so bloody sad. What hope in life would there be for that poor little mite? And Roxanne didn't seem to have taken to motherhood at all, which was hardly surprising, considering her age and the circumstances. What Queenie couldn't understand, though, was why the girl had gone through with the pregnancy in the first place. Not only was it terribly wrong, it was so unfair on the child and the rest of the family. Show me some more photos, Queenie. Daniel never told me much about our family. I've learned far more off you already. Roxanne grinned. She was captivated, listening to stories about a family she was part of, and was already beginning to understand herself a bit better. No wonder she'd always had a fixation with the East End of London and the underworld, even though she'd attended a school in the North East. It was obviously in her genes. Squeezing Roxanne's arm, Queenie said gently, I think we need to have a little chat about your situation first. You've not even told me this bonny lad's name yet. He hasn't got one. What do you mean he hasn't got one? I was going to call him Daniel. Then I changed my mind. I cannot register him, can I? They'll find out my real age and identity. Then they'll take him away from me and send me back home. I don't ever want to go back home, Queenie. I hate me mum. This is all her fault. What name did you give at the hospital? What hospital? The one you gave birth in? I gave birth at my friend's house. She helped me and cut the cord. It was so painful. I thought I was going to die. I never want any more children, Roxanne said, tears rolling down her cheeks. Oh, lovey. Poor you, Queenie replied dismally. So you've not had him checked over or anything yet? Roxanne shook her head. Oh, dear Lord. Why didn't you just choose the easy way out, love? You must have known things were going to be difficult. Surely a termination would have been a more sensible option, wouldn't it? I couldn't, because I love Daniel. I know we can never be together, but I will always love him, Queenie. This child is his. Little Vinny poured himself a glass of red wine. He'd been good today. This was his first drink, and last night, when Frankie told him she still wanted to be with him, he'd poured the remainder of the cocaine down the toilet. That stuff didn't agree with him anyway. Messed with his mind. Today, little Vinny had busied himself by going to Lakeside. He'd felt a bit paranoid at first, but was determined to overcome his fears. He'd bought dinner and drinks for this evening in Marks and Spencer. Then he'd shopped for a couple of new outfits and, most importantly, the ring. Opening the small velvet box again, little Vinny smiled. Sammy Lou was his past. Frankie Mitchell was his future. And he could not wait for them to be married now. Perhaps his sons could be best men, and Georgie and Harry could be bridesmaid and page boy. Now that would be the perfect wedding. Eddie Mitchell urged Vinny to slow down a bit. Although he'd taken a drive out here earlier to get his bearings, he made a show of looking lost. I don't know this area too well, do you? I hope we haven't gone past it, he lied. Vinny had chosen not to use his sat-nav just in case of anything going wrong and the police tapping into his history. Nice round here. I fancy moving out this way, nearer work and me mum. I might ring some estate agents tomorrow, start the ball rolling. Pal of mine lives in Stock and all. Good lad is Mad Mark. Knowing they were nearing the property, Eddie took his phone out of his pocket. I think that's it there. Gotta be, I reckon, Vinny announced jovially. He was still reeling over Michael trying to kill him, but determined to put on a front. No way could he ever tell a soul that one, Eddie included. Mugged him right off as a person. People saw the Butlers as a force, for fuck's sake. As for what little Vinny had done, yesterday had to go down as one of the worst days of Vinny's life without a doubt. Yep, that's it. Ashbourne House. Right, drive down the road and pull over somewhere while I ring Frankie. Keep stum, 'cause I haven't told her anything other than to ring him. Eddie punched in his daughter's number. You all right, Dad? Frankie asked. She was on edge this evening. Something bigger was going down than her father was letting on. She was sure of that. Call him in 5, love. Just say you can't find the gaff and you're lost. Ask him to walk down to the bottom of the drive so you can see him. Where are you, Dad? Is Vinny with you? Don't ask questions, Frankie. Just do as you're told. Any problems, I'm on the spare phone. Vinny's breathing became more laboured. He tried not to think about it all day, but the time had come to say farewell to his firstborn. Loved that boy he had. But there was no forgiving what he'd done. Molly was his little angel, and kill for her he would. Little Vinny put on his trainers and opened the front door. There were no lights along the drive, which was a pain. It was a shame he hadn't thought of buying one of those heavy-duty torches while in Lakeside. Nearing the entrance, little Vinny's initial thought was that Frankie had borrowed her father's car, as a big 4x4 came towards him with its full beam on. Temporarily blinded, little Vinny put his hand across his eyes to protect them, then screamed as his father leapt out of the car, grabbed him and put his hand over his mouth. Dad, what are you doing? Where's Frankie? Little Vinny spluttered. Walk nicely, you little cunt, Vinny hissed. Good luck, mate. I'll be waiting out here for you, Eddie said, as Vinny grabbed the sports bag out the boot. Vinny had wanted him to go inside the house as well, but Ed had flatly refused. Little Vinny's eyes resembled that of a startled deer. Had Frankie tricked him, or was she still coming? Once inside, Vinny ordered his son to sit on the scruffy-looking armchair. It was so tempting to put his hands around his son's throat and choke him to death, just as the shitbag had with Molly. But that would implicate him, and Vinny was far too clever for that. Little Vinny was petrified. It was obvious his father knew about Molly. Where's Frankie? He asked again, in no more than a stunned whisper. Indoors. You didn't honestly think she'd want to spend the evening with a child killer, did you? Vinny spat. Little Vinny put his head in his hands and rocked to and fro. I'm so sorry. Loved Molly, I did. And I wanted to tell you for ages, even when it happened. But I was scared they'd lock me up as well as Ben. He didn't mean to kill her. I was there and saw it. It was an accident. Ben loved Molly too. Unable to stop himself, Vinny grabbed his son by the neck. Don't fucking lie. I know it was you who did it. Tell me the truth. You owe me that much at least. When little Vinny burst into tears, Vinny paced the room rambling and shouting. Gave you everything I did. You wanted for nothing. How could you do that to any child, let alone your own little sister? You're vermin, the scum of the earth. Then you try and blame your mate? No wonder that poor fucker killed himself. Hanging from a tree is preferable to knocking about with you. You disgust me. I fucking loathe you. You're sick, weak and evil. That's what you are. And you let another bloke do life for a crime he did not commit. Little Vinny was inconsolable. This truly was his worst nightmare. I didn't mean it, Dad. Honest, I didn't. It was a game that went wrong. I loved Molly. She was my sister. Game? I'll give you a fucking game, Vinny bellowed, punching his son in the face. Now for once in your sorry bastard life have the decency to tell the truth. I want to know how Molly died and why you did it. Little Vinny could not look his father in the eye and instead stared at his feet. Then Ben and Molly's voices appeared in his head again, so he told his father what they were saying. It was better coming from them rather than him. So, you throttled the living daylights out of your beautiful little sister because you was jealous. How did I create such a monster, eh? What did I do so bad in life to be blessed with such a son?
Vinny bellowed. He'd never felt so sick in his whole life. Was gobsmacked totally.
I can't tell you how ashamed of myself I am, Dad. You have to believe me. You didn't tease or torment her, did you? You know, just before she died.
Little Vinny shook his head.
Answer me properly,
Vinny screamed, clouting his son once more. He was crying now, couldn't stop himself. The thought of how scared his little princess must have been as her evil brother ended her life was far too much for him to cope with.
No, it was quick. Molly never knew anything was amiss until I put my hands around her throat. I swear, she thought it was a game. But then she did look scared. I've never been able to get that image out of my mind. I was out of my nut when it happened. I'd been drinking, puffing and sniffing glue. Something inside me just snapped. It was like I had these voices in my head telling me what to do. I'm so sorry. I look back now and I can't believe what I did. It's like I was a different person back then.
Once evil, always evil, boy. Now you're going to write a letter for me.
What? Why?
Don't ask questions, just fucking do as I say, Vinny spat, handing his son a pad and pen.
What do you want me to put?
Little Vinny had tears rolling down his cheeks as he put pen to paper. His number was up. He knew that much. All he could think of was Callum and Regan. They'd be fatherless as well as motherless, and they didn't deserve that. Orphans, with nobody to take care of them. He didn't want that turncoat Frankie anywhere near them. That bitch could rot in hell now for all he cared.
Read it back to me,
Vinny ordered.
Dear Callum and Regan, if you are reading this letter, it means I am dead. I am so sorry to you both for choosing the easy way out, but I just couldn't carry on living a lie. The truth is, I cannot get over losing your mum and Oliver. I tried to be strong for your sake, put on a brave face, but inside I was a heartbroken wreck, suffering from severe depression. I want you to remember, I will always love you and be looking down on you every day until we meet again. Dad. Kiss, kiss. P.S. Tell my dad, Nan, and Uncle Michael I love them. And I'm sorry too.
Vinny marched his son around the house looking for the perfect spot. There wasn't one. So he picked up the sports bag and settled for the garage. Right. This'll do.
No, Dad. Please don't. I'm still your son, and I've changed.
Vinny Butler was devoid of emotion as he tied the rope onto the large hook that hung from the ceiling.
Dad, don't kill me. I'm a different person now. A good person. My boys, they mean the world to me. I'll never see them grow up. I'll move away. You won't ever have to see me again, I promise. Oh, please let me live. Not for my sake, but for Callum and Regan's. Please, Dad.
Little Vinny wept.
Mean the world to me, my boys. I want to see them get married and have kids themselves.
Taking no notice of his son's cries for forgiveness, Vinny coldly ordered him to climb up the ladder. He had worn latex gloves throughout, and doubted the death would look suspicious anyhow.
Dad! No!
Little Vinny screamed, as his father pushed his backside up the ladder. Walk! Vinny spat. Little Vinny sobbed, as he reluctantly put the rope around his neck.
I love you, and I'm sorry, Dad,
he genuinely told his father. What goes around comes around. Remember your sister winning that talent competition, do you? Singing the chorus to You Are My Sunshine. Vinny callously kicked the ladder away from under his son's feet. Hearing his son's neck snap, Vinny crouched on his haunches. Visions of little Vinny in his first school uniform, playing happily with his toys at Christmas, and singing at the street party in Whitechapel they'd held in honour of the Queen's Jubilee, came flooding back as Vinny stared at his son, hanging lifeless on that rope, a lone tear running down his cheek. Vinny stayed frozen for a minute or so, before picking up the sports bag. Goodbye, son. Eddie Mitchell was having a hot sweat. Vinny was taking far longer than he'd anticipated, and he just wanted this to be over with. The wait was prolonging the agony. Finally, the garage door opened, and Vinny came walking towards him. Eddie stepped out of the Range Rover. All done? Yes, mate. It was tougher than I thought it would be, to be honest. I did love him, you know. I suppose part of me always will. He was my firstborn. Eddie felt incredibly emotional as he pointed the gun in Vinny's direction. He'd put the headlights of the motor on, so he could see clearly. Ed, what are you doing? The shocked expression on Vinny's face was clear to see. Yesterday, Michael, and now, Eddie. Were they having a laugh with him? Trying his patience or what? I'm so sorry, pal. I thought the world of you at one point. Really didn't want things to end this way. But you dug your own grave, unfortunately. Rooted to the spot, Vinny held his hands in the surrender position. Is this some kind of sick joke? Only it ain't very funny, Ed. What the hell am I meant to have done? I know what you did to that poor woman. I know every single sordid detail. Dunno what or who you mean, Vinny snapped brazenly. Yes, you fucking do. Don't lie to me. Makes you no different to your son. I had a chat with Michael. Forced the truth out of him. Realising very quickly by the look on Eddie's face that he was going to be far less of a pushover than Michael, Vinny came clean. All right. Look, I'm sorry, mate, for lying to you. I honestly thought her bloke was behind those threats and she was old Bill. That's why she had to go. I went too far. I know that now. But Michael got the wrong end of the stick when he accused me of trying to rape her. I was on top of her, I'll admit that. But I was only trying to pull her teeth out. No way was Vinny going to mention the baby, as whatever Michael had blabbed, he very much doubted he would mention that. And what about Ava's mum, Joanna? And little Vinny's mum, Karen? You see, I know about those and all, mate. Michael can be quite the chatterbox at times, you know. Absolutely stunned by his brother's betrayal, Vinny sank to his knees. Once a butler, always a butler. Vinny could hear his mother's voice as clear as a bell. A grass is worse than a sewer rat. Whatever the stormy weather, you boys stick together. The sayings his mother had drummed into himself, Roy and Michael as kids were ringing in his ears. She used to make up her own bedtime tales and quote them regularly. How could Michael do this to him? Vinny knew he'd never truly forgiven him over Bella, but he'd never had him down as a backstabber. Not his brother. What you done to Michael? Did you force him to put a gun to my head last night? Where is he now? Answer my question first and I'll tell you. Yes. I made 'em both go away. Karen was a fucking junkie and Joanna denied me years of knowing Ava even existed. Now tell me what you've done to my brother. Eddie crouched 10 feet away from Vinny, gun still firmly in hand. As if your Michael would ever snitch on you. I've not even seen the bloke. And if he really did put a gun to your head last night, it's a shame he never pulled the fucking trigger. As I said, you've dug your own grave, Vinny. Fire in his eyes, Vinny Butler leapt up. You cunt! You backstabber! This has been your plan all along, has it, Mitchell? Vinny coming towards him as bold as brass while he was holding a gun wasn't something Eddie had prepared himself for. Never. Unlike you, I've got some morals. Laughing manically, Vinny Butler held his hands in the air. Kill me then! Go on, shoot me! What you waiting for, Christmas? Eddie Mitchell felt sad. It was clear now that Vinny was a madman. He couldn't even see that he'd done wrong. Felt no remorse whatsoever for the things he'd done to those poor women.
Backstabber,
Vinny hissed, as he edged closer, waving his arms in the air. Things not going to plan, Eddie held the gun aloft, positioned himself as best he could to aim where he wanted, and mumbled the words, "Sorry, mate." Seconds later, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 34. 3 days later. Eddie Mitchell shut the office door and sat at his desk. A few days had passed since he'd unfortunately had to end the association with his business partner, and as far as Eddie was aware, neither Vinny or little Vinny's bodies had yet been found. That didn't worry Eddie. It wasn't as though a postman would be delivering letters for little Vinny, was it? And the gaff was in a very remote area. Eddie considered himself to be handy with a firearm, but because Vinny had shown no fear when staring death in the face, he hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact spot he'd hoped to. The side of the head was where the bullet should have lodged, but with Vinny coming towards him like a madman, waving his arms in the air, Eddie had no choice but to shoot there and then. The bullet had entered the side of Vinny's neck, and he'd immediately gone down like a sack of potatoes. Before losing consciousness, he'd managed to utter 2 words, "Backstabber," followed quickly by "Mum." Eddie had then checked his pulse, and satisfied he was a goner, placed the gun in Vinny's right hand. The plan had been to make the crime scene look as if Vinny had found out about his son murdering Molly, forced him to write a suicide note, then hung the lad and killed himself. Whether the police would now see it that way, Eddie didn't know. But even if they suspected Vinny had been gunned down, the filth had no reason to suspect him. That's why he'd been so determined not to go inside the house. His DNA could easily have been found, and he'd been clever with his outfit too. He told Vinny he was dressing casual, and he should do the same himself. Unbeknown to Vinny, he'd worn a pair of size 12 trainers instead of his usual size 10s, and stuffed the front with scrunched up socks. That would cover his arse if any footprints were found. It had rained heavily the last couple of days too, so Ed very much doubted any evidence would be discovered. Only in Vinny's Range Rover, and that didn't matter. They were business partners, and in the eyes of the police, best pals who were always travelling around in each other's motors, so of course his DNA would be inside the vehicle. After the shooting, Gary had picked Eddie up in a pre-arranged spot. He hadn't used his own vehicle, but a hooky one that has since ceased to exist. Ed's tracksuit and trainers had gone up in flames that same evening too. You could never be too careful when committing a crime. And even if the old Bill did suspect foul play, Vinny had upset so many people over the years, it could have been any bastard taking a pop at him. The police loathed Vinny with a passion, would probably want to shake their hand and congratulate his killer rather than arrest him. Eddie doubted very much the police would put too much effort into this investigation, and with a bit of luck, even if they did, they'd tie Felicity's disappearance in with it too. They might not be able to prove it, but they knew that Vinny had done that poor woman in. Another reason to take his own life, perhaps. He knew the net was closing in on him, so to speak, so chose the Vinny Butler way out. Pouring himself a scotch, Eddie stared at the photo of himself and Vinny that had pride of place on the wall. It had been taken out the front on opening night. Knowing it was time to put the final part of his plan into place, Eddie picked up his phone. "Hello. My name is Eddie Mitchell. I'd like to speak personally with Chief Inspector Terry, please. It's regarding the murder of Molly Butler. I know it's a case he worked on in the past, and some new information has come to light that I'm sure the Chief Inspector will be interested in. I'd also like to report a missing person. My business partner hasn't been seen for 3 days now. His phone's been switched off, and he's had no contact with his family either. It's very unusual behaviour. His name is Vinny Butler." Queenie Butler was beside herself with worry. She'd always promised Vinny not to involve the police if he went missing, but the not knowing where he was driving her insane. Debating whether to contact the police for the 3rd time today, Queenie decided against it. "Mum, if I ever go AWOL, and I haven't been in touch with you for a week, 7 whole days, you know I'm dead.
but under no circumstances did you ever involve the filth before that time. Her son had always insisted. And nobody knew her eldest as well as Queenie did. Chances are, little Vinny had admitted the truth, and Vinny had him holed up somewhere, torturing him slowly, day by day. Queenie, you know when I first arrived and you picked the baby up and said the resemblance was uncanny? Did you mean Daniel? Roxanne asked. Queenie sighed. Her granddaughter's obsession with Daniel hadn't faded. She'd been bombarding Queenie with questions about her brother since first thing this morning. No, love. I meant Marvini. He was born with black curly hair. In fact, I've never seen a baby before that looked so much like Marvini did. It's the Butler genes, I suppose. Oh, okay, Roxanne replied, her tone one of obvious disappointment. Queenie had the number of a private doctor that Vinny used. He was very trustworthy. A lot of villains used him for bits and bobs, so Queenie had invited him round to check over the baby the previous day. Thankfully, everything seemed fine with the poor little mite. He's crying, lovey. Wants his mama. Why don't you pick him up, give him a cuddle? Roxanne hadn't shown any affection whatsoever towards the child since she'd arrived, and that worried Queenie immensely. What sort of life would that poor little sod have when he left hers? And how the hell was Roxanne going to cope alone? She was only bloody 15 herself. Vinny would have known how to handle this, Queenie thought sadly, willing the phone to ring. Roxanne stood up and gave her grandmother a hug instead. No, you pick him up. He likes you, Queenie. I can tell. Queenie pursed her thin lips. It had been a good distraction having Roxanne and the baby present, but she was losing her patience slightly now. The longer it went without hearing from Vinny, the harder she was finding life. I know how tough this must have been for you, sweetheart, but please start calling me Nan instead of Queenie, because that's what I am, isn't it? And Daniel isn't your boyfriend anymore, so you have to forget about him as such. He's your brother, isn't he? Yes, I suppose so, Roxanne replied sadly. Queenie picked the baby up and held him to her chest. Never had she seen a baby who looked so much like a child of hers. She turned to Roxanne. Seeing as this little bruiser doesn't have a name yet, I think we should call him Baby Blue. Would you like any drinks or snacks, sir? Michael Butler smiled at the pretty air stewardess. Scotch on the rocks and a packet of plain crisps, please, sweetheart. There you go, sir. Enjoy your flight. Feeling happier and more relaxed than he had in ages, Michael stared out of the window. Charlie Rideout had been the last bird he'd had to dump, and she'd taken the news reasonably well, all things considered. She was still adamant she was keeping his baby, though, which was a pain in the arse. But Michael had offered to pay maintenance, although he doubted he'd see much of the child. Not now he'd decided to up sticks and move abroad. The letter had arrived last week, and since then Michael had been running around like a blue-arsed fly, trying to tie up loose ends. Vinny was the one loose end he hadn't managed to tie up, but he was relieved about that in a way. Whatever Vinny's faults, he was still his brother, and killing him could well have tortured his soul for many years. Michael smiled. He truly couldn't wait to see Daniel and Lee again. Had already promised he was going to move out there permanently so the three of them could set up a business together. And he'd already sold his share of the West End casino he owned to his business partner, which was a bonus. Thinking of his family, Michael felt no remorse. His mother had bombarded him with phone calls these past few days. Vinny was on the missing list by all accounts. But Michael was done with the whole Butler drama thing. It was like an ongoing soap opera. But instead of watching it on TV, he'd been forced to live it. And the death of Felicity Carter-Price would live with Michael forever, along with the guilt. He'd come to the conclusion that Vinny was Vinny, and if his past had finally caught up with him, then he only had himself to blame. Perhaps someone had been gunning for him the same time as he was. Or he was sulking. Whatever. Michael no longer cared. Vinny had ruined so many people's lives over the years, his own included, and Michael knew that this time there would be no going back. Apart from keeping in contact with his dad and his children, it was time to distance himself from his troublesome family for good,
cleanse himself and his life. Michael hadn't yet told his mother he was leaving the crap weather of England behind to start afresh in sunny Mallorca. He'd thought about sending her a postcard when he got there, but had already said all he'd needed to. She was bound to be furious with him, but Michael was past caring. All his life he'd been taken for granted, whether it be by his mother, Vinny, or the women in his life. Well, not anymore. From now on, he was putting himself first, and in future, when he introduced himself to people, he wouldn't be holding out his right hand and saying, "Michael Butler," like his mother had forced him since he was 2 years old. He would introduce himself as just plain old Michael. DCI Terry wasn't convinced. He'd read the letter Frankie Mitchell had given him, explaining little Vinny had been present when Molly Butler had died, and it was in fact Ben Bloggs who'd killed her. He'd also listened intently to every detail Frankie had told him. DCI Terry was a very clever man. He had the knack of knowing when people were either lying, hiding something, or trying to protect themselves. That's how he'd risen through the ranks from a young PC to the position he currently held. Sitting next to his daughter, holding her hand, was Eddie Mitchell. He'd explained to DCI Terry the time and date he'd delivered the awful news to Vinny at his home in Rettendon, and Vinny's reaction to it. He'd also said how worried about his best pal he was, revealing that the last thing Vinny had said as he'd left his cottage in a blaze of fury was, "I'm gonna fucking kill him." The Chief Inspector sat back in his chair. He'd only just joined the police force when Molly Butler was murdered. That poor little girl was the first dead child Terry had ever seen, and he'd never forgotten the sight of her tiny body in that shallow grave. "Something here isn't quite adding up to me, to be honest," he said loudly. "Why? It's written down in black and white," Eddie reminded the man. Terry leaned forward, placed his elbows on the desk and rested his chin in his hands. Looking deeply into Eddie's eyes, he then focused on Frankie. "I think we all know who really murdered Molly Butler, don't we? And it wasn't Ben Bloggs, was it? It was little Vinny." When Frankie Mitchell mumbled the word "yes," DCI Terry felt a warm glow inside. He had always vowed to get justice for that poor defenceless child. It might have taken him 22 years, but finally, Molly Butler could rest in peace. Epilogue. Queenie Butler was in pieces. Today, a whole week had passed since her Vinny had gone missing, and she still hadn't heard a word from him. Staring at her beloved son's baby photos, tears poured down Queenie's face. He'd been such a beautiful child, with his chubby cheeks and black curly hair. So much so, people used to stop her in the street and gaze inside the pram in awe. Hearing the baby wake up, Queenie walked over to her great-grandson and held him in her arms. "Shush now. It's okay, baby Blue," she whispered. It was 2 days ago Queenie had woken up to the poor child screaming its head off. She'd shouted for Roxanne, who never replied. Then she'd found the note in the kitchen. "Dear Queenie, Nan. I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to be a mum yet. I want you to take care of baby Blue for me until I'm older, please. You'll make a far better parent to him than I will. You're a natural. Love you, and thanks for telling me the family history. Roxanne." Kiss. Bar the doctor, Queenie still hadn't told anybody about baby Blue or Roxanne's visit. All she could think about was her Vinny. "If I don't get in touch within 7 days, Mum, then you know I'm dead. Only call the police after that," her son had always insisted. Queenie walked over to the record player. It had once belonged to Lenny, Vivi's son, and she'd kept his record collection too. There was one record Queenie had been playing all week. She'd even placed a framed photo of Vinny next to it. Looked so sweet, he did, in his pale blue romper suit. Had she done the right thing, encouraging him to be what he'd become? But she knew in her heart that even if he didn't contact her by the end of today, she wouldn't change a thing.
Her son was an East End legend, just like the Cray twins, and nobody would ever forget him. Her baby Blue, that boy she'd given birth to, would be talked about for many years to come. Surely that was better than being a nobody, wasn't it? Queenie put the needle on the record. The song was by them, a famous group from back in the 60s. Dreading tomorrow, and the reality of never seeing her beloved son again, Queenie dropped to her knees and rocked her great-grandson. She then cried 1,000 tears, while singing along to the words of "It's all over now, Baby Blue." The end. That was Backstabber by Kimberley Chambers, read by Annie Aldington. This programme was produced by White House Sound Limited for Harper Audio. Text copyright Kimberley Chambers 2017. Production copyright 2016 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Kimberley Chambers asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed